Chapter 400. Thales had never heard of Crassus before. He also could not understand why the man named Stake's expression changed so suddenly. But he knew who Stake was. 6 years ago, on the night of Dragon's Blood, this man stood in front of the Archduke of Black Sand region with a radiant smile on his face. He negotiated with the infamous Chapman Lampard and asked for the right of ownership of the Prince of Constellation. He and the forbidden organization behind him played an indispensable role in that unprecedented and earth-shattering coup. Whether it was Thales' thrilling assassination attempt at the fortress, Archduke Pofrit's desperate confession before his death, or even the terrifying moment when the born king's head fell to the ground, their figures seemed to be shuttling back and forth in the midst of it all. They were everywhere, but they were also mysterious and untraceable. Every time they appeared, they brought blood and death with them. It was a ghastly sight to the spectators, and it was too late for the victims to regret it. And the moment this group of people appeared again, Thales took a deep breath, suppressed his anxiety and uneasiness, and focused his attention on the man. He did not even care about the look Quickrope gave him. In the field, Stake carefully observed the mercenaries around him. The man solemnly discovered that even though the murderous and militaristic air around them had become stronger, no one had any intention of refuting him, nor did they show any strange expressions. He did not lie. Stake's heart sank. He is indeed Crassus. Things were a little beyond his imagination. But, so you are this generation's Crassus. I have to say, I am a little surprised. Stake turned to Ricky. His tone became cautious and inexplicably cautious, like a thief glancing at his belongings outside the window. High-ranking people rarely take risks. High-ranking people? Thales shifted his attention to Ricky, but he could only see a rough, travel-worn face, the light leather armor commonly seen by desert mercenaries, and a crude and casual sitting posture. No matter how he looked at it, he was just an ordinary mercenary leader. The prince could not help but be puzzled. How is he a high-ranking person? Or should I say, Stake's gaze was fixed on Ricky. He changed the topic and said tentatively, "What you are going to do tonight is really too important. Even with your high status, you have to do it personally?" The mercenaries around them were silent, but many of them subconsciously looked at each other. The silence lasted for a few seconds. A smile appeared on Ricky's face, but it quickly disappeared. Indeed, an excellent leader doesn't have to take the risk and do everything himself. He nodded and said faintly, but he must never lack the courage and responsibility to do so. Stake raised his eyebrows and pretended to be enlightened. Extremely admirable. The man smiled shyly and said, "But this makes me quite worried. You clearly have such an important mission, but you lack the necessary," but Ricky did not let him continue. Otherwise. Ricky's gaze was fixed on Stake, but he continued to speak. He did not care whether Stake had spoken or not. As a leader, there will come a day when he will be reduced to trash behind the curtains. He will protect himself in a bubble of lies just to hide his cowardice and incompetence. He can only rely on hypocritical pretense and despicable means to win the trust of his companions, using empty threats and false incentives to maintain the obedience of his subordinates. Ricky's tone was very light, but it suddenly changed at the end. "Tell me, Houston recently?" Stake could not help but frown at his words. Thales, who was listening by the side, was stunned. What? Houston recently? He did not understand the monosyllabic word. But Stake's reaction made him quickly understand that it was a name. Ting. The moment he heard the name and saw Ricky's burning gaze, Stake's expression froze for a moment. But he quickly adjusted himself and smiled again. "Everything is well, Shadow Master." Stake bowed again. He looked at the mercenaries around him with a humble expression. "As well as you, Shadow Master." Thales furrowed his eyebrows. He was not the only one who seemed to have gained something. "Damn it, Thales, I think." Quickrope's face was pale. He poked Thales under the table and whispered in disbelief, "I think I know who these people are." Thales nodded without batting an eyelid. "As well as I do?" "I don't think so." Ricky chuckled and shook his head. He raised a finger and pointed at Stake, who was sitting across from him. "If he was as good as I am, then Teng would not have sent you, a person who is permanently stationed in Dragon Cloud City, into the Great Desert, into the Constellation's Bladefang's camp, into the territory that is extremely dangerous for all of you. I don't remember Kessel the Fifth pardoning you. Compared to his previous kind persuasion, Ricky became fierce when he faced Stake. The tavern owner, Kampa, who sat across from him could not help but break out in cold sweat. Stake furrowed his eyebrows tightly. That's not right. It shouldn't be like this. In this risky and unique meeting, he should be the one to initiate the conversation, make suggestions, and state his conditions. But, at that moment, Stake realized, to his dismay, that the initiative in this conversation was firmly held in the other party's hands. If he was as good as I am? Ricky's expression turned cold. His tone was as tense as a noose around his neck. Then he wouldn't have sent you to us like a stupid, arrogant blackmailer who knowingly delivered yourself to us at a moment that we valued so much, claiming that, I know what you're going to do, in a pretentious, secretive, and mystifying way of saying, I know what you're going to do. Ricky said in disgust, as if you really have us in your hands. Stake's pupils slowly shrank. Everyone you mean, do you remember, Stake? Beside Ricky, the middle-aged swordsman, Klein, stared at Stake, as if there was a stain on his face. His voice was hoarse. We have a score to settle. Stake put on a puzzled look. 6 years ago in Dragon Cloud City, you used our name to stir up trouble in the most dangerous place in Extet and did whatever you wanted. The middle-aged Northlander swordsman was like a leopard that had its eyes on its prey. Thanks to you, we lost a lot of people, including my students. Calamities, great dragons, rebellion, chaos, and even Dragon Cloud City's settlement after the incident. Those days were not easy. Do you think we will let you off so easily? Stake's gaze froze. The mercenaries became restless. They cast dissatisfied and hateful gazes at Stake. 6 years ago in Dragon Cloud City, beside him, Quick Rope's breathing became faster. He even clenched his fists. For some reason Marina, who was behind him, also looked like she was gnashing her teeth. She stared at Stake, who was being condemned by the masses. Stake sighed. I am deeply sorry about this. Please accept my apology. Klein said disdainfully and sarcastically, Apology? The mercenaries snorted in disdain. But Stake was not affected at all. It was as if he was a hypocrite who had nothing to do with it. After hearing about a tragedy in the distance, he pretended to be sad, to prove his humanity, and to gain understanding from others. We were also surprised by what happened that year, but I came here today with absolute sincerity. I want to propose a win-win proposal. But Ricky raised his head gently. There is no win-win between us. He flatly rejected Stake's words, causing the latter to be stunned. When you entered the door, we hated your arrogant face, hated the timing of your appearance, hated your self-righteous tongue, and hated the blood debt you left behind in the past. Ricky said coldly, and we are not interested in your so-called proposal or secret, which you pretend to be mysterious. Stake's expression immediately stiffened. Bastards who live in darkness and rot, flies who chase after chaos and the stench of corpses, Ricky said without any positive emotions as he stared at the frozen Stake. Now, do you understand our attitude? Stake clenched his fists. His face was full of disbelief. Why are you still wasting time here? At the same table, Masked Man sighed and knocked on the table. Our schedule today is very full. Klein, the Northland swordsman, snorted coldly. As he snorted, almost all the mercenaries in the tavern held their weapons with cold expressions. Some of them even took a step forward. In the face of the aggressive mercenaries, Stake was stunned. He subconsciously sized up his surroundings. Klein said coldly, Don't look elsewhere, Stake. I promise you, if anything happens before your head falls to the ground, your companions who are waiting outside will not be able to do anything. As a bystander, Thales quietly moved his head back a little. Quick Rope continued to stare at Stake. The tavern became completely quiet, but no one would think that the atmosphere at that moment was comfortable. Stake looked at the situation around him and frowned. Damn it. This group of brainless muscular men. But he could not turn against them. He could not. He still needed them. This group of damn. If you kill me here, the Constellations will immediately find out about your conspiracy here. The Constellations' eyes widened. Stake lowered his head with a serious expression. Your plan will not succeed. Ricky sighed. It seems like he doesn't understand. In the next second, a flash of sword light suddenly flashed. At a speed that surpassed what Thales could see with his naked eye, it instantly shot out of Klein's hand. Thales, who had been paying attention to the conversation and was caught off guard, felt his eyebrows twitch. But fortunately, the tip of the sword was not aimed at him. The sudden flash of sword light stopped in front of Stake's neck. A second later, Stake, who had reacted to the situation, could not help but take a step back. His face was pale. Asterisk whoosh. Asterisk the gust of sword wind had just blown past. Klein held a strange long sword with a blood groove and a hollow blade. The blade quietly stopped in front of Stake. The mercenaries seemed to be used to this. They were not bothered and laughed. Stake's breathing rose and fell, but he forced himself to remain calm and said, "Do you really want to do this?" Klein raised the strange-looking long sword and shook his head gently. "This is twilight. When it tears open your blood vessels." As he spoke, he moved his long sword forward slightly and pressed it against Klein's neck. Stake's pupils instantly shrank. "Damn it. All right, I understand." He instantly raised his hands, panted, and admitted defeat. Finally, Klein stopped his long sword. "Honorable Crassus and everyone else. It is your choice whether or not you want to listen to my suggestion, and I am willing to answer all your questions." His posture was humble and his tone was respectful. The three leading mercenaries looked at each other. "Very good." Ricky curled up the corners of his lips. "Compared to the nonsense you talked at the beginning, you're finally starting to speak like a human." Stake exhaled and re-examined the Crassus in front of him in indignation and uneasiness. Klein snorted coldly and put away his long sword, which was so fast that it could not be seen clearly. Ricky said faintly, "Tell me, how did you set your eyes on us?" A few seconds later, Stake sighed, as if he had accepted his fate. The Tower of Eradication. At this moment, Thales saw many mercenaries involuntarily clench their fists or weapons. Their breathing quickened. Klein and the masked swordsman frowned and looked at each other. Only their leader, Ricky's expression did not change. "Yes, I know." Stake touched his neck, gritted his teeth, and said, "We have eyes and ears there." Ricky continued to ask, "What did you hear?" "Not long ago, the Tower of Eradication was ambushed one night." Stake cautiously looked around at the mercenaries around him and observed their expressions. "The enemy's origins are unknown, they are powerful, and there are many of them. The line of defense and alarms were broken through layer by layer. The invaders were only forced to retreat when they attacked the House of Legacy," Stake said in a tone as if he was telling a story. "According to our people, during the invasion, some supernatural and unusual powers also appeared." Thales' eyebrows twitched. "Wait, not long ago. Tower of Eradication was ambushed, supernatural." The Prince of Constellation blinked, and in horror he recalled a lesson a long time ago. At that time, the person who was about to go on a long journey said to him, "No way? Is it what I think it is?" This is one of the few vicious incidents in the history of the Tower of Eradication. Even if the Grey Sword Guards kept it strictly confidential, it was difficult for them to cover up everything. All 8 major sects suffered heavy casualties. Even Constellation's Red King's army besieged Sharp Blade Valley 200 years ago was not as exaggerated as this. Stake sneered and looked at the dozens of mercenaries. "You did it, didn't you? At least you were involved? You worked with Blood Bottle Gang, and they recruited many psionic warriors from the Western Desert." The mercenaries around them were in a commotion. Blood Bottle Gang. Thales covered his head in his heart. He felt that his guess was getting closer to the truth. Klein shook his head. "It has nothing to do with you. After that, you fled into the desert and returned to Bladefang's camp. You hid in Blood Whistle, and one of our spies in the desert recognized you." Stake continued to speak. But Blade Fang's camp wanted to send their troops to the desert. After they issued the blockade order, your mercenary group did not disperse, even though there was no more business. Instead, you continued to recruit people from all over the place. So I thought that no matter what you encountered in the Tower of Eradication, you did not intend to give up. That is why I sent someone to leave a message for you. We will visit tonight. Masked Man snorted in disdain. Ricky and Klein did not say anything. Listen, I don't care about the grudge between you and the Tower of Eradication. After all, you have been fighting against each other for more than 100 years. When Stake saw this, he rolled his eyes and continued, I also don't care why you ambushed that place. Do you want to vent your anger, stage a coup, or dig for treasure? You have been fighting against the Tower of Eradication for more than 100 years, a thought appeared in Thale's mind. But I know that you are not having a good time right now. The invaders must have paid a hefty price to make the famous Tower of Eradication, which stands firmly between two powerful countries, suffer such damage. Stake's eyes brightened. He raised his hand and spoke in a high-spirited tone, as if he had forgotten the awkwardness and humiliation just now. Now, no matter what you want to do, you will definitely lack manpower, especially when you want to break the infamous Prison of Bones in Constellation's Blade Fang's camp and launch an unprecedented prison raid. What? Thales could not react for a moment. But the others were different. At that moment, be it Ricky, Klein, or Masked Man, all of them suddenly raised their heads. They stared at Stake, who was in front of them. It was as if they could not believe it. The mercenaries also became restless. There was a slight uproar. What are they doing? Quick Rope whispered to Thales in disbelief. These people, they want to raid the Prison of Bones, that damn place? There must be something wrong with their brains. In the field, Stake continued to speak. This will not be an easy task. However, in the next moment, the familiar flash of a sword came. Klein's long sword was once again pressed against Stake's throat. Who told you that? The middle-aged Northlander swordsman asked coldly. Damn cockroach. It was the masked man. Ricky frowned. How did you know? Stake, who once again fell into misfortune, panted rapidly. But this time, he refuted in a manner that was neither servile nor overbearing. A few days ago, you deliberately sent some people into the Prison of Bones to act as spies when the time comes. Stake snorted coldly and said, Tonight, you decided to gather here. You even chased away and kidnapped our men, including this tavern owner. Isn't this obvious? Asterisk bang. Asterisk on the other side, Tampa, who had been silent for a long time, was dumbfounded. He slammed his palm on the table. F***CK. Is that why you kidnapped me? The tavern owner suppressed his anger. He was surprised and bewildered. You already knew that my home is a place that provides supplies to the Prison of Bones. You wanted to wait until dawn and then use our fleet to transport supplies. Sean the mercenary slapped the back of his head and swallowed Tampa's words. Shut up. But why do they want to break out of the prison? What do they want to rob? Most importantly, if this group of mysterious mercenaries really want to do this, what will they do with Tampa and the two of them? The chaotic scene lasted for a few seconds before Ricky raised his arm again and calmed down. We underestimated you, Stake. Ricky seemed to be deep in thought. His eyes were bright. You do have some skills to be Teng's right-hand man and assistant. Under his signal, Klein sheathed his long sword. Ting. Stake, who heard this name again, twitched his eyebrows in a barely noticeable manner. See, I was right, wasn't I? Stake exhaled and carefully observed Ricky's reaction. Your plan is too rushed, and you don't have enough manpower, but what if we can help you? Ricky did not speak. The mercenaries did not either. I know why you chose this moment and not any other time, Honorable Crassus. Stake walked forward slowly. His expression returned to the confidence and calmness he had when he first came. Now, the Stardust Unit, Skull Guards, Raven Whistle Light Cavaliers, Black Lion Infantry Regiment, and a few professional mercenaries who are related to them, these are the most elite, fastest, and loyal troops in the camp. For some reason, they followed Williams to the front lines of the desert, and they will not be able to provide reinforcements for the time being. And those who are left behind are either inferior garrison soldiers, light infantrymen who lack mounts, temporary recruits from various parts of the Western Desert, or even auxiliary soldiers and laborers who rarely go to the battlefield. The Baron is not around, and there is no commanding officer with enough authority to suppress them. They belong to the royal family and the local nobles, and they are in constant conflict. They might seem to have more troops than usual, but in truth, their management is chaotic, their commands are disorderly, and their dispatch is inefficient. This is a rare opportunity for you to break out of the prison. Compared to facing the legendary Wing's strict military formation, is there a better time than this? Stake looked around and waved at the mercenaries around him, completely ignoring their displeased gazes. That's why you were able to gather so many people and take down this tavern so easily. I heard from the locals that if it were any other time, Williams would have thrown any suspicious warriors who gathered for no reason into prison and stripped them naked. They would not be able to come out without paying 20 gold coins to each of them. Stake's animated explanation came to an end. He turned around confidently and looked at Ricky, who was deep in thought. Breaking out of the prison during chaos? You're right. Stake raised a finger. But it's still too difficult. For you, even if you are professional mercenaries who have fought in wars for many years, even if you are only facing the old, the weak, and the disabled, it is still not easy. If you fail, casualties are inevitable, and your safety cannot be guaranteed. I really do not want you to experience the Tower of Eradication's devastating ambush again. When he said this, the mercenaries' expressions changed. In the next second, Stake's tone changed, and a bewitching look appeared in his eyes. But with us here, it's different. Ricky was still deep in thought. Klein looked at him coldly and did not say a word. Masked Man's expression was even more exaggerated. When he stared at Stake, there was never any emotion other than hatred and disgust in his eyes. You know what we are capable of. Stake tried his best to make his words sound more tempting. With us here, you don't need this lousy plan, and you don't need this talkative boss. Tampa stared at him fiercely. Stake's eyes lit up. We can provide you with the most accurate information, fight for the best conditions and timing to take action, and even help you move out of the prison of bones, or even paralyze the guards in the prison of bones within a short period of time, so that you can prepare a safe escape. You don't need to disguise yourself as a transport team in fear and sneak into your destination, or draw your swords and break through those damn prison doors by force, paying a huge price. He clenched his fists lightly. You will get what you want faster, better, and easier, no matter what it is. Stake paused for a moment, as if he wanted to observe the crowd's reaction. Honorable Crassus and all-powerful warriors. Stake spoke again. At this moment, your swords are the greatest support we can find in this unfamiliar and hostile land. At this moment, he was incredibly humble. He clasped his hands together, and his expression was respectful and submissive. And we are the best eyes and ears you can find in a place full of powerful enemies. Stake carefully looked at each pair of eyes that passed through his line of sight. But no matter which side we are on, we are all alone and without help here. You are a mercenary group that has been ostracized, and we are wanted criminals that everyone wants to beat up. No one can face Williams, Bladefang's camp, Western Desert, and the Colossus behind them and their powerful support, Constellation. Stake widened his eyes and spread his arms. So I suggest that we work together with sincerity and take what we need. We will help you easily open the door to the prison of bones. Disaster Sword and Shadow Shield. Is there a better combination than this? The tavern became completely quiet. Only the warrior's breathing could be heard. It rose and fell, and the rhythm was irregular. Stake observed the other people's expressions without changing his expression. His eyes moved back and forth. It was as if a year had passed. In the end, Ricky took a deep breath and slowly exhaled. Shadow Shield, what do you want? As soon as he said this, Klein and Masked Man turned their heads swiftly and stared at Ricky. But Ricky ignored them. What do you want to do in the camp with our strength? On the other side, Stake smiled. He rubbed his hands together and slowly raised his head. We have very reliable information. Stake's tone was cautious. He continued to observe even the slightest expression on the face of the person in front of him. A priceless target that involves all parties has just crossed the desert today and arrived at Blade Fang's camp. A priceless target? What? At this moment, Marina only needed to lower her head to notice that the red-haired young man and the black-haired boy sitting in front of her had stiffened. That is our mission. Ricky narrowed his eyes. The target may receive unimaginable reinforcements at any time. Hordes of troops and countless experts, incessant reinforcements, and thorough security are far from something that can be taken care of by stealth or brute force. Stake smacked his lips and nodded with a cold smile. Under the watchful eyes of countless mercenaries, Thales and Quick Rope sat still. Their gazes were dull. In the teenager's hell senses, he heard Tampa's indignant breathing rise and fall, Marina's cold snort resounded in his ears, and the mercenaries' whispers were endless. There was also his and Quick Rope's heartbeats. Only faster and faster, heavier and heavier. And we, the Honorable Crassus, and all of you, Stake lowered his head, as if he was treasuring some secret. What we need to do is to work together and take down this target in the camp, who is not easy to deal with, but has great rewards. Thales and Quick Rope fixed their gazes on Stake. They were anxious and terrified, but they did not dare to show even a hint of their terrible mood. Under many people's puzzled and hesitant gazes, Stake looked like a question maker who revealed the answer to a riddle at the last moment. With a malicious smile, he said softly, "The second prince of Constellation, the only heir to the Supreme King. Thales, Jidstar." At that moment, the Prince of Constellation's expression froze. Even his breathing stopped at that moment. Beside him, Quick Rope showed a gratified smile, as if a heavy burden had been lifted from his shoulders. Chapter 401. The tavern in my home was so quiet that even the sound of a pin dropping could be heard. The mercenaries, or rather, the disaster swords, all stared in disbelief at the fair-skinned man who had spoken those shocking words. The heir of Constellation. While countless people sucked in breaths, Sean, the mercenary behind Marina, snorted. I thought that it would be crazy enough for us to break out of the prison. Thales saw that after Stake revealed the shocking target, Crassus, Ricky furrowed his eyebrows to the extreme. Klein, the Northlander beside him, stopped wiping his scabbard, and the cold glare in Masked Man's eyes became even more threatening. Thales had also heard of the disaster swords before. But he had heard of another name more often, the Tower of Eradication. After the Battle of Eradication, it was a legendary holy land that tirelessly trained all kinds of warriors for humans and passed down skills for thousands of years to prepare for war. Among the people Thales knew, be it Cohen, Miranda, Wuxia, or the others, all of them had stayed in the Tower of Eradication for quite some time and learned their skills there. Over the years, the place was so famous that everyone was used to calling the swordsmen who had the power of eradication and used the long swords, favored by the nobles, the swordsmen of eradication. It did not matter if you were in the employment camps at the borders or the local city defense teams, as long as you mentioned that you had stayed in the Tower of Eradication, you would quickly become a hot commodity for all major employers. And the disaster swords, that was how Stake called them. This name made Thales feel extremely uneasy. Based on what Wuxia had heard, they were the Tower of Eradication's mortal enemies. So, Thales sighed in his heart. They could plan a prison break in Blade Fang's camp without hesitation, and even come into contact with the Forbidden Shadow Shield. It's over, Second Prince. Tampa looked as if he had given up on himself. No matter what, can you not say such a big thing out loud? I still want to come back safely and sell my wine. Thales and Quick Rope exchanged a glance. They were experiencing the completely different emotions in each other's eyes. Stake, who was the center of attention, calmly accepted everyone's gazes, as if he did not care. Your discipline and organization are really beyond my imagination. He rubbed his hands together. Facing so many strange gazes, he smiled humbly and said, even in front of so many people, facing such a big secret, you are not worried at all. Tampa's sorrowful complaints and Stake's mumbles were interrupted. You want him to die. The masked man who did not speak much suddenly stood up. He slowly approached Stake, and his wrinkled eyes shone with a brilliant light that was difficult to look at. The Prince of Constellation? Thales gulped. If possible, try to capture him alive. Stake smiled. He was as gentle and humble as ever. Captured alive? The masked man walked in front of Stake and looked down into his eyes. Are you saying that we are going to break through the encirclement in Constellation's military station and capture a prince? Then, we are going to risk the pursuit and encirclement of their countless armies and evacuate safely with that precious hostage? Thales noticed that there was a hint of indignation and anger in his words. Marina couldn't help but say, "That's impossible." Stake frowned as he stared at the masked man. Under his aggressive stance, he slowly retreated and tried to guess the man's identity. "I didn't say that it's easy." The man from Shadow Shield shrugged and avoided the masked man. He smiled and glanced at the mercenaries in the tavern. But at least it's not as difficult as breaking into the prison of bones. At that moment, the masked man suddenly extended his hand. Slap. He pressed down on Stake's shoulder. Stake's face instantly turned pale. The part of his body that was pressed down trembled slightly. He shuddered violently and grabbed the masked man's arm with his left hand. He wanted to push him away. But the man's arm did not move, as if it was made of metal. Because you can't do it on your own. Masked man slowly exerted force in his hand, causing the trembling Stake to be unable to help but suck in a sharp breath. "So you want us to die as bait and buffer to help you achieve your goal?" Stake stared at the masked man in disbelief, but the mercenaries watching by the side only frowned. No one said anything to stop him. The atmosphere in the tavern became increasingly suffocating. Thales, who was watching by the side, became increasingly anxious. What should I do in this situation? We're not bait, but reliable reinforcements. Stake gritted his teeth and endured the masked man's suppression and coercion, but he still insisted on speaking. At the same time, we'll provide you with our resources. In a perfect plan, we'll take down the prison of bones and the Jade Star Prince at the same time, we'll protect each other and kill two birds with one stone, we'll help each other. His words were intermittent. The masked man snorted coldly. Is that all? Is there nothing else? In the unbearable pain, Stake forced a smile. Perhaps, it will even be a good start for our future partnership? The mercenaries in the tavern stared at this scene quietly, as if they were used to this kind of scene. Slap. A palm was placed on the masked man's shoulder. The masked man frowned slightly. Ricky stood by his side and shook his head. His expression was indifferent. The man looked at Stake, who had a pained expression on his face. He snorted softly, then let go of his hand and retreated. Stake breathed a sigh of relief. He tilted his body and rubbed his shoulder with an extremely unnatural expression. Damn it. He knew that he was at a disadvantage in this negotiation, which he acted on his own. But, why? Ricky took the place of the masked man and stood in front of Stake. 18 years ago, you destroyed the Jade Star royal family at all costs and left no room for maneuver. Even the branch families were affected. These words shocked Thales. The leader of the Disaster Swords said faintly, "Everyone in the circle is guessing who the patrons behind you are, the people who want the Jade Star royal family to be destroyed. Now, you are telling me that you want to capture the last Jade Star prince alive?" But Ricky stood in front of Stake and stared at his stiff right arm. What exactly are Teng and the people behind him thinking? What exactly do they want to do? Could it be that the so-called blood of the imperial family, which has been passed down to this day, is really as brilliant as gold and can cure all diseases? Klein, who was behind him, laughed sarcastically. Stake revealed an unpleasant smile. "Honorable Crassus, why do you care about this?" Even in such a disadvantageous situation, even after experiencing such a blunt threat, Stake's courage still surprised Thales. "Your goal is only the prison of bones. Forgive me for being blunt, but this is almost certain to anger Constellation, and King Kessel will not tolerate it. In this situation, on the basis that you can better achieve your goal, you turn to help their enemies and shake their political situation. Isn't this a brilliant move that suits your interests?" The masked man behind Ricky sneered. Then, you completely pushed us to the opposite side of Constellation, and we had no choice but to board your pirate ship. The masked man clenched his fists. Just like the assassin's flower 18 years ago, the Charlton family. Charlton. This name, which he had not heard of for a long time, made Thales sink into deep thought. Stake's smile remained. Sometimes, when you want something, you have to choose a side. If it's not this side, then it's that side. He still had that amiable look that said, "I'm sorry, but this is the reality." He was like a dedicated, hard-working, but helpless tutor. Besides, you've already made your choice. When you hijacked this tavern and planned to break into the prison, Stake let go of his shoulders, took a deep breath, and stood up straight. He looked like a generous man who was about to be escorted to the execution ground. He had a faint smile on his face that caused people to be unable to help but cast sidelong glances at him. "Isn't that so?" The mercenary stirred. Masked man and Klein looked at each other. Ricky still did not move. He quietly stared at Stake. Thales and Quick Rope exchanged glances between themselves by the table. Their leader's silence affected the disaster swords. The tavern gradually became quiet. Everyone looked at Ricky. Stake waited quietly. Only his eyes occasionally darted around to observe the people around him. After a long while, Ricky's gaze on Stake changed a little. The leader of the disaster swords smiled and moved his chin a little. Just like him. The same. Stake, who had expected that he would be questioned, was stunned for some reason. "What?" Ricky snorted softly and turned around. "How funny." Ricky sat down again, as if he did not care about the person in front of him. "At that moment, the way you spoke and what you said were exactly the same as Teng." Stake's pupils instantly trembled. Thales heard the name with short syllables again. Ricky leaned back on the stool and raised his chin. His gaze at the ceiling became unfocused. "I have seen that man, if Teng can still be considered a man. Sometimes he is cunning, scheming, and cunning. Sometimes he is passionate and ambitious. His existence is the world's merciless mockery of human nature." Stake slowly lowered his head. "Are you old acquaintances with the Shadow Master?" Ricky curled his lips. "I have seen his methods and how he does things. I have to say, he is unforgettable." Stake smiled. He was about to answer, but in the next second, Ricky's eyes shone with a terrifying glare. "So I absolutely do not believe it." Ricky lowered his head abruptly and stared straight at Stake. His tone was urgent and resolute, and it was unprecedented. "I absolutely do not believe that my contact and meeting with him is a coincidence or luck. I also do not believe that any cooperation with him will be a win-win result. Even if there are short-term benefits, it cannot cover up the greater losses we will suffer in the long run." Stake was surprised. "Leave immediately, Stake." Ricky's face was dark and his tone became firmer. He did not allow anyone to refuse. "Out of admiration for your courage, I will not make things difficult for your companions who are hiding outside the house." When he heard this, Thales breathed a sigh of relief. "Fortunately, as long as I am not directly involved, I still have a chance to deceive them." Stake stared at Ricky in a daze. He looked at his cold gaze. "Please forgive me. I am not quite sure about your—" Ricky snorted coldly, and his words were short. "I don't trust you. I especially don't trust Teng." He straightened his back, and his entire body instantly turned into ice. He said through gritted teeth, "So, worry about that stupid prince. We have nothing to do with each other. Is that clear enough?" Stake stared at him, as if he did not believe that they would refuse. But there was surprise and hesitation in his tone. "You are alone and without help. The process of breaking into the prison of bones will be very difficult. Even if you are lucky enough to succeed, Constellation will not have a place for the disaster swords in the future." Klein snorted softly and said, "If we were worried about what you said, then we would not be here at all. Also, don't call us disaster swords. No one likes that title." In the face of Stake's solemn face, the middle-aged Northlander put down the longsword known as Darklight and wrapped his arms around himself. We are the scions from outside the tower. We are not a group of bugs in the gutter who serve a certain eunuch of Main Yi as their leader, and who only have the false reputation of our ancestors." As he said this, the disaster swords snorted in agreement. Their tone and expressions revealed their unruly arrogance and self-satisfaction. Stake lowered his head tightly, and his cheeks trembled slightly. Ricky snorted softly, as if he did not know whether to laugh or cry. He waved his hand at Stake. "You can go now." A few mercenaries came forward on their own accord and surrounded Stake from 3 sides. But in the next second, Stake raised his head swiftly. "Wait a minute." Stake seemed to have figured something out. At that moment, there was an inexplicable hint of hesitation and struggle on his face. "I have a rough idea of what you think of the Lord of Shadows, but this—" Ricky shook his head and did not even look at him. "I said you can go now." Masked Man snorted in disdain, while Klein continued to pay attention to his dark light. The mercenary, Sean, came forward. "You heard what he said, Worm." Sean looked at Stake coldly. "Are you going to help yourself, or do you want us to help you?" Even though he said that, he did not have the slightest intention of letting Stake help himself. 2 sturdy mercenaries reached out and grabbed Stake's shoulders, intending to drag him out. At that moment, an inexplicable hint of determination appeared on Stake's face. He raised his head abruptly and looked over the mercenary's shoulders at Ricky, who was unmoved. "What if this has nothing to do with Teng?" These words made Ricky move slightly. "What if this is not some **T cooperation, but just a deal between you and me and Stake and Crassus?" These words made Ricky turn his head around. "What?" As he asked the question, the mercenary's grip on Stake lessened. Ricky narrowed his eyes, as if he was meeting Stake for the first time. "What do you mean?" Stake broke free from the mercenary's grip, and regardless of how disheveled he looked, he struggled forward. "As I said, what happened today, whether it is the kidnapping of the prince or the cooperation between us, has nothing to do with Teng." Stake gritted his teeth, and his expression was resolute. "Master of Shadows, no, Teng doesn't know what happened here at all." When he said this, Klein widened his eyes in shock. Masked Man even let out a soft gasp of surprise. Only Ricky did not move. But his tone changed. "I have to say, you captured my interest," the leader of the Disaster Swords said slowly. "What happened to Teng?" In the suffocating silence, Stake showed a forlorn smile and shook his head in resignation and regret. "Teng is done." Ricky's eyes shone brightly. His body unconsciously leaned forward. "Say that again." Klein and Masked Man exchanged a surprised look. Thales originally had a headache over his future, and was not interested in the grudges between these mysterious organizations. Until Stake's next sentence. 6 years ago on that day. Stake turned his head around abruptly and stared at Klein with slight excitement. "You know, Klein, you and I were in Dragon Cloud City at that time. On that day when the Great Dragon and the calamities descended, we witnessed the upheaval that shook the Western Peninsula." Thales felt as if his heart had skipped a beat. Even Quick Rope did not move. On that same day, when everyone's eyes were focused on King Nuven's death and the ownership of the Dragonscale crown, many things that the world does not know happened in the dark side of Dragon Cloud City, Stake said angrily. The lights flickered, and the tavern became quieter. Ricky nodded. His gaze was focused. "Continue." Stake snorted coldly and glanced at the mercenaries around him. He looked at their various expressions before he said coldly, "On that day, Teng lost to the Black Prophet." That day, whether it was intelligence interception or direct confrontation, Teng lost to the Black Prophet. All of Shadow Shield's channels in Dragon Cloud City have been destroyed. Even something as important as assassinating King Nuven has gone awry. Li Span and the Archdukes knew about the existence of the conspiracy a long time ago. The remaining forces in Dragon Cloud City even escaped the siege of Black Sand region with the secret help of the Secret Intelligence Department and regrouped. We, who are in Dragon Cloud City, are practically blind. We can't even spare manpower to chase after the Walton family's granddaughter or capture the Prince of Constellation. Lampard was even forced into a corner and could only put himself in danger. None of the backup plans we left behind for the archdukes to force them to obey Lampard and frame Constellation. Our plans in the Northland through Lampard have almost all failed. The mercenaries started to whisper among themselves. Thales frowned and ignored the shocked expression Quickrope sent him. The disaster swords frowned together. What? Based on what Stake said, that night. That early morning. Dragon blood. What happened that day? Ricky did not react. He stared at Stake coldly and waited for his next words. That's not all. Stake's eyes were as cold as ice. That day, the Secret Intelligence Department found him. Teng was ambushed in Dragon Cloud City. The Secret Intelligence Department caught him red-handed, Stake said coldly. There was an indescribable emotion in his voice. They gave Teng a fatal blow that severely injured him and left him on the verge of death. At that moment, the 3 disaster swords trembled. That man's forces, including the trusted aides of the Far Easterners who followed him since Mane of Night, suffered heavy losses. Ricky turned his head and looked at Klein. Klein shook his head to show that he did not know anything. Ricky frowned. There was suspicion in his eyes. In the face of his scrutinizing gaze, Stake laughed without being able to discern his emotions. Sometimes, I even suspect that for the Black Prophet, the power struggle in Extet was just something he did along with the situation. He smiled wanly and said tiredly, that night, Shadow Shield, especially Teng himself, was the kingdom's Secret Intelligence Department's first target. Chapter 402. In the tavern, while everyone sucked in breaths, Ricky said slowly, What's secret? What's secret? Thales stared at Stake, unable to shift his gaze away. His curiosity and bewilderment towards that night won over the uneasiness and fear in his heart. Stake did not answer immediately. The man from Shadow Shield looked around. When he saw that everyone was attracted by this topic, he bowed in satisfaction and smiled. That is why I came here today. He slowly raised his head, and a pair of eyes that had instantly become sharp appeared under his eyebrows. Ever since we crossed the sea, Teng has shown extraordinary enthusiasm towards the Jade Star royal family. I guess it's because of his past identity. But during the Bloody Year, he took on a business deal that left no room for retreat and destroyed the Jade Star royal family? That's too much. Beside Ricky, the masked man snorted coldly. Bloody Year. When he heard the keyword, Thales' eyelids twitched for no reason. There must be a reason. There must be a reason why he's so obsessed with Jadestar. Stake straightened his back and responded to the people with different expressions with an indifferent gaze. 6 years ago, as the person in charge of us in Northland, I issued an order. If there's a chance, assassinate the second prince of Constellation who came to visit. Quickrope poked Thales in the dark. Thales lowered his eyelashes and pretended not to see the reproachful look that Quickrope sent him. Why is it you again? Stake continued speaking, attracting everyone's attention. But in the end, this order was stopped by Teng. He even acted out of character and took the risk to show himself, just to prevent his subordinates from doing anything rash. He wanted the prince alive. For this, he even sent me to negotiate with the Archduke of Black Sand region. Ricky frowned and tapped his fingers lightly on the table. 18 years ago, he almost madly assassinated a member of the royal family, and now he's doing his best to ensure the prince's survival. Stake showed a mysterious expression. The change in Teng's attitude before and after can only mean one thing. He raised a finger, and his tone became serious. That prince's existence must mean something. Thales could feel his fingernails clenching his palms tightly. The mercenaries started to whisper amongst themselves. Stake did not care. He only stared at Ricky, who had the highest status. If I take him down, I can find out Teng's secret, find out why he is so interested in the Jadestar royal family, and find out the truth behind why he madly accepted that huge business deal during the Bloody Year. What do you mean? Do you want to uncover this secret with us? The commotion among the mercenaries grew louder. Thales could even hear Marina gritting her teeth behind him. The Northland swordsman, Klein, leaned over and whispered something into the masked man's ear, but the masked man only shook his head gently. until Ricky raised a hand expressionlessly, silencing the whispers around him. Where is Teng? The leader of the mercenaries did not harp on the so-called secret thrown out by the other party. How is he now? When they returned to this topic, Stake's face seemed to be covered by a haze. He and Ricky stared at each other quietly, but the latter's calm expression revealed his attitude and focus. Stake could only sigh slightly. I don't know if he's alive or dead. The three leaders of the disaster swords frowned at the same time. But I can tell you that his situation is bad, very bad. Stake clasped his hands together and quickly took over the conversation. Since then, Teng has not appeared in the organization for a whole 6 years. Even I rarely receive his orders, even if I do, he said solemnly. Including me, more than one person in the organization has begun to doubt the Shadow Master's current situation. When he heard Stake's words, Ricky sucked in a soft breath. So, Disaster Swords Crassus showed a strange expression. Shadow Shield is now a headless viper. The masked swordsman added in annoyance, this makes them even more dangerous. You never know where their venom will splatter. Klein snorted softly. Stake could only respond with an awkward smile. Then what are you doing here? Ricky shook his head. Uncover his secret and inherit his unfinished mission? Stake's smile slowly disappeared. Needless to say, after Teng's disappearance, Shadow Shield is at a critical turning point. Stake coughed. As I said, taking down the prince is the key to solving the puzzle. It is a summation of Teng's actions over the past decade. Masked Man snorted softly. It sounds like you are very dissatisfied with your master? Dissatisfied? Stake's expression first changed, then he shook his head resolutely. No, I came here to save Shadow Shield, who has nowhere else to go, from despair and trouble. We can't continue like this. Shadow Shield needs to be motivated, needs to rise again, needs new stimulation. Masked Man interrupted him again. Or a new leader, I guess that's what you want to say? Stake's words were instantly stuck in his throat. It's been 20 years since Ting came to the Western Peninsula, right? Masked Man said coldly as if he knew a lot of things. He's been Shadow Master for 20 years. Based on Shadow Shield's excellent tradition of changing leaders, his reign is indeed a little too long. Stake's expression turned cold. You don't have to hint like that. I revealed these secrets to all of you because I wanted to win your trust, Stake said coldly. I wanted to prove to all of you that Shadow Shield, or at least the Part 1 lead, is no longer the same as it was during Ting Sheng's time, and we should not bear the treatment and stigma of that time. When he said this, Masked Man snorted and shook his head, while Klein chuckled. Unexpectedly, Marina was the one who took over Stake's words. Ridiculous. The woman in red had a hateful tone. What kind of stigma do you think we can give to a bunch of stinky rats in the sewers? When he heard this retort, Stake frowned and looked at Ricky, but found that the other party did not seem to be unhappy that their conversation was interrupted. He could only sigh and turn to Marina. I'm not speaking carelessly. Under Marina's hateful gaze, Stake said sadly, once upon a time, Shadow Shield was not a rat that everyone wanted to beat up. Once, we also had noble and respectable ideals. The mercenaries looked at each other at a loss. Stake took a deep breath. 8,000 years ago, the final empire was rebuilt, and all the great powers were born. Those in power and those in high positions stirred up countless wars, tyranny, slavery, and oppression. The helpless people of the world experienced famine, death, pain, and torture again and again. Longing appeared in Stake's eyes. So, when they were forced to a dead end, this group of people came into being. They were born of humble origins, their names were despicable, and they were alone. But they stood up and took up their weapons. When they were weak, they used a small force to win against a large force. They risked their lives to attack in the shadows. They used the most primitive, simplest, but also the most powerless and clumsy method to assassinate tyrants, resist tyranny, and fight back against power. They stood in front of the tyranny of the rulers and the ruthlessness of the feudal lords, and let out the voices of the common people who suffered. That's rare. A hint of praise appeared in Ricky's eyes. Compared to those assassins who act blindly, at least you understand your organization's past. Thale's eyebrows twitched. This was the first time he heard Shadow Shield described from this angle. Stake bowed, then let out a long sigh. His gaze was unfocused. Once upon a time, we were the last hope of the poor, the vanguard of the insurgents, and the brave warriors of the rebellion army. With unimaginable methods and costs, we threatened, reminded, and warned the tyrants who were in high positions but oppressed the people. In the shadows cast by the rulers, there will always be a restless existence. It will always turn into the most steadfast and troublesome shield, protecting the people who are trampled under their feet and despised like ants. Ricky did not move. Klein and Masked Man responded with their expressions. The former was scornful, and the latter snorted angrily. But Stake's words were interrupted again. How can you be so shameless? How can you describe despicable and despicable things in such a noble manner? Last hope? Marina gritted her teeth and said, "Scum, do you know how many innocent people had their families destroyed because of you during the bloody year?" Stake looked back at Marina with slight surprise. With a complicated expression, he said, "I can't say that you are wrong, young lady." Stake lowered his head, sighed, and said, "The truth is, after 1,000 years, Shadow Shield, who swore to fight to the death in despair, has fallen into this filthy state day after day as it drifted with the tide and had no choice but to make compromises." He clenched his fists and said through gritted teeth, as if he was indignant, "You're only interested in profit, and you're muddle-headed and nauseating." The air in the tavern was quiet for a moment. Wow, a noble, pure Shadow Shield assassin who is free from vulgar interests. Klein shook his head and said sarcastically, "How rare." Stake still clenched his fists, as if he did not see the other's gazes, did not hear Klein's sarcasm and Marina's snort. Especially after Teng's arrival, our situation worsened, and our situation became even worse. His expression was tense, and his breathing quickened. 18 years ago, he bewitched us, contacted all parties, and launched an operation against the Jadestar royal family, starting from that great assassination that shocked the world. Thale's heart beat faster. My home tavern gave me too much information tonight. Stake raised his head abruptly and gritted his teeth. As the master of shadows, he never leaked the list of employers for that business deal to us, but tried his best to bewitch us into ignoring the risks behind it. Teng put it very nicely. Shadow Shield has had enough of appearing in the streets and alleys, accepting money from a few villagers, and finding barons and officials, rich or poor, to seek justice for the livestock that were stolen and killed in the village. He also said that we have a great responsibility, and we will go straight to the root of the problem. Stake looked around. His eyes were burning with anger, as if he wanted to find approval. He told us that Constellation would collapse with the help of a business deal that had never been done before. This represents the beginning of a new era, a great era with chaos and confusion as its roots. Horsewhips will crack, blood will spill, fields will burn, and fear will sprout. It will be a chaotic world that will allow us to shine, change our degeneration, and rise, just like how we rose 1,000 years ago. The world will remember us again when it wakes up from its dreams, and it will need us again. Stake's words were vivid. Thales could even imagine Teng's tone at that time. But, the list of employers. Thales noticed this word. Who were the people who wanted to see the Jadestar royal family destroyed during the bloody year? Stake exhaled. His expression and tone became gloomy at the same time. I have to say that he is very eloquent, and his methods are superb. He also has the power of a new ruler. Some people were bewitched, and some people had no choice but to obey him for the sake of their lives. Klein showed his contempt. I guess you want to say that you are one of those who had no choice but to obey him? Stake shook his head. That's not important anymore. What's important is the consequences of this matter. Let's see what Teng and his crazy plan have brought us. Stake spread his hands and looked dejected. Chaos? Of course, the war during the bloody year was a mess. The civilians were not the only ones who suffered, but also assassins like us, and even mercenaries like you. If everyone could die under the blades of war, then what's the point of having assassins? During the days of war, if we can't even find a flat and quiet place to rest and recuperate, then how can we talk about buying people over and assassinating them? And that chaos didn't last long. At least, it didn't last until our golden era arrived. It ended. Stake's expression was one of struggle, as if he was going through hell. For a whole 18 years, Ting made enemies for us everywhere. Shadow Shield not only hid in Constellation and had no place to hide, even in the world outside Constellation he had to face the relentless pursuit of the Secret Intelligence Department or their allies. You can't imagine how we lived in the past. Everything was terrible. Stake's gaze was cold. That was a business deal with no winner. Thales felt a chill in his heart. If you insist on saying that there was, after the disaster, Constellation did not suffer a crushing defeat. It did not usher in the golden era of assassins and Shadow Shield. On the contrary, they rose from the ruins. The new king was even more ruthless than before, and the power of the throne was unprecedented. The opportunity we once hoped for with all our hearts and relied on for a living, the endless feuds between nobles and chaotic battles between vassals, slowly disappeared under the new king's iron fist. It was nowhere to be found. The chaotic future promised by Constellation's decline did not come. Instead, it was getting further and further away. It's funny when I say it, but sometimes our subordinates even suspect that Teng, who initiated the assassination, is actually a spy for Constellation. Stake said the last part with a bitter tone, as if he was crying and laughing at the same time. It made people frown. Ricky and the others exchanged glances. Did you just ask me that I was dissatisfied with Teng? Stake shook his head violently. Hatred flashed in his eyes. No, the word you chose is too simple. It is not enough to describe how we feel about Teng. Teng brought this to Shadow Shield over the past 20 years. It was a disaster. The tavern fell silent again. Only Thales was still immersed in his own thoughts. Teng, what kind of person is he? You said that 6 years ago, Teng risked his life to appear in Dragon Cloud City, ran into an ambush, and was on his last breath? Ricky's voice rose, bringing Thales back to reality. Stake nodded politely. Yes. Ricky stroked his chin. His eyes were clear as he chuckled. Let's not talk about whether your words are trustworthy. How did someone as careful as Ting get his tracks discovered in Dragon Cloud City, where you have been operating for a long time? Stake's expression stiffened. Ricky snorted. So, either you are spouting nonsense, Stake, or Ricky's smile turned cold. Now, the person we are dealing with, Stake, is someone who was unwilling to submit to others, and killed his master out of anger. Ricky's eyes were still and cold. A traitor. The tavern returned to a suffocating and frightening silence. Everyone looked at Stake with a strange gaze. Damn it. Stake rubbed the sweat from his palms. This so-called Crassus, Ricky did not move. He waited for Stake's response. A few seconds passed. The latter sucked in a deep breath. Finally, at this moment, Stake no longer had a smile on his face. Instead, his face was cold, and there was a fierce look in his eyes. If you have never been loyal to someone or something, what betrayal is this? When he said this, both Klein and Masked Man looked at Stake with even fiercer gazes. But unexpectedly, Ricky smiled. You must be very afraid of him, right? The leader of the Disaster Sword said flatly, afraid of Teng. Stake's body trembled. Regardless of whether you subconsciously imitate his speech and actions, or whether you deliberately show resentment and dissatisfaction, you cannot hide the fear you inadvertently reveal. Stake's breathing stopped for a moment. Ricky seemed to have grasped Stake's weakness. To you, he is like an insurmountable mountain, a boundless shadow, isn't he? The reason why you want to know his secrets so much is because you can't wait to surpass him, surpass Teng. Stake gulped softly. His lips trembled, but he did not make a sound. He seemed to be struggling. It was as if all his eloquent arguments had lost their color at this moment. In the end, Ricky looked at him, clicked his tongue, and shook his head. Come. Ricky did not ask further. Instead, he leaned against the back of the chair and snapped his fingers. It's time to talk about our cooperation. Steak was startled, as if he did not expect Ricky to return to the main topic he wanted to talk about so easily. Then, Ricky clenched his fists, and there was a cold glare in his eyes. For the sake of possible cooperation, why don't you tell me something about the prince? Thales, who was listening by the side, froze. He tried his best to act as natural as possible. How did you find him? A few seconds later, Steak took a deep breath and smiled. A moment later, a man dressed in plain clothes was led into the tavern. The new guest was dressed in light clothes. He was travel-worn, and there was fatigue on his face after a long journey. But even when he faced the hostile swordsman in the tavern, he still maintained his bearing and pride. He walked in neither servile nor overbearing, and immediately found the person in the tavern who kept his word. Steak was all smiles. Let me introduce you. This is Baron LaSalle Weeder. As he said this, the new guest bowed slightly. Thales moved a little. He subconsciously felt that he had seen this man before. But Ricky frowned slightly. Baron? Klein's face was filled with suspicion. He said softly, Weeder, I remember this Northlander's noble surname. He seems to be a small vassal with a fief. It can't be any smaller. The new guest raised his body, revealing a weathered but solemn face. Remove the honorific. LaSalle nodded and said, My fief has long since been taken back, and my title has also been taken away. He kept a straight face. Now I am just LaSalle Weeder. You are too humble. On the other side, Steak raised his hand and happily added, At present, you are our most reliable source of information and partner, including our path of retreat. Ricky's face showed doubt. Partner? But the new guest, LaSalle, did not have any intention of exchanging pleasantries. He interrupted Steak directly. I have had enough of glib diplomatic words. LaSalle shook his head and spoke straightforwardly. So, I will go straight to the point. A few days ago, we received a piece of news. His face was solemn, and his voice was so deep that the others could not help but listen to him. An informant secretly found traces of Thales' jade star in the desert. Thales' heart skipped a beat. Even Quick Rope did not move. The informant has already followed the target, but because he is short on manpower and is in the enemy's territory, he has no choice but to ask us for help and arrange for their evacuation. LaSalle frowned and said, The deadline for the evacuation was last night. According to the plan, our informant will bring his prince captive to us. As Ricky listened to LaSalle's narration, the doubt on his face never disappeared. Thales, on the other hand, stared at the ground and did not move. But it is already midnight, and the informant has not responded. LaSalle exhaled and said sternly, Because of this, we have reason to believe that he has failed. This is why I came here today, broke the usual practice, and urgently asked for help from both of you. LaSalle looked at Steak, who had a smile on his face, and then at Ricky, who had an infuriating expression. The new guest gritted his teeth and said, Thales' jade star may have escaped our control and obtained the official protection of the camp. We must strike like lightning and take back the target before the army returns to provide reinforcements. We are short on time, and the sooner, the better. Ricky and his companions exchanged glances with each other. Are there any clues? LaSalle nodded. Our informant is a mercenary. LaSalle looked around with a stern expression. The name he uses in the desert is. Chapter 403. The entire tavern fell silent once more. Dean? Big Dean? Bald Dean? Ricky stroked his chin and said with sudden realization, The Dean in Dante's greatsword who is quick-witted, skilled, and has a bright future? LaSalle was silent, while Steak nodded in agreement. Your informant really hit it well. Ricky clicked his tongue and shook his head. Dante's greatsword? Tampa frowned and scratched his chin. Ricky raised his eyebrows. Wait. That means, at that moment, the gazes of many mercenaries, including the tavern owner Tampa who was held hostage, followed Ricky and turned to the other side in unison. Their gazes gathered on Thales, who widened his eyes, and Quick Rope, who had a dumbfounded look on his face. What's going on? Thales thought in a daze as he became the center of attention again. Marina turned to Sean with a suspicious gaze and whispered, "I remember that these two people are in Dante's great sword." The mercenaries began to whisper among themselves. Ricky stared at the two of them with great interest. He seemed to have understood something. In the face of everyone's scrutiny, Thales could only show a subtle and awkward smile. "You really came up with a good idea." Under everyone's gazes, Thales maintained his expression. Without moving his lips, he hissed at Quick Rope in dissatisfaction, "Are you looking for a professional to deal with the corpse?" He desperately controlled his gaze to avoid looking at the human-shaped sack by his feet. "What do we do now?" Beside Thales, the former Prince of Extet's face was also twitching. He put on an awkward expression, as if he did not know whether to laugh or cry. Calm down, calm down." Quick Rope wiped his sweat and put on a fawning smile at the fierce mercenaries around him. "There will always be a way." The guests outside Blood Whistle noticed these small changes, but they obviously did not have the spare energy to care about these small matters among the mercenaries. LaSalle coughed. "In short, that is our target. Even though we lost our initial clue, we still have reliable information from our informant." But at this moment, Ricky shifted his attention away from Thales and Quick Rope and raised his hand. "Wait, this is Mr. LaSalle Weeder." The leader of the Disaster Sword said faintly. Following his voice, the lights in the tavern swayed slightly, bringing up the shadows of people. Ricky looked up and smiled. "We haven't agreed to cooperate with you yet." LaSalle was stunned. The man, who had the air of a noble, put on a stern expression and looked at Stake. "When you informed me, I thought you had convinced them?" Stake spread his hands and put on a helpless smile. "The road to happiness is strewn with setbacks." LaSalle's brows furrowed and relaxed, perfectly suppressing his dissatisfaction. "We didn't reach any agreement, Mr. Weeder," Ricky said with a smile. "In fact, we suddenly welcomed you uninvited guests on the eve of our operation. You wanted to cooperate with us. Even now, we are still very surprised." Clay snorted softly, echoing Ricky's words. The mercenaries around him pressed down on their weapons, looking displeased. Stake waved his hand at LaSalle. "So you must be there in person. I alone am far from enough." When he saw the hostile expressions on the Disaster Sword's faces, LaSalle came to a realization. He understood the atmosphere of the scene. "All right." He nodded and quickly sorted out his emotions. His taut face revealed a sense of competence. Thales found it strangely familiar. Blood Whistle, or should I say, Disaster Swords? LaSalle raised a finger. "I think we must come to a consensus." Ricky showed an interested expression and gestured for him to continue. "You intend to rob the prison of bones." LaSalle looked around and raised a second finger. His expression was stern. "And we aim to capture the Prince of Constellation. In Bladefang's camp, these two things cannot be done separately." Ricky narrowed his eyes slightly. "If you invade the prison of bones tonight," LaSalle said solemnly, "then in just a few hours, the entire Bladefang's camp will be startled awake. Then, in just a few hours, all of Bladefang's camp will be alerted. Thousands of regular armed forces of the kingdom will flood this place like a tidal wave. They will bring with them cordons, search teams, patrols, and all the trouble you can imagine. After that, it will be impossible for my people to deal with the Prince of Constellation." LaSalle gestured at Stake, and the latter nodded humbly in agreement. Thales was even more puzzled about their relationship. LaSalle changed the topic. "Similarly, if we kidnap the Prince of Constellation tonight, before dawn, the alarm in the camp will ring. Any suspicious forces, gatherings, and even mercenary groups will become the first targets of the Constellations. At that time, if you want to attack the prison of bones again, it will be even more difficult than ascending to heaven. The conclusion is very clear. We are like two people tied to the ends of a rope. If we don't exert our strength in one direction, if we do our own thing regardless of the consequences." LaSalle turned around. His words were full of force. "That will just be two futile efforts. No one will get what they want." Ricky, Klein, and the others exchanged glances. They saw the wariness in each other's eyes. "So, Everyone, do you understand why we came here uninvited and late at night? LaSalle ignored the weapons around him and said loudly, do you also understand the need for us to work together? No one answered him. Only Stake patted his left wrist with his right hand and smiled in support. Ricky stared at the new guests with a solemn gaze. He did not speak for a long time. Then, LaSalle coughed impatiently and urged him to speak. You are very eloquent. Ricky gestured with his chin and said faintly, you don't look like someone from Shadow Shield. Or you. LaSalle immediately froze. He did not answer. But Masked Man beside Ricky spoke. I remember now. Masked Man cast a sidelong glance at LaSalle and snorted coldly. Klein, you just said that this man's surname seems to be from a small family in Dragoncloud City? Klein snorted in response. Ricky turned to his companion. Masked Man said faintly, 6 years ago, King Nuven appointed a rather virtuous low-level noble as Extet's envoy to Constellation. He entered Renaissance Palace to seek justice for Prince Mariah, who died in a foreign land. That envoy's name is the same as this man's. At this moment, LaSalle was slightly shocked. But he was not the only one who panicked. On the other side of the tavern, Thales hid his surprise in a low cough. Beside him, Quick Rope had an aggrieved expression that said, why is it me again? Thales remembered now. Him, Thales Jadestar, and LaSalle Vida. It was indeed not the first time they met. So, Thales stared at LaSalle in a daze, then at Stake. Extet Shadow Shield. The people who were here today were all his old friends from 6 years ago. And the only thing that could link the two of them together was, King Nuven and King Chapman entrusted you with an important task at the same time, but you failed. Tell me, Baron Vida. Masked Man said in disdain, for a Northlander, a failed and humiliating diplomatic mission must have troubled you a lot, right? LaSalle Vida's face instantly turned livid. Stake coughed and came out to calm his cheeks. Can we? But LaSalle interrupted him. I don't deny my failure. The former Extet envoy clenched his fists and said solemnly, that is indeed a stain in my life. His voice trembled slightly. And I have paid the price. I am no longer a baron. Masked Man snorted and shook his head. I'm guessing that Dragoncloud City did not deprive you of your title for no reason. And Black Sand Region could not give you any more compensation. Masked Man walked slowly to LaSalle and looked down into his eyes. After all, no one likes a traitor who appears to be loyal to Dragoncloud City on the surface, but secretly colludes with Black Sand Region. He said coldly. The moment he said this, LaSalle raised his head abruptly. The former envoy glared at Masked Man in anger. But Masked Man did not seem to notice. He continued to chuckle and said, so you can only come to a foreign country and be in charge of some shady affairs. LaSalle clenched his fists tighter and tighter. Ricky, Klein, and the others watched this scene with indifference. But Stake frowned by the side. A Shadow Shield assassin who betrayed the Shadow Master, and a Northland noble who betrayed the former king. Masked Man continued to mock him. Traitor and traitor, what a good combination. LaSalle snorted loudly. It's not up to you to judge me, mercenary. He gritted his teeth and glanced at Blood Whistle in the tavern. Based on what you said, LaSalle said angrily, tonight, no matter which side we are on, we are all shameful traitors. At the end of the day, you are just traitors of the Tower of Eradication. Before his voice faded away, asterisk clang. Asterisk clang. Asterisk more than one sound of weapons being unsheathed rose at this moment. Marina already had both swords in her hands. Sean also gritted his teeth and pulled out his axe. More mercenaries took a step forward in unison and approached the insolent emissary with malicious intent. Murderous intent immediately filled the tavern. The uneasiness was so strong that Thales resisted the urge to reach for his weapon. Take it easy, everyone. Stake's voice rose among the murderous mercenaries. We are not here to fight. At the moment when swords were drawn, Ricky raised his right hand gently, as if he was used to it. He shook his hand gently. The mercenaries of Blood Whistle felt indignant, but they obediently withdrew their weapons and returned to their original positions. Their gazes on LaSalle became increasingly hostile. I understand now. A noble who no longer has his glory, but is indignant. He can only do some unimportant general affairs at the borders, Ricky said calmly. He wants to rely on a rare achievement to win back his master's trust. LaSalle inhaled softly, as if he was unwilling to admit this fact. So, LaSalle Weeder, you represent Chapman the First. Extet's kinslayer king. Ricky's tone was slightly solemn, and the content of his words caused quite a commotion among the mercenaries. They whispered to each other, and the shock on their faces was clear on their faces. Thales felt Quick Rope tremble beside him. But Thales subconsciously felt that something was off. Something doesn't seem to match up. LaSalle is King Chapman's envoy, and his informant is Dean. Dean discovered Thales' tracks, so he informed LaSalle. And LaSalle noticed that something is wrong from Dean missing his appointment, so he wants to save the situation? That's not right. Something is definitely wrong. Ricky sized up LaSalle and said, Your king intends to draw us to his side? LaSalle raised his head and showed a faint hint of arrogance. If you can work with us, LaSalle said softly, and bring valuable spoils of war back to Extet together to prove that you are a force that can fight, His Majesty will definitely not be stingy with his rewards and rewards. Ricky raised his eyebrows, as if he was a little surprised. But soon he, Klein, and Masked Man looked at each other and laughed. The mercenaries also sneered. As they laughed, LaSalle's expression became more and more tense. Finally, the disaster swords had enough of laughing. Stake, no wonder you have the confidence to play these tricks behind Teng's back. Ricky shook his head and sighed. When did you and your Shadow Shield get together with that cold-blooded king who killed his own brother? When did they get together? Thales suddenly remembered the day 6 years ago, when he and Saroma saw the Archduke of Black Sand Region talking to Stake while they were in Lampard's carriage. LaSalle frowned hard. But Stake was grinning from ear to ear. He did not seem to be offended at all. As I said, I can not only provide you with a way to break out of prison. Stake raised his hands and turned around to greet everyone in the tavern so that they could see his smile. I can also bring you a way to escape from the threat of Constellation. Perhaps it will also be your choice to rely on for protection in the future. From then on, you will no longer need to hide, run for your lives, fear, and worry. The mercenaries began to whisper among themselves again. Ricky muttered and repeated, Rely on for protection? Stake nodded. By his side, LaSalle straightened his clothes solemnly. Once it is done, LaSalle said sternly, I promise you that you will definitely have a place under His Majesty's command, and with Extet's protection and support, you will not have to be afraid of Constellation's threats and revenge, no matter how big the trouble is. Ricky pondered for a moment. The prerequisite is that we must submit to him and become Chapman Lampard's watchdogs and shepherd dogs? He looked straight at Stake. His smile was still on his face, but there was an undisguised chill in his eyes. Tell me, Stake, what price did you sell yourself and Shadow Shield for? His words were blunt, and even someone as thick-skinned as Stake could not help but stiffen. But Stake quickly reacted. He coughed softly and rubbed his hands together. This has nothing to do with the price, but with the market and demand. Like the most professional businessman, Stake said with a smile, 18 years ago, Tung claimed that he wanted to create a land suitable for Shadow Shield to survive, so he led the assassination that shocked the world. Masked Man snorted in disdain. Thales clenched his fists. Ever since he stepped on the path of becoming a prince, many signs had shown that the Jade Star royal family's assassination during the Bloody Year was strange, had far-reaching implications, and affected the fates of many people. And the source of that assassination was right in front of him. But Teng was wrong. Stake said resolutely, The most suitable era for us assassins is not a chaotic world filled with starving people, and neither is it a peaceful age of wisdom. He raised his voice, and his expression was stern. It is an era where peace and conflict alternate, where opportunities and dangers coexist, and where employers and targets coexist. Ricky furrowed his eyebrows. Everyone knows that we are assassins. We are warriors who take risks and face death with equanimity, Stake said calmly. And you are mercenaries, swordsmen who wield swords for others, or sellers of swords. It doesn't matter what you want to call yourselves. The mercenaries looked at each other at a loss. Assassins and mercenaries, apart from everything else, are both living with their specialties and working for other people. That is the only way to maintain their normal operations. But what do you think supports the survival of the two of us? Money, desire, hatred, enmity, ideals, future, hope, or love and justice? Stake's words caused many mercenaries to have strange expressions on their faces, but more of them began to think in silence. But Stake immediately turned around with large strides and said resolutely, "None of them. What truly supports our survival," he said in a callous tone, which was rare for him, "are the needs that call out to us." Stake's expression was stern as he said in a low voice, "It is power." He stretched out his right hand and slowly clenched it in the air. Power is the foundation of our survival, just like how war is to heroes, and bones are to famous generals. Ricky's expression became more and more solemn. Stake turned around, as if he wanted to convince everyone in the tavern. Those without power want to seize power and seize it, while those with power want to expand and centralize it. So they come to us. They either hire or bribe us, and we use methods that break the rules to fill the power vacuum, or consume too much power. And us? We are a group of vicious beasts that feed on power. We seek survival in the ambitions and grand plans of the rebels or rulers. Whether it is you or us, whether we are assassins or mercenaries, we are born to live in the cracks of power. Thales quietly listened to the Shadow Shield assassin's philosophy. Klein frowned, and Masked Man spat on the ground even more straightforwardly. Teng might be a madman. His arrogance and overestimation of his own abilities brought about his own doom in the end. Stake was unmoved. He continued, but the initial intention he used to convince us was not wrong. We, Shadow Shield, need an era that is suitable for us to live in, so we should take the initiative to create it instead of waiting for the era to eliminate us. And what we really need is power to demand us, a power that is powerful but still needs us. This is what can guarantee our survival. Stake turned around again and faced the three disaster swords. There was an unusual fanaticism in his eyes. That is why we need such power. A ruler who has a country, an army, land, and people at the same time to buy and hire our services and maintain our existence. But he cannot be too strong, so strong that he tries to control us and annex us, just like how Constellation controls the kingdom's secret intelligence department. But he cannot be too weak, so weak that he cannot support us or protect us, just like the pitiful vermilion tail guards of Enlenzo Dukedom. Stake put up a finger, twitched the corners of his mouth, and nodded. This is the secret that allows assassins and mercenaries to live forever. The assassin ended his speech, but the mercenaries looked at him suspiciously. So, this is the power you found for us? The Kinslayer King? Ricky raised his eyebrows. Stake exhaled in resignation. Thanks to Ting, Constellation is already our destined enemy, and Constellation is recovering and rising. This is really not good news for us. In this case, I guess that we don't have many choices left. Stake showed a mysterious smile, as if he had remembered something. And I have to say, King Chapman is a very special king. Besides, Chapman I fits our standards very well. He is strong and powerful. Not long ago, he completed the purge of Black Sand region and became the suzerain of Extet. Secondly, Extet is in internal strife. Although he is at the peak of his power, he is also in trouble. The Archduke is eager to fight, the enemies outside are eyeing him covetously, and the disputes in his territory are difficult to settle. And King Chapman's ambition is unfortunately all-encompassing. He will need us. As Stake spoke, he exchanged a glance with LaSalle, who nodded. Have you solved your doubts? LaSalle asked faintly. By the way, the premise of all the above is that we can live up to expectations and complete the mission today and seize back our target. But Ricky obviously had other opinions. Power is the foundation of our livelihood? He rubbed his chin. Interesting way of putting it. But you left out half of it, Stake. Stake raised his hand to show that he was all ears. LaSalle frowned, as if he was dissatisfied with the group's lack of cooperation. Ricky leaned forward and pointed his index finger at LaSalle. The Kinslayer King, or any other power, will slowly seize our throats when they develop step by step. And when they become completely powerful, they will not leave us with too many choices. His gaze slowly became focused. He will turn you into the secret room and the secret intelligence department who spread rumors, and turn us into the white blade guards and royal guards who guard the door and sweep the floor. If you are unwilling, Masked Man snorted angrily and crossed his arms. Also, once Chapman Lampard becomes so strong that he can ensure the stability of a region, the prosperity of a country, and the peace of an entire lifetime. Ricky sneered. It's just as you said, Stake, a peaceful and wise world is not suitable for assassins. Stake smiled but did not say anything. LaSalle did not move. So, what you want is not loyalty or attachment. Ricky's tone suddenly changed, and his tone was cold. You want to be a parasite. Stake's smile froze on his face. What you want is not attachment or belonging, but to live on King Chapman's body like a blood leech. While you serve him, you will use his power to strengthen yourself, and his shadow to protect yourself. Ricky went straight to the heart of the matter and went straight to the point, and when he becomes strong enough to escape your control, when the muddle-headedness and lifelessness of this world is about to be broken by the growth of power, it will be time to abandon him. You will use the sharp blades and claws he created for you to fight against him, secretly help his opponents, join his enemies, find your new host, and always make sure that you are in between the cracks of power. This time, even LaSalle's expression became very unpleasant. Just like that, you will live on, grow, move, become a parasite, and grow again. Repeat your cycle over and over again. Live with power, and live side by side with conflict. Wherever there is power, there will be shadow shield. Masked Man snorted softly to show his approval. Be careful, Baron Weeder, Ricky said coldly. When blood leeches suck too much blood, they will also suffer a backlash. His tone made Stake and LaSalle's expressions turn solemn. Ricky stared at LaSalle, who put his hands behind his back and furrowed his eyebrows. A few seconds later, Ricky spoke again. But... Chapter 404. At that moment, Stake and LaSalle raised their eyebrows and looked at each other. They could not hide the surprise in their hearts. Didn't this guy just... But Ricky raised a finger again. But you have to understand that this is just a practical consideration. No matter which side completes their goal first, the other side will be in trouble. So, we can only work together. He quietly looked at Stake, then at LaSalle. Aside from this does not mean that we have boarded your pirate ship. Be it me or my brothers, the Scions outside the tower have their own creeds and objectives, and their own ways to survive. We do not believe in *T theories like relying on power. If Lampard or you think that you can use the grudge between us and Constellation to force us to take sides. Ricky's tone turned cold. Then you have made a mistake. Masked Man snorted and said, a huge mistake. The lights in the tavern swayed again. They illuminated Ricky's expression, making him look especially serious. Stake took a deep breath and smiled brightly. I guess this is considered happy working together? Ricky stared at him for a long time before he curled up the corners of his lips. That's right. In the next second, the mercenaries exhaled together and regained their energy. It was as if their leader's words had livened up the atmosphere. Then let's do it, Stake said with a beaming smile. We'll start with the prince. At that moment, Thales cursed in his heart. Shadow Shield, Disaster Sword, King Chapman. The three parties had formed an alliance. Their target was himself. This is not good. Especially when a certain person is sitting right under their noses. The heavens do not respond, and the earth does not respond. In the tavern, the three parties, who were originally in conflict, sat down again to discuss their plans. So, you want to find a prince who was originally in your hands, but has escaped your control again? Ricky sighed. Is it that difficult? LaSalle snorted angrily. Is it that difficult? The former Baron of Extet repeated sarcastically. Over the past 3 months, LaSalle clenched his fists in indignation. For that stupid prince, the secret room and the kingdom's secret intelligence department fought fiercely at the border, and there were many casualties. King Chapman's men suffered heavy casualties both inside and outside the country. They were dispirited and disheveled. From Dragon Cloud City, the city of faraway prayers, to the great desert, everything is in chaos. Even Shadow Shield suffered heavy losses. One of their strongholds in the desert was destroyed by the orcs who appeared out of nowhere. When Stake heard this, he smiled bitterly. Thales felt a chill in his heart. Over the past 3 months, Russell crossed his arms and asked maliciously, "Now, do you still think it's that difficult?" Ricky snorted and looked at Klein and Masked Man. "What we want is the prison of bones, or rather, the people imprisoned there," Masked Man said calmly. "In terms of time, it's estimated that we will activate at dawn. Our people will enter the prison with my home supply truck." The tavern owner, Tampa, put his head on the table with a long face. "Very good, let's see what we can do." Stake scratched his chin and said, On the other side, LaSalle flatly rejected the plan. "We haven't found that prince, Thales Jadestar. Once you attack the prison of bones, you will alarm the camp." Thales groaned in his heart, but he had to pull himself together and listen carefully to their discussion, trying to find an opportunity. "You must delay the operation for 1 or 2 days," LaSalle said through gritted teeth. "Until we find the prince's whereabouts, we must plan carefully, and it will be best if we work together and take action one after another." But Klein shook his head on the disaster sword side. "Impossible," Klein said in a tone that allowed no room for refusal. "We are already on the move, and we must depart at dawn, unless we can still force this boss to operate for another day as if nothing has happened." Tampa shuddered and quickly said, "I have no problem interrupting. I can definitely put on a good show as long as you let." But LaSalle interrupted him. "Prince Thales must be sent to Black Sand region, or else there's nothing to talk about." He was very firm in the face of this. Klein wanted to speak again, but Stake spoke. "Everyone, if we want to work together, then we must understand each other." The representative of Shadow Shield tried to persuade the people on both sides in a friendly tone. "There's still some time before dawn. I think we will soon have news about the prince." Ricky's expression froze. "What do you mean?" Stake flashed a cunning smile. "We have a mole. If Blade Fang's camp finds out about the prince's whereabouts, we will also know immediately." "A mole?" Ricky frowned. "You'd better be more detailed. We don't want to bet such a big operation on an unclear promise." Stake exhaled and looked at the mercenaries around the tavern. But Ricky did not have any intention of evacuating his subordinates. In the end, Stake could only raise his eyebrows. With a mysterious gaze, he lowered his voice and revealed the secret. "We have eyes and ears inside Williams's freak squad." When he said this, the people around him were stunned. Even Thales was shocked. "The group of psionic freaks who came out of the prison of bones?" Masked Man's tone was full of doubt. "Are those scums reliable?" Stake shrugged. "Of course they are. Our mole is one of William's most trusted captains. There's no problem with our information channel." Ricky raised his eyebrows. "William's people can ensure his loyalty?" Stake took 2 steps forward and revealed a cold smile. "In truth, we don't need his loyalty, because he still needs to rely on us to get a windfall and treat his wife and daughter's hereditary terminal illness. We only need his loyalty to his family." "You're using this to threaten him?" LaSalle frowned and said, "Once he gets out of our control." Stake stretched out a finger and waved it in the air. "Of course it's not just this," Stake said coldly. "You know, we have to secretly poison his wife and daughter on a regular basis. It costs a lot of money." The meaning behind his words made everyone feel a chill in their hearts. "Despicable," Masked Man commented in disdain. Stake bowed. "Thank you," he said without shame. "This is a compliment to us." Thales sighed in his heart. "They told us everything from the plan to the details of the operation without holding anything back. This means that they're not going to let innocent people like us leave." Thales glanced at Quick Rope, who had an innocent look on his face, and shook his head. Perhaps they're not that innocent. Ricky coughed to attract everyone's attention. So, you're relying on this to wait for news from the prince? Stake blinked. Ricky looked at him and smiled. How about this? We have another mole. Stake's eyes lit up. Oh! More reliable than yours. Ricky looked at masked man beside him. A constellatiate noble, a rising star under the Count of Wingfort. He's good at fighting, leads troops alone, and is deeply trusted. Stake's expression changed. Wow, a new noble. He took a deep breath and could not hide his excitement. After the bloody year, that's something we can't get. But Stake immediately asked cautiously, forgive me for offending you, but if he's a constellatiate, then his reliability and loyalty. This time, Marina stood up. She glanced at Stake with her usual disdainful gaze. There's no need to doubt his loyalty. Stake snorted coldly and said, that's not necessarily true. I just told you our secret, and do you also need to? But before he could finish, Marina interrupted him angrily, no need. The woman in red, who wielded two swords, gritted her teeth and said, he's my fiancé, or at least he used to be. Stake's eyes widened. Even Thales was shocked. Wait, fiancé? If Marina is the fiancé of a constellatiate noble, then that means. But before he could think about it carefully, masked man spoke in a cold voice, is this enough? Love and engagement. This is far more reliable than the despicable methods you use to control people's hearts. Stake seemed to have understood something and he nodded. May I ask for your name? Marina froze for a moment. She looked at Ricky. You have nothing to hide from your past, good girl. Ricky nodded at her and flashed a kind smile. You have obtained a new life, and you only live for yourself. Marina seemed to have gained some strength from his words. She took a deep breath, turned around, and puffed out her chest. I am Marina. At this moment, the woman in red exuded an unfamiliar solemn air. Marina Norfolk. Thales frowned. He was unfamiliar with this family name. But the others were different. Wait, Norfolk, this family name. Stake frowned and remembered something. He did not have to be confused for too long. 18 years ago, you despicably assassinated the Duke of Star Lake, John Jadestar, in Zodra. Marina trembled. She tightened her grip on her swords, stared at the shadow shield assassin in front of her, and coldly told the truth. Then, you framed his personal guard, my uncle, Cyber Norfolk. John Jadestar. Thales shuddered slightly. That's Starlight, god of war. The people related to him, the Fortress Flower and the veteran Genid, appeared before his eyes. Stake stared at the woman in red in disbelief. Because of this crime of treason, my grandfather, grandmother, father, mother, brother, almost everyone in the Norfolk family was executed by the newly crowned Kessel V in that year. Marina's voice trembled. But she immediately clenched her teeth, and with unimaginable tenacity, she said the following words, except for me. The last of Norfolk. The tavern was silent for a moment. With an indescribable expression, Stake nodded. Now, I know why you are so angry with me. Sean patted Marina's shoulder and pulled her to the side, who was trembling. Stake fell silent. LaSalle looked at them, and was also speechless. For a period of time, only the breathing of the mercenaries could be heard in the tavern. Ricky sighed. Very good. So, now we have 2 moles. I will immediately give the order. He waved his hand. Masked man immediately nodded. But before that, Ricky changed the topic. His gaze followed the change in his tone. Speaking of which, what a coincidence. In the next second, Ricky's gaze turned gloomy. He shifted everyone's attention to the 2 guests who had not spoken for a long time. The 2 Dante's greatsword, over there have been listening for a long time. They should have some reaction by now, right? At that moment, Thales shuddered. Quick Rope also froze. Dante's greatsword. It's over. He still remembers. In the tavern, Stake sized them up with a furtive glance. LaSalle scrutinized the 2 mercilessly with a frown. Klein's observation was meticulous and cautious. Masked man's eyes shone with a faint, cold light, causing Thales to shudder. The two princes knew that their good luck was over. From this moment onwards, the two of them could no longer pretend to be dead. So they straightened their backs stiffly, and bit by bit, inch by inch, they slowly turned to Ricky. It was as if there were rusty old gears in their bodies. "Don't be nervous, I'm just asking, but..." Chapter 405. In the face of the unavoidable question, Thales and Quick Rope looked at each other numbly with great sorrow. What should we do? This was the only thing they could see from each other's eyes. But they had no answer. Ricky urged. Could it be that you need some motivation like just now? When he remembered the feeling just now, Quick Rope immediately trembled. What should we do? In the face of everyone's doubtful gazes and Quick Rope's fearful gaze, Thales could only brace himself and say, what should we do? He poked Quick Rope's abdomen, hoping that he would have an idea. Quick Rope trembled a few times before he awkwardly took over. He only managed to say one word before he stomped on Thales' foot and urgently asked for help. Ricky was amused by their performance. Thales glared at Quick Rope indignantly and said in a drawl, "Actually," he nudged Quick Rope with his thigh, indicating that he should hurry up and continue. Quick Rope glared at him in disbelief, then braced himself and said, "It's like this." Ricky smiled. He smiled very happily. "Forget it," Ricky waved his hand. No one knew whether he shook his head in resignation or humor, but there was a glimmer in his eyes. "Why don't you tell us exactly what happened before you arrived here? Dean's whereabouts?" As soon as he said this, Thales and Quick Rope froze. "T. You seem to be here to do business with Tampa?" Ricky rubbed his fingers as he recalled something. "I think you're here to help him kill someone?" The two princes looked at Tampa. The tavern owner, Tampa, raised his eyebrows. In the face of their pleading gazes, he laughed dryly. I don't know either." Thales and Quick Rope froze again. However, many people slowly turned their gazes to the sack at their feet. A human-shaped sack. Thales felt cold sweat break out on his forehead. What should I do? Soon, Ricky's suspicious gaze slowly turned. He turned to the sack. T. At that moment, Thales' thoughts seemed to have frozen. Ricky's gaze was fixed on the sack as he slowly said, "So, the person you want to kill? At that moment, you're right." Thales suddenly raised his voice, stood up resolutely, puffed out his chest, and raised his head. Ricky, Stake, LaSalle, Klein, and Masked Man all frowned. They looked at the teenager who was behaving abnormally in puzzlement and suspicion. Only Quick Rope, who was next to him, stared at Thales in a daze. But in the next moment, Thales stomped hard on him under the table. Under the intense pain, Quick Rope's expression became stern. In the next second, Quick Rope jumped up. He straightened his body and said with a pale face as he trembled slightly, "It is indeed not a coincidence that we appeared here." Everyone was shocked by Quick Rope's sudden outburst, and they became even more puzzled. Thales took a deep breath and kept imagining all the arrogant people in his mind. With a trembling voice that only he could detect, he said, "TSK, we came with a mission." He looked straight into Ricky's eyes, which seemed to be able to see through his secrets. He kept repeating to himself, "Don't show weakness, don't show weakness, don't show weakness." From just now to now. He needed to find an opening. He had to ensure his own safety and escape this certain death situation. Mission? Ricky savored the word and narrowed his eyes. Is that so? This time, without waiting for Thales to remind him, Quick Rope instinctively crossed his arms. He sneered and stared at the people in the tavern with a sense of arrogance unique to nobles. Of course. The former Prince of Extet gestured with his chin nonchalantly. "Why, Miss Marina, whose story is incredibly tragic, you can't possibly be so naive to think that we are really just two thieves who pick locks in the middle of the night, right?" Marina widened her eyes, as if she could not imagine that the thief, who had just curled up into a ball, would behave like this now. Thales said to himself. LaSalle Weeder. Thales cleared his throat and looked at the doubtful envoy. Obviously, after 6 years in his disguise, be it Stake or LaSalle, they could no longer recognize the former Prince of Constellation. This made Thales feel much more at ease. He used the tone of a certain dead man in his imagination and said proudly, "You are King Chapman's man, but are you really sure that Dean took the initiative to contact you in the desert? Just to capture the prince and bring him back to Black Sand region?" LaSalle frowned slightly, and his gaze on the two people froze slightly. Quick Rope glanced at Thales from the corner of his eyes, and the latter understood the meaning in his gaze. "Please don't cause trouble." Thales coughed softly. Dean's mission was never to search for Prince Thales. As far as I know, not long ago, Dean himself was not sure whether his target was Thales Jadestar. LaSalle moved slightly. This made Stake and Ricky unable to help but glance at the former Baron. "You are not with Dean at all," Thales said in a smug tone. "Tell me, did you intercept Dean's information? Or did you bribe his contact?" LaSalle frowned fiercely. His reaction caused Stake and Ricky to look at LaSalle in a different light. But only Thales knew. He was taking a gamble. He was betting on whether the two pieces of information he heard from Chapman Lampard and Dean himself matched up. If it's not, Thales gulped. LaSalle stared at Thales with a frown. His gaze was solemn and there was deep doubt in it. Thales felt his heart race. Finally, after a few seconds, LaSalle snorted softly. "Both of you?" LaSalle asked coldly with a gloomy expression. "Who exactly are you?" "Very good. I made the right bet." Thales did a somersault in his heart. "Answer his question." Ricky seemed to have decided not to suspect his companion anymore. He pointed the spearhead at Thales and Quick Rope again and said coldly, "Who exactly are you?" As he spoke, the mercenaries took a step forward, and their expressions were hostile. The atmosphere around them was immediately filled with hostility. Even Stake pressed his hands against his chest and glanced at them indifferently. Quick Rope shuddered. But Thales held him down. "Hey!" Thales spread his hands, looking helpless. "Maybe it's time, Quick Rope." Quick Rope tried his best to hide the sudden surprise and bewilderment. He gave a faint and indifferent response. "Are you sure?" Thales glanced around and sighed. "It seems that there is no other choice." Quick Rope's eyebrows twitched. "What choice?" But he suppressed his questions, shrugged, and threw the topic back to Thales in a very cooperative manner. "Then let's do it." Under everyone's wary and suspicious gazes, Thales whistled. Under the illumination of the light, he revealed a cold and malicious smile. "The stars shine, and the dim places are dark." When he said this, everyone in the tavern, including Quick Rope, was stunned. But almost at the same time, the people who heard him had solemn expressions on their faces. Ricky gritted his teeth, Stake took half a step back, and LaSalle could not hide his surprise. But without exception, everyone pressed down on their weapons. Asterisk clang. Asterisk asterisk swoosh. Asterisk quite a number of people had even drawn their blades. "But that's not right." Thales shuddered and quickly nudged Quick Rope. Quick Rope, who was almost scared stiff, had an idea. He continued the second half of Thales' sentence. "The dragon soars in the sky, and the shadows under its wings are endless." These words caused everyone to be startled once again. Many of them stopped their movements of drawing their swords and charging forward. Thales breathed a sigh of relief. "That was close. Fortunately, I knew earlier." Ricky stared at the two in disbelief. Thales, who had relaxed, raised his fist and coughed softly. He chuckled and said, "Yes, we are the Secret Intelligence Department." Everyone's eyes twitched again. This time, it was Quick Rope's turn to hit Thales' stomach with his elbow. Asterisk bang. Asterisk Thales shuddered. When he realized that he had made a slip of the tongue, he was so frightened that he quickly changed the topic. "My mortal enemy." He almost bit his tongue. Quick Rope secretly exhaled and swore that he would never work together with this talkative person again. Silence. Absolute silence. Almost everyone in front of them was sizing them up with gazes as if they were dead people. Astonishment, amazement, and disbelief. The lights in the tavern swayed continuously, and the atmosphere inside also changed continuously. It was suffocating. My name is Seka. As you can see, we are from the secret room. Thales took a deep breath, crossed his arms beside Quick Rope and said coldly, My name is Seka. Quick Rope snorted coldly, and with a hateful smile, he extended his hand and bowed to the people around him. I am Quick Rope. My respected Madame Calshan asked me to greet all of you. Time seemed to have stopped for a moment. At that moment, whether it was Ricky, Steak, or LaSalle, their expressions were as unpleasant as they could get. A few seconds passed. Impossible. Ricky took a deep breath, as if he was adjusting his fluctuating emotions, and said to Thales, With your age, isn't it a little too early for you to be a secret agent? Thales chuckled, and he seemed to have a card up his sleeve. Too early? You might not know this, but Madame Calshan has been taking on missions since she was 8 years old, and she has been dealing with the kingdom's secret intelligence department. Ricky furrowed his eyebrows tightly. He never relaxed his gaze as he sized up Thales. Secret room? Why you here? Steak asked quietly in a low voice. Quick Rope sneered, as if he was mocking the other party's ignorance. Didn't anyone tell you, my friends from Shadow Shield? Thales, oh no, the new spy of the secret room. The teenager Sika waved his hand and smiled at the livid LaSalle. Dean is not King Chapman's spy or informant. He is a member of the secret room. Your information was stolen from him. What this Mr. LaSalle said is not the whole truth. LaSalle took a deep breath. His cheeks twitched and he looked unhappy. This made Thales feel even more at ease. After a while, Thales patted himself in his heart. He made the right bet. As for King Chapman placing spies in the secret room, don't worry, this is a small misunderstanding between King Chapman and Madame Calshan with an extet, Quick Rope tactfully added. He did not forget to make a threatening gesture at LaSalle. Madame will soon find His Majesty to solve this. Ricky frowned. His gaze when he looked at LaSalle was no longer the same as before. Even Steak frowned. You did not answer my question, Steak said in a dark tone. The atmosphere became a little oppressive. Thales let out a puff of air. We've lost contact with Dean for a while. He patted the table, completely unconcerned. So we had to come and see for ourselves. Quick Rope arched his shoulders and curled up one side of his lips. But since we've already heard the news of your conspiracy, at that moment, everyone in the tavern looked at them nervously. Quick Rope raised his finger and placed it in front of his lips. He smiled slyly and said, I wonder if the secret room under the red which will have the honor of joining your operation? Or, can you try to silence us? Thales added with a smile, after all, we might be the only 2 people left from the secret room who were placed in this place. At this moment, Ricky and the others' expressions became even more unpleasant than before. Secret room. Steak's breathing slowly quickened. He turned to LaSalle and cursed in a low voice, You should have told me from the beginning. LaSalle did not say anything. He only gritted his teeth. Thales and Quick Rope stood side by side. Their smiles remained the same. No one knew that both of their backs were drenched in cold sweat. But at this moment, thud. A soft sound traveled into Thales' ears. Thales froze for a moment. Everyone was taken aback as well. Thud. Another sound rang out, and it was even louder than before. But in Thales' heart, it was like a bolt from the blue. There was no other reason. Because of this sound, it came from his and Quick Rope's feet. As they followed the sound, Thales and Quick Rope lowered their heads stiffly, like frozen ice sculptures. Then, they shuddered at the same time. Oh, it can't be, right? This came from Thales, who was stunned. Thud. Another sound rang out. But the source of the sound was already very clear. It was that human-shaped sack. More accurately speaking, it was a person. A man. A man who should have died was lying on the ground with his hand on his throat in pain. Inch by inch, he crawled out of the sack that had been freed. The man looked exhausted, and his gaze was unfocused. But when he raised his head and saw Thales and Quick Rope, he punched the ground fiercely. Thud. With indignation and resentment, Big Dion, the bald mercenary who was resurrected from the dead, cursed fiercely, F***CK. In an instant, everyone was stunned. Be it Thales or Quick Rope, both of them stiffened on the spot. At this moment, their expressions were extremely unpleasant. Chapter 406. Over 10 seconds after Dean crawled up from the ground, Thales' expression was stiff. What ghost? As time seemed to freeze, he slowly turned his eyes to look at Quick Rope, who was beside him. Quick Rope also stared back at Thales in a daze. On the other side of the tavern, Stake narrowed his eyes slightly and scrutinized the man who crawled out of the sack. That is, Dean. A cry of surprise answered Stake's question, and also destroyed Thales' final hope of getting lucky. Many people turned their heads around and saw a shocked Tampa. The owner of my home pointed at Dean, then at Thales and Quick Rope, who were smiling awkwardly. His tone fluctuated. Why are you there? Dean didn't answer. He staggered as he held onto the chair and leaned against the bar counter, panting and coughing. Fuck, Dean cursed again. It was obvious that many of the mercenaries knew Dean's men. In an instant, a low-key commotion broke out in the inn. The leaders of the three parties quickly exchanged glances, confirming that the strange phenomenon at this moment was not caused by the other party. During the brief moment of chaos, Thales and Quick Rope bent their backs and lowered their heads in tacit understanding. They moved closer to each other. The two of them stared at each other, all sorts of feelings welling up in their hearts. Thales parted his lips slightly and gestured at Dean with his chin. Hey, I thought you killed him? Quick Rope was also like a puppet. He stiffened his chin and answered softly with a fake smile on his face. It's my first time, so I might not be familiar with it. Thales was exasperated. You call this unskilled? The commotion around them continued. Quick Rope tried to argue weakly. Nicholas told me that I only need to twist him for 3 seconds. Thales was in disbelief. You didn't check it afterwards? Quick Rope quirked an eyebrow. But you're the one who put him in. Thales' aura froze, and he looked embarrassed. He's clearly not breathing. Quick Rope changed his dejected demeanor, and his face instantly turned fierce. Not breathing doesn't mean. But when the two of them argued in low voices, they both felt their hearts palpitate. They both looked up. As expected, both of them saw Dean, who had just recovered from his injuries. The secret agent of the secret room panted and stared coldly at the two people who had been petrified. His gaze was chilling. Thales and Quick Rope stiffened again. In the indescribable atmosphere, Quick Rope shrugged unnaturally and waved his hands. His tone was awkward. Hey, Dean, I'm glad to see you. I mean you're here too. Good evening. Shall we have a drink? Dean stared at him. His gaze was complicated, and he swallowed the rest of Quick Rope's words. Thales sighed. When did you wake up? Dean looked at Thales with a cold expression. When you were picking the lock, he said coldly. Both of them froze again, and they could only smile awkwardly. But this was not the most embarrassing thing. A loud cough interrupted the whispers in the tavern. Done. Ricky, the leader of Blood Whistle, raised his hand gently and pointed at Thales and Quick Rope. Both of them felt a chill run down their spines. Our two guests, what did you just say? Ricky looked at Thales and Quick Rope with a contemplative expression. As members of the secret room, are you in cahoots with Dean? Thales and Quick Rope froze. Dean snorted coldly at the right time. Masked man beside Ricky snorted softly and said, That sack is probably in cahoots with you. Quick Rope kicked the damn sack away, looked around and laughed awkwardly and dryly. Stake raised his eyebrows slightly, while LaSalle's gaze was solemn. Even if you're doing this to survive, Ricky sighed and said, I have to say, even in my many years of life, I've never seen such a lousy liar. I've never seen such a lousy liar. At that moment, whether it was Ricky, Klein, Masked Man, Stake, LaSalle, or the various mercenaries in the tavern, after sizing up the disheveled Dean in amazement, they cast their gazes on the two princes again. Their gazes were filled with surprise, puzzlement, doubt, wariness, and deep disdain. Umph. Marina snorted softly behind them. And a failed thief. Thale's face twitched. He awkwardly flashed Ricky a smile that was uglier than a crying face. My God. Is there a hole in the ground? The kind that can fit a person? He desperately needed one right now. Quick Rope looked at the sky, as if he could pretend that he did not exist. So, LaSalle, Stake stared at Dean with a piercing gaze. Is he the informant you mentioned? LaSalle stared at Dean from afar and nodded. Ricky then focused his attention on Dean. Wow. Ricky clicked his tongue and shook his head. You're really unexpected, Big Dean. Dean lifted his cold gaze and glanced at Ricky warily. He then sized up the mercenaries around him. I always thought that you kept rejecting our invitation because of a lady, Ricky said with a smile. Now I know, so it's because of another lady. Dean snorted coldly and rubbed his neck, which had turned red. All of you really exceeded my expectations. He swept his gaze over Stake, Ricky, and LaSalle one by one. Shadow Shield, Disaster Swords. Dean's gaze lingered on the last person for a very long time. And King Chapman. LaSalle coughed with a tense expression. All of this is for Extet. Dean snorted softly. The tavern fell silent. Thales watched their interaction and became anxious. This is bad. The lie he and Quick Rope made up at the last minute was exposed by the true culprit. And now, as long as Dean pointed it out, what should I do? What else can I do? Asterisk clap, clap, clap. Asterisk Ricky clapped his hands. Very good, Dean. I believe that you already understand the current situation, and no matter how you fell into the trap of these two thieves, he looked at Thales and Quick Rope, and his expression turned cold. Get rid of these two scumbags. Ricky waved his hand gently. There was a chilling tone in his voice. Let's get back to business. Get rid of them? Thales and Quick Rope's hearts skipped a beat at the same time. They turned their heads in horror and looked at the mercenaries around them. Their expressions slowly turned from surprise to fierceness. In the next second, Marina and Sean snorted coldly and pulled out their weapons together with the 5 or 6 mercenaries around them. Damn it. Thales and Quick Rope looked around. Their faces turned pale, and they subconsciously took a step back. Their backs were pressed against each other. Have you had enough acting, boy? Marina's expression was cold. She spun the 2 swords in her hands. It's time for the curtain call. The mercenaries pressed forward with a murderous aura. In the next moment, Thales and Quick Rope felt a weight on their shoulders. Asterisk clap. Asterisk the. A low but steady voice interrupted the aggressive footsteps of the mercenaries. This time, it was Thales and Quick Rope's turn to be stunned. They turned their gazes around and stared in disbelief at the man who stood between them. I don't want to fall into their hands. The bald Dean, who had just escaped death, had his hands firmly on their shoulders. With a solemn expression, he pushed them away and spoke in a barely audible whisper through gritted teeth. I don't want to fall into their hands. Then listen to me. He did not hide the volume of his last sentence. It was filled with hatred and anger. You 2 damn bastards. Thales and Quick Rope were suddenly stunned. The former was deep in thought, while the latter lowered his head in embarrassment. That's right. Thales' heartbeat gradually steadied, and his thoughts suddenly became clear. This is still the bet I made before. The people in this tavern are not on the same side. Even on Extet's side, King Chapman's people and the Secret Room's people had never been on the same side. They were wary of each other and did not trust each other. 6 years ago, the Secret Room did not stand on King Nuven's side. 6 years later, it was even more impossible for the Secret Room to be blindly loyal to King Chapman. And this is my chance. Madame Calshon, thank God. At this moment, Thales suddenly missed the red witch who had a friendly tone and a friendly smile. She claimed that she was not loyal to any family or the king, but only to Extet. He was sincerely grateful for her persistence and independence. He even hoped that at this moment, the Secret Room's power could be a little stronger, just like the Secret Intelligence Department. The mercenaries in the tavern frowned. Klein also stood up and placed his hand on his long sword, Darklight. What's wrong, Dean? Ricky observed the changes in the scene and said coldly, "Is there a problem?" Dean turned around and dragged the two behind him to face Ricky. "They are my people," Dean said coldly in a tone that seemed as if he was keeping people at arm's length. "It's not your turn to make a move." Ricky's eyebrows twitched again. Many people, including Steak, LaSalle, and the others, were surprised again. Thales and Quick Rope, on the other hand, resisted the urge to tremble, look each other in the eye, and show any other reactions that might expose them. They lowered their heads slightly and looked dejected. "Your people?" Ricky looked as if he had discovered a new world. He sized up Thales and Quick Rope 3 times and could not help but laugh. "Why, are these 2 clowns really from the secret room?" Dean extended his hand and pushed Thales and Quick Rope to sit on the chairs. He then sat down on another chair. "As you can see. So, this is the secret room's internal affairs," he said coldly. Steak narrowed his eyes and carefully scanned the 3 people. LaSalle frowned. "But, is it fashionable in the secret room to put their companions in a sack now?" Dean looked up abruptly. He looked at LaSalle and said sarcastically, "And King Chapman and his Black Sand region are obviously putting moles in Extet's intelligence agencies?" LaSalle and Dean's gazes met in the air, and it was as if blades were clashing. Steak coughed softly and patted LaSalle. "So, Dean," Ricky's voice was still tense and full of suspicion, "you were stabbed in the back by your people?" Everyone saw Dean shudder at that moment. Thales and Quick Rope watched his back nervously. The man touched his bald head and slowly turned around. Dean stared at the 2 quiet princes with hatred. Obviously, they are dissatisfied with their current positions and don't want to be under me. So when the opportunity comes, they want to take credit. Thales forced an ugly smile. "Bah!" Dean spat on the ground. The anger on his face only increased. "But they didn't expect me to be quite resistant to the drug and to have a way to escape. Isn't that right, Secca, and you, Quick Rope?" Thales swore that Dean was absolutely sincere when he said that. He hated them. But he was grateful for this moment. Things have come to this, Dean." Thales imagined the Duke of Northern Territory's expression in Renaissance Palace. He pretended to look as if his secret had been seen through, and said casually, "I don't regret it. Kill me or torture me, it's up to you." Dean suddenly stretched out his hand. He grabbed Thales by the collar. Thales felt a chill in his heart. Quick Rope, who was beside him, instinctively wanted to stop him, but Dean pushed him away with a backhand and grabbed him by the neck. The mercenaries became nervous because of this sudden scene. Sean pulled his shield away and took a step forward. Marina also instinctively wanted to move forward, but Ricky suddenly stretched out his hand and ordered her to stay where she was. The people in power in the tavern were watching this scene with cold eyes. Dean grabbed Thales' collar with one hand and strangled Quick Rope's neck with the other. His eyes were burning. Thales' expression was indifferent, as if he was facing death with equanimity. "Anyway, I wasn't the one who strangled you just now." Quick Rope, who had a guilty conscience, stared at Dean in shock and bewilderment. He felt as if thousands of ants were biting his heart. Dean's expression was terrifying. His face was contorted, as if the 2 people in front of him were his mortal enemies. "Do you think that death is the worst thing that can happen to you?" he said through gritted teeth. His gaze was fixed on Quick Rope. "You don't know that there are things in this world that are scarier than death." Quick Rope's eyebrows twitched. "This was all his idea, Dean. I was forced to do it." Quick Rope trembled and pointed at the indifferent Thales. He acted like an innocent farmer who was passing by a battlefield. "You know, Dean, you forced him too much, and I was forced." Thales' expression was one of indifference. Everyone frowned and looked at the trembling Quick Rope. "Shut up, Quick Rope." With complicated emotions, Dean suppressed the resentment and hatred in his heart and said meaningfully, "You're a coward who changes direction when the wind blows. The only reason why Madam kept you in the secret room is because you have a good family background. But she definitely did not expect that a good-for-nothing like you could be so ambitious." Quick Rope's expression froze. He lowered his head, pretending to be sincere. He did not say a word. After a moment, Dean, who had a terrifying expression on his face, seemed to have finally suppressed his anger and desire for revenge. He let go of the two people in hatred. "It's not that simple. Both of you, the fate of traitors," he said coldly. "It will be handed over to Madame Calshon. She will decide it herself." Thales and Quick Rope did not need to perform. They were already drenched in cold sweat. But they were no longer afraid of Dean at that moment. The tavern was silent. Only Dean and Quick Rope's intense panting could be heard. Countless gazes were still locked on them. Ah! In the distance, LaSalle, who represented King Chapman, sneered. "The secret room is really friendly and united." Dean snorted coldly and did not care. When he heard this, Thales felt inexplicably relieved. Fortunately, at least. Chapter 407. Enough! Ricky raised his voice and ordered the mercenaries to put away their weapons and return to their original positions. He looked at the three of them impatiently. "I don't care about your internal grudges, whether it's the secret room or Extet." LaSalle and Dean looked at each other before they looked away. "The three of you tell me." Ricky's patience seemed to have reached its limit. "The Prince of Constellation, where is he?" Thales tensed up again. Beside him, Quick Rope, who had just escaped Dean's gaze, sighed and patted his chest. Dean snorted coldly and turned his head around. "What does he have to do with you?" When he said this, Stake, LaSalle, and the Disaster Swords all frowned. Ricky tilted his head slightly, and a cold glare shone in his eyes. "That's right, that stupid prince has nothing to do with us. But he is related to whether we can get help from our allies," Ricky said. Stake smiled and bowed at the right time. "So he is our business." Ricky's tone became colder and colder, and it made them have the urge to retreat. "You have always been smart, Dean, so you better understand one thing. Right now, we are in control of this place, including who can come in and who can go out. Who can walk out, and who must go out lying down. Do you understand?" As he said this, the Disaster Swords drew out their weapons in unison. Asterisk swoosh. Asterisk Dean's expression froze. He looked around with a solemn expression. He observed the tavern, which was as sturdy as an iron wall, and sensed the hostile gazes of the mercenaries. "No," Thales sighed in his heart. "There are still too many of them." Finally, Dean exhaled, and his tone became more relaxed. "All right," Dean said reluctantly, "the secret room must participate in your plan regarding the prince. Even if you hand him over to King Chapman, it must go through our hands." LaSalle's expression tensed. "If the secret room is still Extet's, then you should not." Asterisk bang. Asterisk there was a loud sound of a heavy palm slamming on the table. It made Thales and Quick Rope tremble. "That's your problem," Ricky said word by word. His tone was as cold as winter frost. "I don't King care at all." The atmosphere in the tavern instantly tensed up, as if someone was pulling on a thin rope. "I don't care which one of you captures the prince. I don't care if you roast him or eat him alive. I don't care if you skin him or break his bones. I don't care if you kill him or CK him. But do you know, whoever stops us from accomplishing our goal is our enemy. Mortal enemies. And if you become the mortal enemies of the Outer Tower inheritors, trust me, you don't want that." Ricky glanced at LaSalle and Dean. His gaze was filled with a deathly stillness, causing the latter two's heart to skip a beat. "So I'm going to ask you one last time, Dean." Ricky's expression turned sour. Beside him, Masked Man and Cray looked at each other. Cray then extended his hand towards Gloom. "Where is that prince called Thales?" Dean clenched his fists. Beads of sweat rolled down his forehead. "Everyone," the familiar voice of mediation sounded again. "Who the prince ultimately belongs to is a matter of operation. We can discuss it later." Stake smiled and walked between Ricky and Dean. "The most important thing now is to determine Prince Thales' whereabouts. Don't ever talk about how sweet honey is before you taste it." Stake looked at Dean, then at LaSalle. His smile was still gentle. "Do we agree?" Dean pursed his lips tightly, while LaSalle's entire body tensed up. On the other side, Ricky looked at them coldly. Beside him, Cray slowly touched the hilt of his sword. Time seemed to have stopped. Even the sound seemed to have been turned off by someone. Thales could only hear countless heartbeats. As the dead silence continued, they became more rapid, including himself. Finally, after what felt like a century, Dean took a deep breath and slowly exhaled. I met him in the desert, the prince called Thales. His voice sounded a little tired and hoarse. There were too many variables, and I was alone and without help, so I didn't dare to take action. This time, it was Thales' turn to be nervous. Cray snorted softly and lowered his weapon. And then, Ricky said faintly, the prince. Dean furrowed his eyebrows. Thales bit his lip gently. He's very cunning, that prince. Dean clenched his fists. He recalled something, and the muscles on his face tightened. He's very cautious, malicious, good at acting, and full of schemes. He befriended a merchant named Seth Tormerdon in the desert, and followed his merchant caravan into Blade Fang's camp. He raised his head. Yesterday. Thales secretly sighed in relief. Tormerdon. Ricky's gaze shifted. That poor peasant who talks about the glory of nobility all day long? Dean nodded. He still owes me a sum of money for hiring him. Don't forget to get it back. But obviously, his lies were not so easy to pass. But this is not what your information said. LaSalle stared at Dean from afar. He stared at his compatriot, who had secrets about him, and said softly, You said, we have the Prince of Constellation. Retreat tonight. At this moment, Dean tensed up. Even Thales' breathing trembled a little. Dean slowly raised his head. His eyes were filled with anger. I'll deal with you after this, LaSalle, Dean said coldly, no matter how you and your master stuffed the rat into the secret room and intercepted our information. As for you taking matters into your own hands here, be it the lady or the king, their expressions will not be pleasant. Taking matters into my own hands? LaSalle snorted and retorted, You're the one who reported yesterday that you found traces of the Prince of Constellation, aren't you? Everyone. When he saw that it was about to turn into an internal conflict among the extensions, Stake had no choice but to raise his hands again to maintain order in the meeting. Can we focus on the topic? Dean and LaSalle then averted their gazes. Dean. Ricky seemed to be deep in thought. Tell me you caught him, didn't you? We have the Prince of Constellation? Dean curled his lips. He looked very indignant. Almost, he said through gritted teeth. I planned to take him down tonight, and I already planned when to act. Once he finished speaking, he turned his head and stared at Thales. Until these two damn bastards ruined my plans, right before I moved. Thales coughed softly and twitched the corners of his lips. If you had stayed in the sack obediently, Dean, the prince glanced at Ricky with an unyielding look, perhaps by this time, we would have already caught that cunning little prince, along with all of you. Ricky exhaled heavily, as if he wanted to expel the dissatisfaction and resentment in his heart. Stake looked at Dean, then at Thales. His eyes darted back and forth. Very well, then let's go find that merchant named Tormerdon. LaSalle crossed his arms and muttered, Have him hand over the prince. Or pay the price. A cold glint flashed in his eyes. Get ready, everyone. We'll start planning now. Ricky knocked on the table and snorted. We must attack Tormerdon's house and the Prison of Bones at the same time, and both must be completed at the same time. Stake, I need you to be in charge. Following his orders, the disaster swords moved. At this moment, Thales and Dean secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Before that, I need to contact the people from the secret room. Dean looked very indignant as he stared at Quick Rope and Thales. These two traitors can forget about. At this moment, wait. A finger was raised in the air. Thales and Dean were both stunned. It was Stake. The spokesperson of Shadow Shield still had a smile on his face. The tavern instantly fell silent. Ricky and the others, who were formulating their plans, raised their heads. This distinguished guest of the secret room, Dean. Stake gestured amiably at Dean, then pointed at Thales. Tell me, did they attack you to replace or take all the credit for your work? Dean's heart froze. Thales also gritted his teeth. It's the same as you, isn't it? Dean said calmly. Stake of Shadow Shield, the person who betrayed the Shadow Master. But Stake ignored his sarcasm. Instead, he continued asking, and you met the prince in the desert. Because you were not confident, and you were alone and without help, you did not dare to take action? Dean snorted softly. I don't want to repeat myself. This time, Ricky felt that something was wrong. He looked at Stake, then at Dean. What's wrong? Stake waved his hand, signaling him to calm down. But look at you, Dean. You don't look like you're alone and without help. Stake's expression was rich. His gaze kept switching between Dean, Thales, and Quickrope. Even though your two subordinates don't look very reliable. Not only did they wake up halfway through the drug, they even had to come here to ask for help when they wanted to destroy the corpses. Tisk tiskay. Stake chuckled. How pitiful. As a spy, no matter how amateurish they are, there should be a limit. Thales and Quickrope's expressions were very unpleasant. Laugh all you want, Dean retorted calmly. I don't deny that there are good and bad people in the secret room. We are not like the Secret Intelligence Department, where we have a rich royal family that provides endless support for hundreds of years. However, there are too many people in the world who laugh at Madame Calshon and the secret room. You are just one of those ignorant people. Stake let out a soft cry and shook his head apologetically. No, please don't misunderstand. I have never doubted the famous Red Witch. It's just that this made me very interested in your two subordinates. Stake seemed to be really apologetic. He hunched his shoulders, tucked his chin in, and chuckled at Thales. Especially when the mastermind of the conspiracy against you is just a 14 or 15-year-old boy. When he heard this, the muscles on Thales' arms tightened. Everyone turned to look at him. Stake was like a bard, and his voice was full of emotion. Perhaps this teenager, who started his career in the secret room at the age of 10 and has a promising future, is also cunning, vicious, cautious, good at acting, and even very scheming? At that moment, Thales felt a chill in his heart. His pupils, which met Stake's, shrank. *T. H*T. When he heard these adjectives, Dean clenched his fists. The others did not react as quickly, but they soon thought of something while feeling puzzled. Dean's expression became very unpleasant. But he soon realized that the initiative in this meeting was no longer in his hands. Oh right, I remember now. LaSalle's voice rose slowly. 6 years ago, when I went on a diplomatic mission to Constellation and brought back Prince Mariah's body, all I heard was news about the second prince. About how mature he was, how quick-witted he was, and how he managed to refute a group of highly respected nobles at the age of 7 or 8. LaSalle's gaze was cold. Dean, I was almost fooled by you. The leader of the disaster swords was silent, but he made a gentle gesture to Klein. What are you hinting at? Dean raised his head. His expression was unprecedentedly serious, and he was about to step forward. In the next second, a sword flashed. The Northland swordsman, Klein, raised his dark light sword. His voice was airy. And you will die. Dean looked at the blade in front of his chest in surprise. But he noticed that at some point in time, Ricky's gaze on him had become cold, and the masked man beside him was smiling coldly. Stake clicked his tongue. I have to say this. He put his hand into his bosom, took out a small scroll, and slowly unfolded it. When you cut your hair, change your attire, and no longer look neat and tidy, but are in rags, Stake sighed and gently threw down the scroll in his hand. It's quite hard to recognize. Thales lowered his head stiffly and looked at the scroll. It was a sketch. The drawing was of a thin, neat teenager in his teens. His face was delicate, and his expression was indifferent. It was as if he had a card up his sleeve. Please forgive my rudeness. Stake flicked the dust off his body, turned to Thales in a solemn and gentle manner, and bowed deeply. I am Stake from Shadow Shield. It is my honor to meet you with my own eyes. Dear Prince Thales. His tone was respectful, and his posture was humble. At that moment, the sound of people sucking in breaths came from the tavern. The leader of the disaster swords, Ricky, stood up from his chair as if he was facing a great enemy. His gaze was fixed on Thales. Klein frowned in disbelief. He looked at the portrait on the ground, and then at the teenager, whose face was ashen. The masked man's eyes were as sharp as knives, as if they wanted to cut Thales' face. Marina could not hide the surprise in her eyes. She could not believe that the thief who picked the lock just now was the prince of a kingdom. LaSalle stared at the prince with a complicated expression. He stared at the culprit who caused the Extet diplomat group to suffer a crushing defeat in the past. Dean gritted his teeth and stared at the blade in front of his chest with an enraged expression. Quick Rope sighed in pain and covered his face. Thales slowly closed his eyes and shut out everyone's reactions. He did not move for a long time. After a few seconds passed, he slowly opened his eyes. The prince sighed heavily and leaned against the back of his chair. With an indescribable sense of fatigue and relief, he gave Stake a feeble middle finger. F***CKU. Chapter 408. After an unknown amount of time, the suffocating silence in the tavern dissipated a little when an oil lamp on the wall began to flicker. Damn it, Prince. Tampa sighed in pain. Why am I so unlucky today? Oh no, this isn't a good sign. Quick Rope lowered his head and muttered. Ugh. Marina widened her eyes and stared at Thales with her palm pressed against the hilt of her sword. The mercenaries also began to whisper to each other. Quiet. Klein ordered flatly. His gaze never left Thales, but his longsword was still pressed against Dean's chest. Thales let go of all his worries and leaned against the chair as if a heavy burden had been lifted from his shoulders. He faced everyone's gazes calmly. Things have already progressed to this stage. What else can I do? I might as well think about it. Do you really think you can smuggle the spoils of war out right under our noses, Dean? LaSalle Weeder, the former special envoy of Extet who was no longer a baron, snorted through his nose. He glanced at Thales and said coldly to Dean, especially with such a large portion? Dean pursed his lips in disdain. You're just lucky, the king's lackey. LaSalle gave him a scornful smile. Ricky slowly walked forward and stood in front of Thales. He stared straight into Thales' eyes. Thales Jadestar? Ricky curled up the corners of his lips and sized up Thales with a slightly unfocused gaze. You've really exceeded my expectations. At that moment, his gaze became piercingly cold. Just like the other Jadestars. Thales was a little stunned. Whether it was Nicholas, Monty, Dean, or even Stake and LaSalle just now, when they sized up Thales, most of the time, it was as if they were sizing up a prey or a valuable treasure. But strangely, Ricky's gaze when he looked at Thales did not have that kind of meaning. Instead, it was slightly perplexed. It was as if he was looking at another person through Thales. But Thales, who was in danger, could not think so much. He carefully thought about his own chances. Thales first coughed, then took a deep breath. The same goes for all of you, disaster swords. Choosing the most difficult path is really beyond my expectations. Ricky retracted his gaze, pursed his lips into a smile, and turned around. His shadow on the wall swayed in the light. Looks like you completed your mission ahead of schedule, Stake. Ricky cast a sidelong glance at Stake in the distance. It was easier than I thought, maybe too easy? Stake bowed from afar with a smile on his face. Thanks to everyone. Don't waste any more time, LaSalle interrupted them decisively. This is the enemy's territory. We still have to arrange an evacuation. You guys are intercepting the secret rooms. Dean wanted to say something, but Klein turned his wrist slightly, and the threatening edge of his sword stopped the secret agent's words in his throat. Ricky waved as he walked back. Clay and Masked Man nodded at him. Thales observed their interaction. When he saw Ricky's gesture, he knew that he could no longer remain silent. I don't understand, Ricky. Thales cleared his throat and said loudly to Ricky's back. I heard from an attendant that you are a group of swordsmen who are determined to overthrow the Tower of Eradication, right? Ricky stopped in his tracks. Of course, you've heard of us. Disaster swords, Crassus sneered. But you don't know. Thales snorted softly. Is it worth it? The prince stood up from his chair. The mercenaries beside him subconsciously changed into battle stances until Ricky waved them away. The prison of bones, is it worth it for you to give up everything and go against all of Constellation? Even to the point where you have to work with these people to kidnap me and turn yourself into Constellation's mortal enemy? Thales said in a low voice. LaSalle frowned in the distance. Don't waste your breath on him. This prince is used to inciting, but Ricky raised a hand and silenced the extension's words. The leader of the disaster swords turned around again and approached Thales step by step. Compared to the others, who were either murderous or had a sharp, unapproachable presence, the leader of the disaster swords had a gentle gaze and a calm demeanor. He was not aggressive, but for some reason, there seemed to be a vortex around him that was slowly accumulating. It slowly built up with each step he took, and wherever he went, Thales could not help but hold his breath. As I said, you don't know. He bent down and looked straight into Thales' eyes. You don't know what we want. Thales clenched his teeth and raised his finger. Listen, no matter what you want, or who you want to save in the prison of bones, I can satisfy you. You just need to give me a small order. The prince took a step forward and said firmly, Don't forget, I am the Prince of Constellation, the heir to the kingdom. This is your best and safest chance as long as... But Ricky only smiled mysteriously and shook his head. Masked man behind him said in a low voice, You can't. His tone was cold. Unless you are the king. There was a negative emotion in Masked Man's tone that was difficult to get rid of, as if Thales was his enemy. This stunned the prince for a moment. But I will eventually be the king. Thales snapped out of his daze and tried his best to seize the opportunity. And all of you are destroying this opportunity. Ricky suddenly spoke up and interrupted him. I will become the king. I heard this from another Jade Star, Ricky said flatly. Guess what happened to him? Thales was stunned for a second. Ricky straightened his back and looked down at Thales. Even if you really become king one day, Thales Jade Star, when that time comes, everything will change regardless of whether it's us. His eyes dimmed slightly. It's still you. In comparison, I prefer to choose the present. The melancholy in his tone made Thales fall into deep thought. Ricky shook his head. Tie him up and pack him up. The leader of the disaster swords regained his calmness and mercilessness. This made Thales nervous. Oh no. What to do? Ricky glanced at Quick Rope beside Thales and frowned. As for the other person, Quick Rope immediately sat up straight and pointed at Thales with a terrified and innocent expression. No, 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 I swear he paid me to do this. I really have nothing to do with this person. What? Thales raised an eyebrow. Ricky snorted. Very well, then kill him. What? Quick Rope's throat felt as if it was instantly choked by someone. He froze on the spot along with his incredulous expression. The two mercenaries behind Quick Rope drew their weapons and were ready to step forward. Dean could not help but frown. Really have nothing to do with... Quick Rope looked at the mercenaries and forced the word relationship to stay in his mouth. He repeated in shock and in a mechanical manner, really have nothing to do with... In the next second, the dumbfounded Quick Rope seemed to have made up his mind. He gritted his teeth, raised his voice, and instantly finished the words that he was still stuttering, really have no possibility of separating us. Under everyone's strange gazes, Quick Rope flung his arm away and looked like he was filled with righteousness. He stood in front of Thales and shouted resolutely under the latter's dumbfounded gaze, I, Casso, must stay by Prince Thales' side. Quick Rope bravely raised his arm and pointed at the people around him. His tone was brave and fearless, as if he was facing death with equanimity. I swear in the name of my father, Gilbert Casso, don't even think about separating me from the prince. Dean stared at him in disbelief, as if this was the first time he got to know the newcomer in the group. Thales' face twitched a little. Casso? LaSalle's expression changed a little, and he asked suspiciously, You're the son of the cunning fox of Constellation? Quick Rope, who was originally panicking, was elated when he heard that. But he still kept a straight face and ignored Thales and Dean's strange gazes. He faced everyone's questions and finished speaking. Quick Rope said with a righteous expression, "Do you miss him, or do you miss the fortress treaty? Are you Northlanders who don't learn from your mistakes?" Beside him, Thales could only cover his forehead and sigh deeply. LaSalle stared at Quick Rope for a long time before he flashed a smile. "Very good. Then tie this young Master Casso up as well," Extet's former special diplomatic envoy said with a sneer. "It will be very useful." Thales noticed that Quick Rope, who was beside him, secretly breathed a huge sigh of relief. "Well done, my dear Casso. I can't help but applaud you," Thales said mockingly without moving his lips. "What's next?" Marina and Sean gestured, and a few mercenaries immediately followed them. Klein sheathed his sword and retreated, allowing these people to approach Thales and the other two. "What's next?" Quick Rope raised his eyebrows. "Dean, do you still have any secret weapons?" "No matter what weapon I have," Dean said sarcastically in a low voice as he suppressed his anger and watched the enemies get closer and closer. "After being strangled by someone and put into a sack, it's useless." Quick Rope's expression was serious. He curled his lips to show that he understood. Thales listened to their conversation and sighed. "Then all that's left is—" "Wait a minute." Thales raised his palm and blocked the mercenary's path. The Prince of Constellation raised his head, took a step forward, and said loudly to Ricky, "If I'm really that important, Ricky, are you going to hand me over to Shadow Shield or King Chapman?" Thales glanced at Stake, then at LaSalle. "For the smooth progress of your next operation, perhaps you should curry favor with Shadow Shield, right? To prevent them from making things difficult for you?" Ricky frowned at him. LaSalle snorted angrily, but beside him, Stake smiled and shook his head, silencing the former's words. "Your Highness, there is no need to worry. We have an agreement a long time ago." Stake spread his hands in the distance, as if he had seen through Thales' sinister intentions. "Under our careful protection, you will be a guest in our branch for a period of time. Once we clear up some misunderstandings, we will send you safely back to Extet." Thales' nerves slowly tensed up. But at this moment, no. Ricky looked up and interrupted Stake. He said coldly, "We will guard this prince." His words seemed to freeze the atmosphere in the room. Thales exhaled. He achieved his goal. Stake narrowed his eyes. Ricky's expression did not change. He calmly faced Stake's rhetorical question, as if the other party had not spoken. Stake put on a puzzled smile. I don't understand." LaSalle also looked surprised and bewildered. "He made it clear enough," masked man behind Ricky said to them bluntly. "Before we complete our goal, the prince must stay in our hands." Stake raised his eyebrows. He seemed a little surprised. "But this prince is our goal." He pointed at Thales with a smile on his face. Ricky shook his head. "But not ours." Stake and LaSalle looked at each other. Their expressions changed at the same time. "That prince is a condition we agreed upon, mercenary." LaSalle maintained his composure, but even Quick Rope could tell that he was trying hard to suppress his emotions. "Once we get him, we will help you break into the prison of bones." Ricky, Klein, and Masked Man exchanged glances, and they all smiled. "But he is already here now." "Your goal is close at hand, but our mission has yet to be completed," Ricky said steadily. A solemn look flashed in his eyes. "How do I know that you and the people you placed outside will keep your promise and carry out the agreement?" He swept his gaze over Stake and LaSalle. "How do I know that you will not burn the bridge after crossing it? How do I know that you will not turn against us, use us as bait to lure the enemy away, and sell us out to the Constellations in the entire camp?" LaSalle no longer cared about his image. He strode forward and glared at Ricky. "You should not doubt Extet's promise," the Extetian said coldly. But as if it was prepared for him, Masked Man took a timely step forward and blocked LaSalle's path. The mercenaries became nervous again. They moved secretly to block the two guests' path. Just because of the Kinslayer King's character? Masked Man answered with hostility, "Don't overestimate yourselves, Extetians. LaSalle looked around, and his gaze turned cold. Huh, I smell the stench of constellations. Ricky clapped his hands gently to stop this small conflict. I do not doubt your promise, Baron Weeder, Ricky said faintly, but he stared straight at Stake, who had a complicated expression on his face. But I do not trust him. I do not trust Teng's assistant and student. And I do not trust a person who dares to betray Teng. Stake's expression froze for a moment. So this prince will remain in our hands. We will guard him until you complete the part of the cooperation. Until we get what we want. LaSalle turned his head around and frowned at Stake, who was silent. Stake sucked in a breath and curled up the corners of his lips. You know, tonight I gathered so many people at the last minute and took the risk to return to the camp to meet you at all costs. I did not do this to ruin your plan, or to cause both of us to suffer great losses. Stake spread his hands and said with a smile that was filled with profound meaning, I came here to prevent your plan from clashing with our goal, causing both sides to suffer a loss when both sides clash. Ricky snorted softly. So, Honorable Crassus. Stake lowered his head. His tone slowly became tense, and his gaze gradually turned cold. When you have our target in your hands, but refuse to let go of it, you are wasting my efforts today and destroying the bridge of our cooperation. And also bringing about the conflict between our goals. You know, we still have a lot of resources in our hands that can help you, such as the guards in the prison of bones. Ricky's smile slowly disappeared. Threat? Klein sneered and showed his sword hilt. Very well, this is how you should act, Shadow Shield. The atmosphere in the hall became tense again. Really? LaSalle gritted his teeth when he saw that the situation was slowly turning against him. He slapped his thigh indignantly. Oh, please. Thales gritted his teeth and observed the situation. He thought about how he could add fuel to the fire. The alliance between Shadow Shield and Disaster Swords was not that stable. Just as Stake said, they had their own desires and were wary of each other. That was why they temporarily made peace. In fact, the former was calculating and using the latter's power, while the latter was constantly on guard against the former's retaliation. As long as I destroy the foundation of their cooperation, Ricky shook his head. The bridge of our cooperation? On the contrary, Stake. I am strengthening it. Ricky stared at him. Just waiting for your next brick. To ensure that our cooperation will not collapse because one side of the bridge is too heavy. He slapped the table. In the next second, the mercenaries around them, including those by the railings on the second floor, stood up and stared at Stake coldly. Stake furrowed his eyebrows tightly. He put his hand into his robe and clenched a secret signal whistle. He knew that as long as he blew it, the assassins of Shadow Shield would invade the tavern from the weak spots around it. But Stake looked at the mercenaries standing around him, and his expression grew paler. Damn it. The atmosphere became more and more oppressive. The two leaders of Shadow Shield and Disaster Swords exchanged glances countless times. Finally, in the midst of the indescribable tension, Stake exhaled. You always like to have the initiative in your hands, don't you? He put on a friendly smile again and faced Ricky. Ricky snorted softly and did not answer. Stake blinked and waved his hand in a seemingly resigned manner. I understand, Honorable Crassus. If that's the case, he lowered his head and seemed to hesitate for a second. In the next second, under everyone's worried, wary, puzzled, or fearful gazes, Stake raised his head and smiled brightly. I can vouch for you. Ricky narrowed his eyes. Vouch. Stake nodded with a smile and extended his hand to his chest. I guarantee that once my people are lucky enough to invite Prince Thales over, they will not ruin your plans. He brought out a short knife. When they saw Stake's actions, the mercenaries nervously pressed down on their weapons to prevent any sudden attacks. At that moment, Thales' heart sank, even though he thought that there was still a chance to turn things around. An ominous feeling rose in his heart. But Ricky raised his hand gently to restrain his nervous subordinates. What did I say? Klein said coldly with dark light in his hand, they can hide a weapon even in their private rooms. Stake smiled and swung his hand backwards. The blade moved inwards and cut a gap in his robe. Thales frowned slightly. Thales frowned slightly. A mezzanine? Perhaps to prevent any misunderstandings, Stake used 2 fingers to slowly scoop out a neatly folded piece of yellowed paper from the hidden layer of his robe. Under everyone's gazes, he slowly walked forward with a smile on his face. He put the knife back into his robe with one hand, and with the other, he gently handed the paper to Ricky. Ricky watched Stake's actions with a solemn expression. He also took the paper from Stake's hand in an extremely slow manner. "What is this?" he asked with a frown. Stake smiled. "An old letter. It's a letter written to the person you love. It's sincere and moving." Stake's eyes shone with a rare light. "It's a pity that it will never reach the recipient's hands." Almost everyone was stunned and dumbfounded. Ricky pursed his lips and shifted his attention to the letter. "Be careful," Masked Man reminded him coldly. "They are also good at using poison." Ricky nodded. He carefully grabbed a corner of the letter and shook it open. From Thales' angle, he could see that it was a rather old piece of paper made from animal skin. It was obviously not something cheap. As for the content of the letter, since it was too far away, Thales could only see it from the side when he used Hell's senses. There were neat and beautiful black cursive words. Even if he only looked at the general outline of the text, he could still vaguely see the owner's care and seriousness when he wrote it. Letter? Thales was puzzled. Ricky scanned the letter roughly, then immediately raised his head and frowned. Why? Stake seemed to have expected Ricky's reaction. His smile remained, and he bowed as patiently as ever. Look at the signature. Ricky cast a profound glance at Stake. It was clear that he was not very satisfied with Stake's deliberate mystification. But he still looked at the letter. H.N. Ricky's expression changed. He raised his head and waited for Stake's answer. In response to Ricky's question, Stake showed a smug and mysterious smile. That's right, Jade Star. He repeated each letter. His tone was ethereal, as if he was calling out a distant memory. Stake took a deep breath and said softly, "That's the writer of this letter. Herman Knight Jade Star. The former 4th Prince of Constellation." At that moment, only 2 people managed to react. Thales sucked in a sharp breath, and Masked Man widened his eyes. But a few seconds later, many people's expressions changed. Stake said darkly, "On that night 18 years ago, I obtained this unmailed letter from him." The assassin from Shadow Shield narrowed his eyes, as if he was savoring a delicacy that he had not tasted for a long time. "Just after I sent Prince Herman from the tallest tower in Blade Fang's camp." Chapter 409. At that moment, Thales' breathing stopped. 18 years ago, Herman Knight Jade Star, Blade Fang's camp. Ricky's pupils shrank. "You." He stared at Stake in shock and solemnity, and subconsciously glanced in one direction. "Ghost Prince, it's you." Stake straightened his robe, revealed a perfect smile, and nodded. "It's me." Soon, everyone's gazes toward Stake changed. Even LaSalle was no exception. From wariness and disgust, to wariness and shock. Thales stared at Stake blankly. "Let's put it this way. Look, everyone has a past. And the reason why Teng promoted me to one of his assistants and sent me to be the person in charge of Shadow Shield in Dragon Cloud City," Stake said with a smile. He spread his hands and flashed a strange smile. "There's a reason." He turned to Thales, still smiling. But the prince only felt that this man's smile suddenly became chilling. A long time ago, the Bloody Year was just a label in Thales' mind, a backdrop. Only when he talked to others about it would he occasionally bring up the background of that era in a conversation that had a sense of history and vicissitudes. He was shocked by Gilbert's narration, sentimental in the Jade Star family tomb, and sighed for Willow's fate. He was surprised when he passed by Raymond Pass, angry when he heard King Nuven's story, puzzled when he listened to the Old Crow's discussion, and melancholy when he passed by Ghost Prince Tower. But Thales had never been in close contact with the Bloody Year of that era. It even gave him a misconception. That's all in the past. War, assassinations, conspiracies, death, and bloodshed. All these things that happened from year 660 to year 661 of the calendar of eradications seemed to have happened behind a curtain. They were like history, legends, and stories. It was only at this moment, when Thales looked at Stake, at the true culprit of that year, at the curve of his lips and the fanaticism in his eyes, that he suddenly understood. He had been living under the shadow of that bloody year. Damn it! LaSalle could no longer maintain his noble demeanor. He clenched his fists in front of his chest and stared at his companion in shock. Masked Man's eyes bulged. He stared at Stake with bloodshot eyes and trembled slightly. The mercenaries were in an uproar. But Stake did not care about them. Is this guarantee enough? Stake stared at Ricky and the latter's solemn expression. Do you still think that I will betray all of you to Blade Fang's camp, doubt my stand against Constellation, or doubt my integrity? Stake sneered and pointed at the letter in Ricky's hand. If the above happens, then use it. Send me to the list that Kessel and the Black Prophet missed out on. Send me to the Secret Intelligence Department's endless search and pursuit. The entire tavern fell silent. It felt like a century had passed. Ricky took a deep breath to calm himself down. Not bad. He nodded with difficulty, as if there was a heavy weight hanging on his neck. It is indeed a substantial guarantee. Let your people in. Ricky seemed a little touched. He folded the letter again and carefully tucked it into his bosom. His voice was a little gloomy. After we take the prince away, we still have a lot of things to do. Thales felt a chill in his heart. Stake smiled sincerely. He bowed respectfully. It is my pleasure. At that moment, Thales watched in a daze as Ricky waved at his subordinates. He watched Stake take out a whistle in a pleased manner and blow it silently. Under Ricky's orders, Marina and Sean walked towards the three of them with furrowed brows. The prince's shock and fear still lingered in his heart. Herman. The fourth prince. The ghost prince, he suddenly remembered Old Hammer's sigh. He landed face first, but soon, the sin of Hell's river surged through his body. With a shudder, the absent-minded Thales immediately snapped out of his daze. No, he raised his head in a daze. Ricky's sternness, Stake's smile, and LaSalle's solemnity were all in his eyes at that moment. Thales panted as he watched the people from Disaster Swords hand over his ownership to Shadow Shield. His heart tensed up. No, it's not over yet. Shadow Shield, I can't go with them. Thales thought and gritted his teeth. He turned his head and observed his surroundings. Then, with a firm expression, Thales whispered to Dean and Quickrope behind him. Cover me. Quickrope, who was also panicking, frowned. What? Dean, on the other hand, looked at Thales' gaze and guessed his intentions. He could not help but say, Are you crazy? Thales clenched his fists. He stared at Stake's satisfied expression from afar. Trust me, Thales said through gritted teeth. Their secret conversation ended there, because Marina had already arrived behind Thales. The prince pushed Dean and Quickrope aside and took the lead to meet Marina and the mercenaries behind her. Put your hands behind your back, your highness, and it won't hurt so much. Marina said coldly to Thales. There was a malicious look in her eyes. But Thales snorted softly and slowly approached Marina. Marina, am I right? I think you must be very angry right now. The prince sighed and said, Your whole family was wronged and died with a crime they should not have committed. Today, your actions will make that crime a reality. Marina trembled slightly. She clenched her fists and took a deep breath. Jadestar? Marina snorted softly and went forward. She stared at Thales at a close distance and said disdainfully, You look no different from a normal person, don't you? Her gaze slowly turned cold. What makes you so important that even if you shed a drop of blood, countless innocent people will die with you? Thales took a step closer and winked playfully. Maybe it's because our blood glows? Marina frowned when she sensed the provocation in his words. Asterisk clang. Asterisk Thales felt a chill in his heart. The swordswoman in red drew the sword in her right hand and slowly raised it from the side of her body to approach the prince's face. Marina sneered, Then let us see your... I'm sorry, Thales put on a stern face and abruptly said. She probably did not expect him to surrender so quickly. Marina was slightly stunned. What? Thales sighed and said, Blame Kurtz. Go blame Kurtz. She's the one who taught me. Marina frowned in puzzlement. Kurtz. However, in the next moment, Marina felt the prince seize her sword-wielding wrist. Marina's combat instincts, which had been trained for many years, made her instinctively want to swing her wrist with a backhand. However, a strong force erupted from Thales' hand and pulled her forward. Marina, who instantly lost her balance, felt a chill in her heart. This force is far from what this thin and weak teenager before me can produce. Marina was about to raise her elbow to fight back, but what happened next was far beyond her expectations. Thales took a step forward as if he was dancing and pulled the swordswoman in red into his arms. In that second, Marina felt the prince's bright and lively eyes suddenly widen. Even his eyelashes could be seen clearly. He was so close that she could see his pupils. Her lips trembled slightly, and she touched another piece of softness. It's a little dry, a little rough, and a little warm? Marina was slightly stunned. In the next moment, that piece of softness moved slightly and covered her lower lip. It brought about an even stranger sensation. It's smooth, moist, and warmer? This is gray. His eyes. At that moment, Marina looked at the prince's eyes at close range, and this thought popped up in her head. It's gray. It's really rare. At that moment, everyone who saw this scene was stunned. But just a fraction of a second later, poor Marina realized the situation she was in. No, no. In an instant, the shocked and angry Marina pressed her palm against Thales' chest and pushed the prince's face away from her. Asterisk slap. Asterisk under the surprised gazes of the people around her, the exasperated Marina gave Thales a hard slap with the back of her hand. The poor prince staggered backwards, but he did not forget to squeeze out a smile before he turned around and ran. Marina felt the lingering sensation on her lips and the gazes around her. Humiliation and anger surged in her heart at the same time. She was actually, her face contorted. She raised the sword in her right hand and said angrily, You be **starred, huh? Marina, who was about to hit him on the back, looked at her empty right hand and was stunned. Where's my sword? Thank you. The prince's words traveled to her along with the sound of the wind as he turned around. At that moment, Sean, who was behind Marina, turned pale with fright. Be careful. It was only then that Marina snapped out of her daze. At some point in time, one of her twin swords had already appeared in Thales' hands. As the prince charged forward without any distractions, it erupted with an indescribable speed and stabbed towards Ricky at the center of the tavern. Before the mercenaries in the distance could react, Sean and the others, who were the first to witness the situation, drew their swords in shock and anger. However, they were stopped by Dean and Quickrope, who were already prepared for this. They blocked their way. **T. Marina only had time to think about this. On the other side, **whoosh. Thales gritted his teeth, raised his long sword horizontally, and moved his feet. He felt the strong sound of the wind brought about by the sin of Hell's River as he charged forward. There was only one person in his eyes. Ricky frowned and raised his head to look at Thales, who suddenly attacked. The sudden turn of events startled everyone, but the battle-hardened warriors reacted extremely quickly. Klein flipped his wrist, and with an even faster speed, dim light pierced towards Thales from the side. Boom. The sin of Hell's River poured down like a river and filled Thales' legs. The power of eradication, which was imitated from the twist of fate, poured out, and as his joints rubbed against each other violently, it pushed Thales' trajectory away. He bypassed Klein's interception. Klein cried out in surprise, but he could only let the tip of his sword slash past the side of Thales' legs. Thales felt the intense pain in his knees and ankles. He roared and broke through the interception that was impossible to break at all costs, and swung his sword at the unarmed Ricky. There were too many of them. Too many. He only had this one chance. He had to seize it. He had to. In front of him, A hint of surprise appeared in Ricky's eyes. Beautiful move. Ricky only had time to say 2 words. Thale's sword suddenly arrived in front of his eyes. His sword stabbed into Ricky's chest. Asterisk bang. Asterisk in the next moment, Thales felt as if he had crashed into a huge vortex. A turbulent force came from all directions, pressing down on his sword-wielding arm. The prince could not help but fall forward, and he could no longer control the sword in his hand. Oh no. He only had time to think that. Asterisk bang. Asterisk in the next second, Thale's vision blurred. He felt pain in his knees and elbows, and he fell to the ground. Thales grunted and pushed himself up, but he felt a chill on his neck. He looked up in shock. At some point in time, the sword he snatched from Marina was already in Ricky's hand. Thales was stunned. How can this be? The leader of the disaster swords had an indifferent expression on his face. He knelt on one knee and pressed the tip of his sword against Thale's neck. On the other side, Quick Rope and Dean, who were subdued by the mercenaries, sighed at the same time. Beautiful move. Ricky, who had defeated Thales with 1 move, sneered and finished the second half of his sentence. Stupid idea. Chapter 410. Marina's blade was very cold, especially when it was pressed against his throat. Thales could feel himself improving ever since he was forced to be sandwiched between the Star Killer and the Raven of Death. In the end, all 3 parties used up their trump cards. His reaction to actual combat was better, his movements were faster, and his power of eradication flowed more freely. But Thales looked at Ricky's indifferent expression and his relaxed attitude. He had no choice but to move his neck along with the other party's blade. Damn it. From the prince's sudden attack to Ricky's successful counterattack, both parties had only exchanged blows once. The sudden change only lasted for less than 2 seconds. Quick Rope and Dean, who were covering for Thales, were pinned to the ground by multiple opponents. They could not move, and their faces were in pain. Many of the mercenaries were still prepared to fight. They watched in surprise as the situation turned around in an instant. Clearly, someone needs to teach our prince when and what not to do. Klein snorted in disdain from the side. He sheathed dim light, which was as fast as lightning. I told you. The former Baron LaSalle, who had calmed down after the shock, looked at the disaster swords around him in dissatisfaction. This prince is very troublesome. Stake frowned at Thales, who had failed in his counterattack. Restless little fellow, isn't he? Bastard. Marina gritted her teeth. Her face was red as she held her sword and walked forward. She was prepared to take down the bold prince and teach him a lesson. But at that moment, asterisk slap. Asterisk the prince turned over without a care. He stretched out his right arm and firmly grasped his enemy's sword hand. Ricky's expression changed. He looked at Thales in surprise. Even Marina's footsteps paused. Hey, disaster swords. Thales' arm muscles tensed. He pushed the sword away from his throat with all his might. His voice trembled slightly as he wrestled with Ricky. It's not over yet. However, at that moment, the prince felt that Ricky's wrist was like a 1,000-year-old tree that had taken root, or a huge rock that weighed 10,000 pounds. It could not be pushed away, nor could it be shaken. I heard that you're very interested in Black Sword, right? Thales tried his best not to think about the cold sword on his neck. He forced a smile. Unfortunately, I'm also very interested in him. Ricky watched Thales struggle like a cornered beast and frowned. He seemed very dissatisfied. A smart person should know when to give up. Following Ricky's words, a strange power flowed out from his wrist. Thales' expression suddenly changed. At that moment, Ricky's power of eradication flowed into his entire body through Thales' palm. Thales felt as if he had been thrown into a cauldron, covered with a lid, and set on a flame. Scalding hot. It stung. It was heavy. In a trance, his blood emitted an uneasy muffled sound. His skin was slightly irritated, and the bones in his body couldn't move at all. It was as if someone was tightly clamping him down and putting him under great pressure. With Thales' hell senses, the power of eradication in Ricky's body was like countless deep whirlpools that devoured everything in its endless, rolling undercurrents. Once one fell into it, there was no way to escape or leave. "What is this?" Thales thought in agony. At that moment, Ricky's cold voice slowly traveled into Thales' ears. "Such as you." Ricky watched with satisfaction as Thales' face turned from red to white. His breathing froze, and he watched as Thales' eyes lost focus under his terrifying power. Thales trembled slightly, and his grip loosened. Every time, Ricky pursed his lips and thought in a bored and indifferent manner. It's the same every time. When their power of eradication surged into their opponent's body. He shook his head in disdain. But just as Ricky was about to push away the powerless Thales, the prey under his sword suddenly trembled slightly. Asterisk thud. Asterisk under everyone's gazes, the prince, who was already at the end of his tether, suddenly sucked in a sharp breath, extended his left hand, and grabbed Ricky's collar tightly. Ricky's pupils instantly shrank. Thales gritted his teeth and exerted force in his hand to close the distance between them. Ricky stared at Thales in a daze and asked in slight doubt, You can still move? As a leader, you are indeed very special, Ricky." Thales' breathing became more rapid. Sweat broke out on his forehead, but his face was flushed, and his words were smooth. "They are all cold and violent, but you," Ricky shuddered violently. "What?" "Yours is scorching, oppressive, heavy, and blots out the sun. It's like a terrifying whirlpool that you can't escape from." Thales smiled with his forehead drenched in sweat. He felt the power of eradication in his body surge inch by inch, as if it had a mind of its own, expelling and clearing the foreign power that invaded his body. But that ominous energy is still the same. The disaster swords. The power of eradication began to spread in Thales' mind. It was boiling and excited. When he heard Thales' words, Ricky widened his eyes in shock. "How did you?" Thales gripped Ricky's wrist and collar tightly. He resisted the influence of the power of eradication on him, and suppressed the urge and desire to immediately counterattack. "Damn it. Not enough. Not enough. I still don't believe it." As he thought, Thales grunted with his forehead drenched in sweat. He observed the characteristics of Ricky's power of eradication. Just like how he imitated the twist of fate not too long ago, he urged the power in his body to change. Scorching. As Thales thought about this, the sin of hell's river in his body began to flow on its own. It emitted a terrifyingly high temperature in his senses. Oppressive. The power of eradication roared and covered his blood vessels, muscles, bones, and almost all his tissues. It was like a dark cloud blotting out the sun, leaving not a single gap. Heavy. An inexplicable pressure descended on Thales' body. As the power changed, it became more obvious, as if it had substance. It blotted out the sun. Soon, the sin of hell's river spun around a center, as if it wanted to tear him apart, but also as if it wanted to devour everything. At that moment, Thales had the illusion that no matter what kind of attack it was, as long as he was still immersed in the vortex formed by the power of eradication, he could easily withstand it. Thales exhaled in pain. He could vaguely hear his body protesting against the chilling sounds of friction, as if it was a machine that could not bear the weight of a heavy load. No one knew that in less than a second, he had experienced the terrifying ups and downs from the peak of a mountain to a deep valley, and then from the depths of the earth to the clouds. Compared to the twist of fate, which he was almost familiar with, this time, the transformation of the sin of hell's river gave him a greater burden and cost than he imagined. But Thales tried his best to pull himself together and looked at the enemy in front of him. The teenager took a deep breath and tightened his grip on Ricky's wrist. He smiled as if he had been relieved of a burden. Just like this. Soon, the newborn sin of hell's river, which had completed the transformation in his days, poured into Ricky's body. At first, Ricky looked puzzled, but as the unusually familiar power gradually surged into his body, the man's breathing became more rapid. "This is scorching, oppressive, heavy." blotting out the sky. Just like. As he looked at Thale's smile and sensed the feeling coming from his body, there were no words that could describe Ricky's current expression. No, he widened his eyes and shook his head subconsciously, as if he could not believe what was happening before his eyes. Impossible! Thales coughed in pain, and the young power of eradication immediately dissipated. His hand left Ricky's collar and fell limply to the ground. The onlookers did not know what was going on. As they listened to the conversation between the two, they were surprised and bewildered. The anxious Sean wanted to walk forward, but Ricky waved him away. "What's wrong, Ricky?" Klein asked tentatively. But the leader of the Disaster Swords only shook his head slightly and did not answer. He was still immersed in disbelief and surprise. "I know." Thales looked as if he was on the verge of death. His expression was dazed, and he forced himself to stay awake. He gritted his teeth and said, "I know why all of you want Black Sword." Ricky's shock slowly disappeared, but his frown deepened. He began to face the truth before him. "For you?" Crassus of the Disaster Swords asked in a low voice. But Thales only sucked in a deep breath and shook his head. "Believe me, Ricky, you don't want Black Sword." The prince's face was full of exhaustion. "You want me. I'm the one you really need." The teenager fixed his gaze on the man. "Me." The lights in the tavern were much dimmer than before, making Ricky's expression look incredibly solemn. On the other side, Stake of Shadow Shield coughed to remind the Disaster Swords. "What are they doing?" LaSalle urged impatiently. "Are they chatting?" Masked Man looked at Ricky worriedly. He watched as he suppressed the prince but did not move. "Ricky, we should take action," he waved at Sean and Marina. The latter two walked forward cautiously or with gritted teeth. But Ricky suddenly raised his head. "Sepa." The leader of the Disaster Swords had never been so serious before. He looked coldly at his subordinates, who were prepared to come forward to capture the prince, and said coldly, "All of you." The mercenaries were stunned. But before they could react, Ricky withdrew the sword in his right hand, grabbed Thale's collar with his powerful left hand, lifted him up from the ground, and slammed him on the table beside him. Asterisk bang. Asterisk amid the loud noise, Thales lay on the table in pain and moaned. But before he could react, Ricky turned his sword around, sliced through the air, and stabbed at his head. Asterisk whoosh. Asterisk Thales' mind went blank. Asterisk thud. Asterisk a muffled sound rose. The tip of the sword grazed past Thales' scalp and was embedded deeply into the table. It was only an inch away from Thales' forehead. The prince glanced at the cold glare of the sword through the corner of his eye. His heart pounded, and he stared at Ricky's eyes in shock. "Hey, be careful." Stake widened his eyes, extended his hand, and cried out, "We don't want to get a corpse." But Ricky ignored him. Masked Man coldly blocked Stake's path, not letting him take even a single step forward. The leader of the Disaster Swords slowly bent down and approached the shocked Thales. "Tell me." His hand was still on the hilt of his sword. He twisted the blade, and it made a terrifying scraping sound against the pierced wood. "Your Highness, you arrogant prince." Ricky enunciated each word clearly. "Have you tasted death before?" His eyes were as cold as ice. Even the light reflected in his pupils was filled with coldness. At that moment, Masked Man and Klein widened their eyes and looked at each other at a loss. It was as if they knew something. Thales stared into Ricky's eyes and digested his words. The taste of death. Ricky understood. Thales breathed a sigh of relief in his heart. He had achieved his goal. But obviously the others did not understand. "Honorable Crassus, forgive me for being blunt. He might have angered you, but the prince in your hands is very valuable." Stake seemed to be worried about the hidden meaning in Ricky's tone. He raised his hands anxiously. "If you are dissatisfied with him," Ricky suddenly turned around. He glared at Thales and shouted fiercely. "Shut up." Stake was rendered speechless. The rest of his words were stuck in his mouth. In the next second, Ricky turned around and continued to stare at Thales on the table. He said sternly, "Answer me, Prince." His breathing quickened. Have you seen death before? At that moment, Ricky was like a fierce beast with sharp claws and a long beard. He no longer had the indifference he had when they first met. Thales frowned. His thoughts drifted away. Only those who have survived death have the right to use and control it. At the moment it fused with you, you wandered between life and death, and the boundary between life and death became blurred. As he mulled over the past, the prince recovered the energy he had used just now and clenched his fists. And Ricky still held him hostage. He did not relax in the slightest. The whispers in the tavern slowly disappeared. Although the mercenaries were puzzled, they still stayed in their positions and waited for their leader's decision. A few seconds passed. Of course. The prince gritted his teeth. His breathing was chaotic. I have seen it before. More than you can imagine. Ricky's frown slowly disappeared. But you're alive, he said slowly. His anger and shock slowly disappeared. It was not a question. Yes. Thales repeated his words. His smile was forced. Although I can't remember clearly, but... Thales took a deep breath and did not look at the blade of the sword that stopped next to his forehead. Yes, I'm back. I'm back every time. He raised his trembling right hand and pointed at his chest. Together with it, Ricky's frown disappeared completely. He no longer twisted the blade on the table. How did you know? His tone was cautious. About, Ricky's gaze followed Thales' finger. He said the next words solemnly and sternly, it. Thales exhaled laboriously. Don't forget, I am a Jade Star. The prince smiled weakly. We know everything. Ricky's expression froze. He narrowed his eyes. Jade Star? Horus Jade Star? Ricky took a deep breath. His tone became downcast along with his head. Is it him? Who learned all of this from the Tower of Eradication? Thales was slightly stunned. What? Whether it's him or not? Thales gulped. He was determined to get through the crisis before him first. But you want me? He stared straight at the slightly confused Ricky. You want me more than anything else. Because I represent the miracle and opportunity that all of you have been dreaming of. Thales repeated their words in a low voice. The end of the old era and the beginning of the new era. As Thales spoke, the confusion on Ricky's face slowly faded. He looked up. Yes. Ricky looked at the prince in front of him, sighed, and said in relief, I want you. There was a profound meaning in his words. In the next second, Ricky exerted force with his right hand, pulled the blade out from the table, and turned to the others. Thales was left alone, lying on the table, panting in shock. Take him down. Be polite. Ricky brandished his sword and tossed it back to Marina, who was staring at Thales unblinkingly and indignantly. Sean nodded and walked forward. Get ready. At that moment, it was as if Ricky had become the calm and indifferent leader from before. We will begin the next step. Klein and Masked Man looked at each other. They glanced at Thales uneasily and nodded in unison. The mercenaries started to move. Stake coughed to remind them of his existence. Since we have subdued this mischievous prince, let us take him away, at least to a safe place. But Ricky suddenly raised his head and interrupted him. The prince must stay in our hands as a pledge. Stake could not help but be stunned by his firm words. Only when we complete our goal and leave the camp, Ricky said lightly, will I hand him over to you. When he said this, both Stake and LaSalle widened their eyes. Thales exhaled and felt slightly at ease. Finally, Quick Rope and Dean, who were subdued on the ground, became even more confused. Just like the mercenaries, they did not know what was going on. Wait! Stake stared at Ricky from afar. His tone was filled with disbelief. I gave you such a huge guarantee, but you still insist on maintaining the status quo? He pointed at Thales, who was violently dragged down from the table by Sean. But Ricky only snorted softly. You didn't give me anything, Stake. Shadow Shield has always been Constellation's enemy, the leader of the Disaster Swords said coldly. Even if that letter is exposed, it will only push your name forward on the Secret Intelligence Department's enemy list. Stake's expression turned cold. The veins on his hand could be vaguely seen. So, The letter I gave you is equivalent to throwing away my money? Stake's tone slowly tightened along with his expression. This is not the way to do business. He put his hands in his robe and slowly paced forward. Masked man consciously stood in front of him. The mercenaries sensed the barely discernible tension. They did not need to be reminded to be prepared for battle. They stood in formation and were wary of the enemies hiding outside the eaves. We, mercenaries, have our own way of doing business. Ricky said nonchalantly, accept it or screw it up. It's your choice. Stake's gaze became extremely cold. Screw it up. The guest of Shadow Shield gritted his teeth. His words were cold. Everyone. When LaSalle saw that the situation was about to reach a stalemate again, he quickly said, this camp is filled with Constellation's army. If we drag each other down, no one will be able to walk out of here safely, and we won't be able to achieve our goal. Ricky smiled in response. We did what we promised you. The prince is here. I think you don't mind us temporarily detaining the goods, Ricky said loudly, but intentionally or not, he glanced at a few corners at the top of the tavern. Until you pay the rest of the money? Stake stiffened. He knew that the places Ricky looked at just now were the places where the assassins of Shadow Shield had been hiding outside the tavern for a long time and were ready to attack at any moment. But Stake clenched his fists in indignation. You don't think I'm blind, do you? Stake gritted his teeth and said, just now, you and the prince whispered in each other's ears for a long time. Sean had just roughly tied Thales up. He noticed that Sean was carrying Thales' luggage on his back. When he heard this, he was stunned. Stake glared at Ricky, who looked calm and composed. You weren't really tempted by the prince's words and reached some kind of deal with him, right? Such as some kind of deal between you and Constellation, such as the prison of bones? Ricky stopped what he was doing. LaSalle stopped talking as well. He stared at the others with deep distrust in his eyes. Masked man frowned. Then it'll be very ugly, Stake said coldly. Do you think that Shadow Shield would come all the way here just to let you take away our target so easily? Ricky took a deep breath, turned around, and met Masked Man's gaze. He laughed. Ah, Masked Man laughed as well. It was as if he had heard the funniest joke in the world. I can understand. You gave us that letter, so you were very indignant. You felt as if you were being taken advantage of. Ricky laughed very happily. He waved his hand. Are you still worried that we will judge the situation and turn around to collude with Constellation? Make all of you fall short of success? Stake's expression became more and more unpleasant. Ricky walked forward, moved past Masked Man, and arrived in front of Stake. But what I want to say is, Stake, just like you, we were destined to be enemies with Constellation a long time ago. Stake was slightly stunned. Ricky stared at him and said faintly, as a reward for your letter, and as a reward for your sincerity, with a calm expression, he crooked his finger behind him. Samuel? While Stake, LaSalle, Thales, and the others were puzzled, Masked Man snorted coldly and walked forward. He stretched out his hand and pulled down his mask without hesitation. The lights flickered, and the Masked Man's face was indistinct. It was a face that had been through the vicissitudes of life. The man looked to be in his 40s or 50s. His cheekbones were high, and his sideburns were faintly visible. Stake scrutinized him with a puzzled expression, as if he did not know what to do for a moment. You are... Masked Man shook his head in disdain. But LaSalle's expression changed beside Stake. That is... The former Baron of Extet stared at the man and shuddered slightly. Many mercenaries, including Quick Rope, looked at each other in confusion. They were extremely puzzled. Thales tried his best to stretch his neck, but he could only see Masked Man's side profile. Damn it, who is that guy? But Thales was immediately stunned. Side profile. Yes, he could only see Masked Man's side profile. But that was enough. There was an obvious and ferocious brand on one side of the man's face, from his chin to his cheekbone. His skin and flesh were turned inside out, and blood was everywhere. It was like Thales stared at the brand on the man's face in a daze. Just like the two brands on Raphael Lindbergh's wrists from the kingdom's secret intelligence department 6 years ago. They were the Arund families, but the prince was shocked again. He recognized it. The imprints on the masked man's face had a regular pattern and a shape. That is, Thales could not believe his eyes. But masked man quickly spoke and ended Thales' doubts. This is the letters from the ancient empire. It represents the Jade Star royal family. It was branded a long time ago, he said coldly as he gently touched the ugly and terrifying brand on his face. Stake shuddered violently. Masked man said coldly, the person who is branded with this brand is a sinner who was personally ordered by the Supreme King of Constellation to be punished. He will bear the shame and sin that will never be forgiven, and he will never be able to redeem himself. Stake took a step back with a surprised expression. Ricky crossed his arms and sneered slightly. Klein looked as if he had known about this for a long time and was not surprised. Marina listened to masked man's confession with a complicated expression. Thales stared at the man named Samuel in a daze. He could not describe the feelings in his heart. Stake remembered something and asked with uncertainty, "You said your name is Samuel?" Samuel, who was no longer masked, snorted softly. "As you said, everyone has a past." Samuel turned around and faced the people in the tavern. "After the war 18 years ago, aside from all of you assassins who deserve to die, there was also a group of people in Eternal Star City who were sentenced to prison by the newly crowned King Kessel." Samuel slowly walked forward. His tone was cold. All of them were skilled, experienced, and powerful warriors who were born into nobility. They once made a glorious oath to protect the noblest descendants of the kingdom. Samuel turned his head abruptly and looked at Thales, causing the latter to be shocked. Under the illumination of the light, the brand on his face became even more obvious and terrifying. His gaze was very strange. He was clearly staring at Thales, but it was as if he was looking into the distance through a layer of water curtain. Samuel spoke slowly, but because of that failure and humiliation that the world knew about, they were wronged under the wrath of the new king. They were charged with grave crimes, and from then on, they could only waste their lives in the miserable underground. They could never be free, and they could never see the light of day. Samuel raised his head. His tone was one of pride and pain. "I am Colin Samuel from Eternal Star City. I am the youngest son of Viscount Luca Samuel," he said in pain. "I was once the vice flag bearer of the Royal Guards of Constellation. I was the personal guard of the late King Adi II. I was the glorious Emperor's Praetorian Guard." He stared at Thales with a complicated gaze. "I was also a member of the Royal Guards who guarded Renaissance Palace during the Bloody Year." Thales stared back at him in a daze. His emotions were in a mess. "Royal Guards? Isn't that—" Samuel gritted his teeth and clenched his fists. In the almost suffocating atmosphere, he said angrily, "After the unfair trial, he was also the only one among the 46 royal guards who refused to plead guilty and were sentenced to life imprisonment in the prison of bones. He was the only one who managed to escape. They are felons who have no place in the whole of Constellation." Stake did not speak anymore. He only looked at Samuel with a profound gaze. The tavern was silent. Then Ricky spoke again. "Compared to your letter, which was more of a gimmick than a practical one, this is our guarantee, Stake. It is impossible for us to work with Constellation. So the prince will stay in our hands and even act with us," Ricky said coldly. "His safety, and whether he can be handed over to you smoothly, all depends on the success of our next operation. And here I am, thanking both of you for your generous help in advance." Ricky's words were filled with hints. Stake and LaSalle frowned. Ricky snorted softly, turned his head around, and ignored them. The leader of the Disaster Swords swept his gaze over the solemn mercenaries. His gaze swept past Thales' face, whose emotions were complicated. "Let's go." Chapter 411. The west slanting moon shone faintly on an alley. Thales leaned against the wall in the alley and watched the blood whistle mercenaries, or rather, the Disaster Swords, skillfully lurking in the alley. They were silent but highly vigilant. He felt anxious. Damn it. After they left the tavern, they did spread out, but they were even more vigilant. I can't find a chance like this. From planning to taking action, the disaster swords could be said to be swift and decisive. The Prince of Constellation, Quick Rope, and the others were escorted out of the tavern in a few minutes. They approached the prison of bones in an efficient and low-key manner. The efficiency of Shadow Shield, Disaster Swords, and LaSalle working together was not to be underestimated. Aside from them deliberately moving in groups to hide their tracks, they did not alert a single person along the way from my home to this place. Even the patrols they were supposed to run into had disappeared from their sights. But at that moment, what Thales was most worried about was not this. He was worried about one of the people guarding him, a certain swordswoman with an angry expression on her face. 8 or 9 years ago, when I returned to my hometown, there was also a local rascal who wanted to molest me. Marina rubbed her lips gently with one hand and pressed the hilt of her sword with the other. She leaned close to Thales' ear and whispered. Her words contained hatred that could not be ignored. Do you want to know what happened to him? No, not at all. But in the face of Marina, who was gnashing her teeth, Thales could only return an awkward smile filled with guilt and helplessness. Hey, I'm very sorry about what happened just now, but you're too good. That was the only way I could. Before he could finish speaking, a cold glare flashed in Marina's eyes. It made Thales, who was already in the wrong, freeze. His flattery did not work at all. God take pity on him. Be it in this life or his previous life, which had blurry memories, he had never done something like sexual harassment, which he despised and despised. However, just now, Thales lowered his head sorrowfully and avoided Marina's fierce gaze. His reputation in 2 lives was destroyed in 1 night. Marina snorted coldly and gently pulled out her sword. At that time, I placed the sword between that bastard's legs just like this. As goosebumps rose all over Thales' body, Marina lowered her weapon with a cold expression. Then, with a twist of my wrist. Fortunately, when Thales felt a chill at his crotch and was about to cry for help, a steady and gentle voice stopped him. Marina, I asked you to keep an eye on him, not to find a chance to kill him. Ricky's figure appeared at the entrance of the heavily guarded alley. He nodded slightly at his subordinates in the alley, his expression solemn. Restrain yourself. Marina frowned, but she still put away her sword under Thales' hopeful gaze. Of course. She put away the unwillingness on her face and said lightly. However, Marina's next sentence made Thales feel bitter in his heart again. We should gag his mouth and remove one of his arms or one of his legs. If he's in the middle of our operation, but Ricky shook his head. Our esteemed guest is not a stupid person. Crassus of the Disaster Swords narrowed his eyes and stared at the prince, who was forcing himself to remain calm. He knows when to negotiate and when to resist. He also knows who is his greatest support at this moment. Thales' heart instantly became heavy. He knew that the people from Shadow Shield were secretly hiding in the periphery. Compared to those people, falling into the hands of the Disaster Swords was not such a bad choice. Isn't it? Ricky tilted his head behind him. There, the 3 pitiful hostages, Quick Rope, Dean and Tampa, were tied up and gagged. They were unceremoniously escorted by more than 10 fierce Disaster Swordsmen. From time to time, they would cast pitiful or indignant glances at Thales. When he saw them, the prince could only sigh sadly. Of course. Compared to them, Thales was very lucky to only have his weapons and luggage taken away. He glanced at the crossbow of time on Marina's back and the JC dagger tied to her waist. He could not help but gulp. This action made Marina's gaze even more disgusted. Under Ricky's signal, the mercenaries, including Marina, obediently moved a little further away. Ricky stood in front of the prince. His gaze was burning, and it made Thales feel uneasy. So, what you want to do in the prison of bones is... The prince coughed and wanted to ask for some information, but he was interrupted by Ricky. Not enough, the leader of the Disaster Swords said softly. Thales was stunned. What? The sin of Hell's River. Ricky stared at him with a strange gaze. You haven't experienced enough, and you haven't fused with it deeply enough. You can't even touch the threshold. The sin of Hell's River. This sudden topic made Thales nervous. What do you mean? Can't even touch the threshold. The prince's body stiffened. So, what you need is someone like Blacksword. But Ricky still shook his head and denied it. He's not enough either. When he stared at the prince, there was an undisguised coldness in his gaze, but there was also a fanaticism that made people feel uneasy. These two contradictory meanings made Thales feel even more uncomfortable. So, you need more training. You need to let it mature as soon as possible amidst blood and danger, become stronger, and release it. In the end, you will surpass the supreme class and reach the legendary, true world. Thales furrowed his eyebrows. He became even more confused. Surpass what world? What are you talking about? That is the only way. As if he did not hear what Thales said, Ricky continued to stare at Thales attentively. We believe that it is not without reason that you were chosen by Hell's River and returned from death. Thales' eyelids twitched. In fact, the Iron Blood King, Gil Quz, the Black Knight, and the Ninth Man, Shalon Ten Hill Crassus. Ricky read out the names that Thales was either unfamiliar with or had heard of. Even you, Thales Jadestar. Thales was confused. These names. The Iron Blood King seems to be the ancient Northland king who led the army to fight against the ancient orcs. Gil Quz, I've never heard of him before. The Black Knight? I think I've seen him in the pile of novels about pitiful nights by Little Rascal's bedside or in the bardic poems. The Ninth Man, what the hell is this? It's a nickname, right? Shalon Tannen, what a familiar surname. Hill Crassus, strange, isn't Crassus the honorific title given to the leader of the Disaster Swords? As for Thales Jadestar. No, what about me? Damn it. If only I had a photographic memory like Saroma, who likes to flip through random books when she has nothing better to do, Ricky continued. We believe that in the thousands of years of history, every single person who struggled to return from the edge of Hell's River had their own mission in that era. What? Thales could not help but ask, what mission? But Ricky did not answer him. Instead, he flashed a smile that made people uneasy. You obtained a key, Prince. It can open a door that we have been waiting for more than 100 years, the leader of the Disaster Swords said with a smile. Don't waste it. The confused prince was about to speak, but he was interrupted by the sound of carriages coming from outside the alley. Around them, the mercenaries who had been lurking quietly became alert, like wild beasts whose territory had been invaded. Ricky raised his head and looked at a figure outside the alley. Their signal is here, Crassus of the Disaster Sword said with a frown. Let's go. Thales' expression changed. Before he could react, he was violently escorted out of the alley by the impatient Marina. A rather long fleet of carriages headed towards them on the empty and dark street. There were both human-powered carts carrying unknown goods and carriages pulled by pack horses. Tampa whimpered uneasily behind him. He only quieted down when Sean reminded him mercilessly. When he saw the wine glass on the flag of the fleet, Thales immediately understood. This is the supply fleet for my tavern. There were about 20 people in the transport fleet. They were all dressed in ordinary clothes made of coarse cloth. They looked shabby and light, just like the locals of Bladefang's camp. Their horses did not stop galloping, and they turned a blind eye to Ricky and the group of people who popped out of the alley. In the carriage closest to them, a coachman lifted his hood at Ricky and nodded politely. Thales recognized the coachman. It was Stake. Don't worry, the patrol team closest to us has already left. Stake sat in the driver's seat and smiled smugly at Ricky, who approached him. There were also 3 thieves who wanted to take advantage of the night to burgle, but they have already been dealt with. All the factors that could expose us for this trip, but Ricky did not pay attention to him. Instead, he looked at another person sitting beside Stake. Beside Stake, Samuel, the former royal guard of Constellation, snorted softly. Along the way, I have to say they really have their ways. Samuel did not hide the disgust on his face, but he still nodded. Shadow Shield. Stake lifted his hood in a smug manner. Just like what we promised. He looked past Ricky at Thales, who was in front of Marina, and smiled as well. Thales quirked an eyebrow. As he sized up the front and back of the fleet, Ricky noticed Stake's gaze and snorted coldly. But in the end he did not say anything. He just boarded the rack at the back of the carriage and waved his hand. The group of disaster swords caught up with the fleet. They walked into the gaps between the carriages with ease and became one with the fleet. Thales was unceremoniously pushed into one of the carriages by Marina. The fleet of carriages continued moving forward as the wheels of the different carriages swayed. The fleet was very quiet. Be it the secretive Shadow Shield or the murderous disaster swords, none of them said a word at that moment. The coachman drove the carriages, and the pedestrians walked. For a period of time, there was only the sound of hooves and wheels. The atmosphere was oppressive. Finally, amidst Thales' uneasy thoughts, a seemingly familiar building appeared in his shaky vision. It was a huge, bowl-shaped fortress with only a protruding arched entrance. The Prison of Bones. As the supply fleet approached, a group of soldiers guarding the arched entrance walked forward with torches in their hands. Thales watched from afar and could not help but frown. "You're too early." A guard who looked like a captain approached the first carriage accompanied by a few of his comrades. He looked at the smiling coachman and frowned. "There's still some time before dawn." The carriages in front of them stopped. The coachman jumped down from the carriage. While he commanded the workers to move the goods, he smiled obsequiously and said, "It's a special time, please understand." But the captain's gaze shifted to the back of the fleet. "Wait. Your fleet is a little long." The captain of the guards looked at the endless stream of vehicles behind them. Suspicion appeared on his face. Why are some of them carrying weapons? But the coachman did not panic. He just spread his arms and explained with an obsequious smile, "We're new here. You know, the camp has not been peaceful recently." The captain's gaze froze. He took a step back and subconsciously placed his hand on his waist. The 7 or 8 guards behind the captain also became alert. Thales clenched his fists as he watched from the side. He saw that the captain's armor had the emblem of the Stardust unit. Asterisk whoosh. Asterisk, not peaceful my foot. The captain of the guards, who noticed that something was off, drew his weapon without hesitation and said warily, "We don't need so many people to transport supplies." The expressions of the guards behind him changed. The coachman's face turned pale. He quickly waved his hand and explained, No, that's because we're from Hell's River." The captain, who had a weapon in his hand, froze for a moment when he heard this. What from Hell's River? In the next second, a guard behind the captain suddenly took a step forward and hugged him from behind. Asterisk. The ferryman of Hell's River, the trader behind the captain, faintly finished the coachman's words. The captain's mouth was covered tightly. He twitched and widened his eyes in disbelief as he stared at the blood-stained blade that had been thrown out of his chest. Thales held his breath, but his mouth was covered by Marina, who was beside him. Before the rest of the guards could react to the sudden change, the coachman's body moved violently. He moved past the captain, who died with his eyes wide open, and arrived in front of the second guard. Under the latter's shocked gaze, he stabbed a dagger into his throat and nailed his screams between his chattering teeth. At the same time, 6 or 7 mysterious figures appeared from the darkness. A panic-stricken guard pulled out his weapon. He was just about to shout when a fellow behind him pressed down on his chin and skillfully slit his windpipe. In despair, he looked at his comrade beside him for help, but found that the latter's neck was strangled by an assassin who had appeared at some point in time. He stared back at him with a pained expression, and his hands clawed at his neck in vain. Another guard instinctively wanted to ask for help from the arched door, but before he could turn around, there was a terrifying cracking sound, and his head was twisted by an assassin. There was even an assassin who took out a crossbow and accurately shot through the back of the neck of a guard who had turned around to run away. His footsteps and his screams were cut off along with his spinal cord. In the eyes of the terrified Thales, these mysterious figures who had suddenly appeared either stabbed, strangled, or strangled 9 guards. They quietly and shockingly efficiently ended the lives of 9 guards. Everything happened in the blink of an eye. Thales almost forgot to breathe. This is Shadow Shield? The mercenaries who came with the caravan widened their eyes and watched the scene under the moonlight in shock. By the time the equally surprised Marina let go of Thales, who was breathing rapidly, the assassins in front of them had already carefully supported the guards who were no longer moving. They skillfully caught the torches and weapons they dropped, dragged the corpses to a dark corner, and disappeared from everyone's sight. Soon, the area in front of the prison of bones became empty. The last trace of the Constellatiate soldiers also disappeared from the street. Only the barely discernible bloodstains on the ground told of what had just happened. Ricky's eyebrows were furrowed tighter than ever. William's subordinates are indeed vigilant. Stake clicked his tongue as he watched the scene in front of him. He did not care at all. They're very different from those recruits. If it weren't for the fact that we were well prepared and you were alone. Ricky nodded slightly and got off the carriage. He did not bat an eyelid. He knew in his heart that this was Stake's demonstration to him. It was all for the goods they seized. Damn it. Klein, the Northlander swordsman, had walked to Ricky's side at some point in time. His expression was unpleasant as he commented on the silent and bloody massacre. I've killed quite a lot of people, but this is too. He looked at the bloodstains on the street and could not continue speaking. But Thales understood what he meant. Ricky patted Klein's shoulder and made a gesture. The mercenaries, who had been stunned by the scene just now, snapped out of their daze. The disguised caravan continued forward. They stepped through the arched door and entered the deep tunnel leading to the prison of bones. Thales was among them. His expression was solemn. As you can see, the guards on the ground outside the prison of bones have been quietly dealt with. We've arranged for people to take over their sentry posts. While on the carriage, Stake acted as if nothing had happened as he moved past the torches and the bloodstains on the ground. He smiled at Ricky and said, "The patrols during curfew will pass by in 15 minutes. But they are all recruits sent by the great clans to fill in the gaps. They're full of complaints, their morale is low, and their efficiency is low. They can't compare to William's regular army. They can't see through us. We'll have at least 4 hours until the shift at the prison of bones." Thales felt a chill in his heart as he listened to their conversation. Ricky nodded. "Is there anything else I should know?" Stake said with a smile, "Even if there's an emergency on the way, the patrols in charge of the 2 areas nearby belong to Brave Soul's Fort and New Offering Land. The 2 clans they belong to have a grudge against each other. We can try to delay them from coming over to inspect the area and leave enough time for us to evacuate." The former envoy of Extet, LaSalle Weeder, appeared in the group. He frowned. "As far as I know, Running Horse Frank is still in the camp. He's a ruthless character. The Stardust unit he commands is the elite regular army under Williams. Their reactions are fast, their combat abilities are astonishing, and they know the camp like the back of their hand." Stake nodded with a smile. "That's right. But right now, there are many nobles in Blade Fang's camp who are nobler than the Bumpkin Frank. Don't expect a group of counts and viscounts to listen to his orders. It'll be good enough if they don't drag him down." Stake smiled slyly and said, "And with some of our efforts, the recruits and regular army, the local nobles and the royal family, and the Blade Fang's camp, which is not under full command, will take much longer than usual for them to realize the problem, gather their forces, and rush over to provide reinforcements." LaSalle understood and nodded in approval. The Constellatiates gathered their forces and marched westward on a large scale. It might seem like they're showing off their might in the desert, but they're actually restraining themselves in the camp. "You're really lucky." Samuel rubbed the brand on his face and snorted coldly. "Why do you think we chose to come at this time, Northlander?" When Stake saw that the 2 of them, who did not get along with each other, were about to argue again, he quickly changed the topic. Stake coughed and said, "And even if we reach the last step, we can still create a diversion and lure them away." Klein was puzzled. "What?" Stake smiled smugly. "This is what the Ting family said. It means to distract their attention. Think about it. An accident happened in the prison of bones, a noble who came from afar was assassinated, and a fire broke out in the military warehouse. If you're Frank and you're the watchdog Williams left behind, which one would you deal with first? The three disaster swords understood the meaning of Stake's words. They exchanged glances, and their expressions were solemn. You seem to have forgotten about the kingdom's secret intelligence department and their spies in the camp, Ricky said quietly. Do you think they didn't notice anything? Stake's eyes lit up. They might have noticed some clues, but they couldn't react in time. We released bait a long time ago. A teenager who looks like the Prince of Constellation has recently appeared in the Tower of Eradication. Trust me, because of this news, the Secret Intelligence Department spies in Blade Fang's camp are busy traveling north. When he heard this, Thales, who was in the carriage behind them, sighed in disappointment. Ricky was silent for a while. You didn't come here on a whim or because something happened suddenly. Ricky seemed to have figured something out. He raised his vigilant gaze. You planned this a long time ago. Stake smiled in an indifferent manner. Maybe you're better at fighting head-on, but when it comes to this, Stake glanced at his surroundings. We're the professionals. Samuel snorted angrily. Just like 18 years ago? Stake smiled. He wisely did not continue the conversation. They finally finished walking through the tunnel, which was neither too long nor too short, and entered the main building of the Prison of Bones. A wooden door that was as tall as 3 or 4 people appeared in front of them. Behind the door, the prisoners' noisy shouts could be vaguely heard. Klein walked forward and knocked on the door. My tavern, delivering supplies, he said coldly. A small window was opened on the wooden door, revealing a man's face. He looked at the caravan in puzzlement. Supplies? You're early, and shouldn't you be accompanied by the guards? These were his last words. In the next second, the long sword at Klein's waist shot out like a bolt of lightning, straight into the face of the guard behind the window. Panicked shouts came from behind the door. Intruders! Obviously, the guards behind the door were aware of the situation outside. An anxious voice rose. Quick, sound the alarm. His voice came to an abrupt halt, along with the other panicked shouts. A few seconds later, in the sudden and chilling silence, the sound of a few heavy objects falling on the ground came from behind the door. As Stake's smile remained unchanged, Ricky loosened his grip on the sword hilt at his waist in the carriage. Thales' breathing became faster, and the muscles on his arms became tighter. Soon, with the crisp sound of metal clanking, the door opened with a loud creak. 2 assassins dressed in guard uniforms walked out from the darkness behind the door. They nodded at Stake expressionlessly. As Thales sighed, the disaster swords jumped down from the caravan and entered in a single file with torches in their hands. In the darkness, the sounds of intense fighting rose one after another. Soon, the short fight ended. Thales took a deep breath, and under Marina's urging, he entered the Prison of Bones. Without the illumination of the moon, in the darkness where there was only the light from the torches, noises unique to prison cells could be heard: knocking, moaning, crying, cursing, and the noises of the prisoners. Yo, come and watch, there's a good show. Haha, who's so daring? What's going on? What's going on? C, I think I saw the guards fall all over the floor. Hey, those who live outside, tell me, what's going on at the entrance? It seems like the guards are fighting. I bet 10 gold coins that Lear is big, he'll definitely win. 20 gold coins, I bet all my money on Morpheus. He trained in the Tower of Eradication. You 2 smugglers, you don't have any gold coins. Thales moved his gaze away from the dead guard on the floor and sized up the place before him. Even though the Prison of Bones looked like a rough, circular coliseum from the outside, the layout of the buildings inside was rather complicated. Clearly, they had only entered one of the floors. The first thing that entered Thales' eyes was the ground made of hard stone. It was hard and rough, and there were a few torches stuck in the walls made of huge rocks for illumination. The low ceiling, the darkness in the passageways on both sides, and the incessant buzzing of the prisoners' shouts made Thales feel depressed and uncomfortable. The chaotic noises came from the arc-shaped passageways on the left and right sides where the torches could not illuminate. He could vaguely see many arms stretching out of the bars and shaking desperately. Damn it, I can't see clearly. Prison break. Someone must be trying to break the prison. Come on, there are people shouting about a prison break every week. Can't you change the story? Prison break, help me out, can't you open a lock for me while you're at it? The disaster swords paid no attention to these voices. Under their command, they spread out in a well-trained manner and entered the darkness on both sides. Stake stopped moving and turned to Ricky. We're in. Of course, there are bound to be some who slipped through the net. After all, the guards also have to patrol, but this is the only exit to the outside world. According to the information, there are quite a number of people locked up in each floor. Stake took out a torch and gestured to the left and right sides. The first floor we saw had the most prisoners. If we go up one floor, but Ricky raised his hand gently and interrupted him. That's our problem. Stake was not annoyed even though he was rebuffed. Instead, his smile faded, and he still bowed in a friendly manner. A few minutes passed. The sounds of fighting came from the darkness, along with the fanatical shouts of the prisoners. After a while, as the sounds of fighting grew louder and louder, many disaster swords returned from the passageway on the right, one after another. The sharp-eyed Thales noticed that there were many newcomers in ragged clothes among them. They seemed to be prisoners of the prison of bones. Among them, a strong-built prisoner came to Ricky, and with a calm expression, he took the weapon and clothes shone through to him. Looks like you're quite used to prison food. Klein sneered. Joseph. Extet and Lenzo, Alumbia, Constellation. The places are different, but the prison cells all look the same. The prisoner named Joseph changed his clothes, looked around and chuckled. Other than the fact that they locked me up with a disgusting male prostitute in women's clothing, there's no big deal. That was fast. I thought you guys would make a big ruckus. Fortunately, we received some unexpected help, Ricky answered with a smile. Stake winked in a friendly manner. LaSalle observed the prisoners who were released from the prison and frowned. You broke the prison because you wanted to let these people go? LaSalle did not seem to think much of it. Honestly, as long as we use some money, Ricky chuckled and shook his head. This is your first time in the prison of bones, right, Baron LaSalle? LaSalle was slightly startled. He narrowed his eyes and looked at Stake, who was beside him. The latter only smiled in resignation. In fact, the prison of bones has two parts. Ricky patted Joseph, who had just escaped from prison. He turned around and said to LaSalle, Baron, what you saw was only one of them, the so-called white prison. And the place we are going to... He looked at Joseph. Tell me you found it. Joseph shrugged. He put away the weapon he had just obtained, took a torch, and walked into the darkness. Of course. Chapter 412. In the dim environment, the disaster swords followed behind Joseph. They walked forward, and the echoes of their footsteps could be heard faintly. But Stake moved through the crowd and came before Ricky. Wait. Stake looked at Thales, who was held hostage by Marina's side, in puzzlement. Are you going to take him down? You know that we can wait for you here, right? Thales frowned. He noticed that quite a number of mercenaries had surrounded them. Ricky turned his head and glanced at Stake. You did very well. You saved us a lot of trouble, Stake. He pressed down on Stake's shoulder. But I also know that the reason why you are so cooperative and spared no effort is because of the hostage in our hands. Stake's expression stiffened. That might not be the case in a different situation. Now, you can choose to go down with us or stay here and wait for me. Ricky ignored Stake, who had an unpleasant expression on his face. He waved his hand and continued forward. Samuel walked past Stake and snorted in disdain. Thales, who was watching from the side, hoped that Stake would be firmer. But unfortunately, Stake still did not say anything. He only made a gesture and followed Ricky with a few assassins from Shadow Shield who were dressed inconspicuously. Just like that, Thales was escorted by a group of disaster swords and continued forward. As they went further and further away, the disaster swords spread out further. Quite a number of prisoners noticed this group of intruders. From time to time, patrolling guards ran into the invading disaster swords. Unfortunately, they were often outnumbered and died in battle after a fierce fight. The prison of bones gradually became restless. The chaos was beyond Thale's imagination. Young guard over there. Yes, it's you. Let me tell you, I've made a lot of money selling weapons over the past few years. Most of the money is what they didn't manage to find. As long as you let me out, I promise I'll give you. Hey, you're not guards? Damn it. What are you doing now? Wow, there's really someone trying to break out of the prison. Ah, this is great. Last time, the people who sneaked in to break out of the prison didn't even last 5 minutes before they were surrounded by the freaks. Williams chopped them up like firewood. This time, you have to work harder. You must last for 10 minutes. Let me out. I am a devout Dark Knight Temple priest. They can't lock me up here just because of my artistic works. With this group. Hey, my good friend, let's make a deal. I've been locked up here for 4 years and I'm going crazy. I'm not begging you to let me out. I'll be satisfied as long as you can transfer me to the female prison. Okay? Murder, la la la. That's awesome. F***ck your father? Damn it, there are so many people soliciting customers on the street. Why did you lock me in? Women's clothing? What's wrong with cross-dressing? I like soliciting customers in cross-dressing. So what? If you don't believe me, feel my breasts? F***c brat, come back. What does a prison break have to do with you? Believe it or not, I will beat you up again. Hold it in your mouth properly, don't turn your head and move around. Right, ouch, be good, use more strength. That's more like it. Don't worry, as long as I'm satisfied, I won't beat you up tomorrow. I beg you, marijuana. Give me some more marijuana, I beg you, If you don't give me the F***king marijuana, I'll bang my head against the wall and die here. I'm going to bang my head against the wall, I'm going to bang my head against the wall. Look, I'm really going to bang my head against the wall. Damn it, look at me. What if I really bang my head against the wall and die? F***ck the Baron. F***ck the Stardust Unit. F***ck the Blade Fangs Camp. Believe it or not, when I get out, I will definitely tie up that B***T.H. Williams and force him to wear women's clothing. Then I will find 100 men and take turns to press him on the bed for 3 days and 3 nights, just like this. Oh no, I used too much strength, I'm bleeding. Hey, you over there, help me pass a message to my wife. She wrote a letter 3 years ago saying that she will bail me out of prison, but she still hasn't come. I will give you a reward. What the F***ck? What kind of place is this? The prince, who did not even dare to breathe loudly, followed beside Ricky. He cast a worried glance behind him. Quick Rope was still tied up. He was traumatized by this place, and he stared at the notorious prison cell with a terrified expression. Finally, under Joseph's lead, after they walked down a few flights of stairs, they arrived at an empty room without a cell. The room was very big, so big that it could accommodate 100 people. It was almost comparable to the banquet hall of the nobles. Even the noises of the prisoners seemed to have been shut behind them, and they could no longer be heard. But at the same time, Thales was acutely aware that the floor was paved with meticulously baked rock bricks, and the walls were also quite old. It was a stark contrast to the crude and dirty prison cells on the other floors. The design of the room was also very unique. There were 8 walls, which looked like an octagon. What was even stranger was that there were 4 narrow holes on the ground that looked like wells. It was dark inside. For some reason, when Thales stared at those deep wells, he suddenly felt a chill run down his spine. Strange. That's Stake and LaSalle also noticed this. They sized up the place with some surprise. Even the disaster swords, including Klein and Samuel, seemed to have come here for the first time. Ricky glanced at his surroundings and stood in front of one of the mottled and dilapidated walls. Is this the place? Joseph nodded and pointed at something that looked like a well. Yes, we have observed that the guards regularly bring extra supplies here. They must have placed their supplies here. Ricky crouched down and knocked on the well. Then he picked up a stone and threw it in. He listened carefully. For a few dozen seconds, no sound came from the depths of the well. It was still dead silent. Thales understood something. That's right. Ricky patted the dust off his hands, nodded, and stood up. This is the place. As for the entrance, he raised his head and looked at Joseph. But Joseph only shook his head, troubled. Ricky snorted softly, as if he felt a little helpless. If I were like Williams, I would definitely not look for trouble. Ricky started pacing and looked down at the ground. He muttered to himself, there's no ladder here, which means that it must be somewhere that can be reached by standing. Stake's expression changed. Wait, Honorable Crassus, Stake said with a frown. Does he mean that you want to enter Black Prison, but you can't even find the entrance? Ricky ignored him. Under everyone's gazes, he took a torch from Klein, walked to the wall, and continued to size up the empty room. Black Prison is, after all, a legend, Klein said coldly. Aside from the people who go in, no one knows how to get in, and the people who go in, no one has ever come out, Samuel said with a light snort. LaSalle walked forward. You know that our time is limited, and we don't have time to play treasure hunting games, right? LaSalle said in dissatisfaction. Once the camp realizes, shut up, Samuel interrupted him. The brand on his face looked even more ferocious under the firelight. Northlanders. But LaSalle did not restrain himself. He seemed to be angered by the former Stardust unit. You know what kind of risk we are taking at this moment? Ricky suddenly spoke, and it attracted everyone's attention. Thales looked curiously at the leader of the Disaster Swords. The latter raised his torch, faced a wall, extended his left hand, and gently patted off the dust and cobwebs on it. The people in the past probably didn't think about hiding, Ricky said with a smile. As for the Constellations, they probably didn't expect that someone would be able to sneak in here. Everyone looked at the wall in surprise and bewilderment. As the dust fell, a strange and incomplete pattern appeared on the mottled wall. Under Ricky's wiping, the first thing that appeared was a triangle. One of its corners pointed to the left, and the corresponding side was concave toward the center of the triangle. Soon, Ricky wiped out a circle on the right side of the triangle. At the center of the circle was a circular hole that was concave into the wall. Ricky smiled. He continued wiping. On the right side of the circle, a new triangle that was symmetrical to the previous triangle appeared. However, the corner of this triangle pointed to the right, and the concave side was on the left. Ricky stood back and looked at the pattern in front of him with satisfaction. Two irregular symmetrical triangles sandwiched between a circle. We found it. But many people, including LaSalle, were puzzled. What is this? An eye? Ricky pursed his lips. Thales stared at the pattern in a daze while he stood among the puzzled crowd. No one knew that the moment this pattern was wiped out, Thales' entire body froze. At that moment, he even forgot that he was in danger. That's... Stake also stared at the pattern in puzzlement, but with his outstanding eyesight, he saw something else. Below this, Stake walked forward, extended his hand, and brushed away a line of dust at the bottom of the circle. It seems to be a sentence? Sure enough, under his palm, a line of strange words engraved on the wall appeared. But whether it was Stake, LaSalle, Klein, or Joseph, all of them looked at this line of words in confusion. I don't understand this sentence. LaSalle frowned. This emblem is strange enough. I've read about the coats of arms of the nobles in Constellation, but none of them match. And the words below are not even in the lingua franca. They don't seem like the language of the empire that I know either. LaSalle, who felt uneasy, looked at Ricky with a solemn expression. Crassus, what is this place, the prison of bones? Ricky did not answer. Another voice sounded abruptly. The language of the ancient empire. Everyone turned their heads and looked at Samuel, who stood on the other side. The man with the brand on his face looked at the words under the pattern with a complicated expression. This is the purest language of the ancient empire. It is a language passed down from the ancient chauvinistic kingdom, not the modern language of the empire mixed with the lingua franca. It is said that it was created by the first group of ancient humans under the guidance of the ancient elves. The grammar is complicated and difficult to understand. Samuel walked forward slowly. The disaster swords beside him made way for him. No one uses it now. Even among the nobles of Constellation, there are few who know it. LaSalle and Stake turned their heads in surprise and looked at the unfamiliar words again. Samuel extended his hand with a dazed expression, as if he was reminiscing about something. Aside from the elves of all races, only a few archaeologists and historians in Dragon Kiss Academy understand it. I don't know these words, but I remember the root of the word. He touched one of the words with his finger. When I was young, my father asked the old scholar to introduce me to some of the words so that I could enter Renaissance Palace and be selected as the royal guards. Samuel's expression became gloomy. The root of the word is probably in total or all. Everyone listened quietly to the words of the former flag bearer of the royal guards. Except for one person. Omniscient. A teenager's voice rose faintly in the crowd. Stake turned his head in surprise. Together with the unhappy LaSalle, they looked at the person who surprised them the most. Klein and Joseph cast their leader a questioning look, but Ricky also raised his eyebrows. Even Quick Rope, who was tied up, widened his eyes. Omniscient or omniscient? Thales sighed and walked past Marina, who was staring at him with a frown. He walked forward slowly and stared at the words in a daze. This is the meaning of the word. At that moment, Samuel looked at Thales with an incredibly complicated gaze. A second later, Samuel sighed, lowered his head and said, "Of course, as a descendant of the imperial family, the Jadestar royal family must learn the ancient language of the empire." Thales shook his head. "I didn't learn it very well. Except for the first few months, I basically learned it by myself." The Prince of Constellation looked at the words with a solemn expression. "But if I only look at the words, I think the meaning of this sentence is probably," Thales said softly, "towards omniscience." Everyone quieted down and mulled over the meaning of this sentence. Towards omniscience. Thales slowly raised his head in the quiet environment and stared at the pattern that resembled an eye. He felt as if he was staring into another person's eyes. This made him very uneasy. But Thales did not expect that the thing he had searched for in books for many years would be here. Prison of Bones. This is very well if that's the case, Ricky said with a smile, interrupting everyone's thoughts. Then let us. Towards omniscience. As he spoke, he took out a long, angular, dark green stone from his bosom. What is this? Stake narrowed his eyes and sized up the stone that was only the length of a palm and as thick as 2 fingers. He seemed to feel that something was off. And this time, Ricky did not intend to hide it. To open Black Prison, we need a key that can open locks. Ricky stared at the thing in his hand. His gaze was complicated. And the only key in the camp hung on the Baron of Bladefang's camp all year round. Ricky gently raised the long dark green strip in his hand. Until we discovered the second key outside the camp. LaSalle asked in puzzlement, "Key?" Ricky did not speak anymore. He turned around without hesitation and pressed the in his hand into the small circle at the center of the, which resembled a pupil. Asterisk thud. Asterisk a muffled sound rose. Thales was startled. Under everyone's nervous gazes, the pupil, together with the E in the middle, suddenly protruded into a cylinder. The tooth. Ricky smiled. Bolus eye. He faced everyone. Black Prison must be underground. Perhaps you want to move back a little and leave an empty space? In the empty room, everyone quickly moved back until they were against the wall behind them. In the next second, Ricky tentatively grabbed the protruding cylinder and slowly twisted it. Then, they heard the clicking sound of a machine. Everyone held their breaths and looked around curiously. The first person to feel that something was wrong was Thales. With Hell's senses, he saw that the 4 wells on the ground were sucking air. No, it's the air that's moving inside. This is... While Thales was still in shock and bewilderment, a barely discernible sound came from underground. Asterisk rumble. It trembled slightly. Everyone was shocked. They stared at the floor tiles in the room. Rumble. But they were wrong. It was not the ground that changed. It was the wall. Rumble. No. Samuel turned around and shouted angrily, "The wall! The wall is moving back." Thales subconsciously took a step forward and looked behind him anxiously like the others. Rumble. As expected. It's the wall. The 8 walls were moving back at the same time. It looked as if the ground was expanding. Rumble. Under everyone's dumbfounded expressions, the walls in the room were moving back at the same time. Gaps were exposed between different walls, and they kept growing. Fortunately, the unusual movement only lasted for about 10 seconds before it quieted down. The walls were no longer moving back. Thales looked at the walls moving back inexplicably in shock. He looked at the hollow gaps that were several meters long on the ground where they moved. Looking down from above, it looked as if the octagonal room had suddenly been pulled outwards. And the part that was pulled apart, Thales saw it. Those were not gaps but layers of spiral stone stairs. With the center of the room as the center, they went downwards. He did not know where they led. When he thought of this, Thales subconsciously glanced at the sentence under the picture again. My God! LaSalle stared at the spiral stairs that suddenly appeared under his feet, dumbfounded. I might have heard that Constellation and Steel City are on good terms, and that their forging skills are excellent, but this is still... Stake stared at the sudden change in disbelief. He warily sized up the room that had become much larger. What is this place? Ricky smiled. Do you know why the Prison of Bones only has such a small number of guards to maintain basic operations, even though it is a prison for serious criminals? Ricky switched to another torch and said faintly, that's because the real guards of this prison are not living people. They are the dead from hundreds and thousands of years ago. He took the lead, stepped into the gap, and walked down the spiral stone stairs. The Prison of Bones is not just a prison cell. It does not only lock up criminals. As he moved forward, Ricky's voice came from underground. What it really locks up is the past. He strode down the spiral stairs that led to an unknown place. The disaster swords behind him followed. LaSalle was stunned. The dead! The former Baron of Extet immediately frowned and turned to Stake. Lock up the past? What does he mean? But the assassin of Shadow Shield had a solemn expression. In my long career, I have seen many strange things. Stake stared at the strange room and exhaled. But the most unsettling one was the legend that the knowledgeable Tung told me one night. LaSalle was stunned. Legend? Stake nodded and became more uneasy. Legend has it that before the Battle of Eradication, even before the Age of the Empire, such people existed in the world. They despised taboos and authority, but they were knowledgeable, skilled, and unbelievable. Stake gritted his teeth and looked up at the strange emblem on the wall. They were once the most dazzling existences in the world, until the merciless course of history turned them all into dust. Only their words were heard, and not a single piece of paper was left. LaSalle's eyebrows rose and fell. The most dazzling existences? Are you talking about? Stake shook his head. He saw that Thales was also being escorted down the stairs, so he quickly followed. Thales followed behind Samuel and walked nervously down the stairs. It was obvious that no one had been here for a long time, because with every step he took, he would stir up a lot of dust. The prince, who was not tall, had to cover his mouth and nose to prevent himself from coughing. This place gave him a very bad feeling. In the darkness, even Hell's senses could not help him. Only the torches illuminated the stone stairs under his feet. Deeper and deeper. Lower and lower. Darker and darker. After walking down an unknown number of stairs, Thales finally stepped on the ground, and he relaxed. The first floor. Ricky's voice traveled into his ears. We're here. The Prince of Constellation took a deep breath. With uncontrollable curiosity, excitement, and an inexplicable sense of uneasiness and fear, he raised his head and looked around. The disaster swords raised their torches and looked around in surprise. This was still an octagonal room that could accommodate dozens of people. But unlike the room on the ground floor, the dark bricks here were exquisitely crafted, and no one knew what material they were made of. There was a thick pillar in the center of the room, and beside the pillar was a circle of curved stone tables. But Ricky did not pay attention to the stone pillar. Instead, he turned to the 8 walls. As he followed his torch, Thales noticed that the 8 walls here were not walls. Instead, it was a fence made up of thin metal pillars from top to bottom, and every single one of them was covered in a layer of gray dust. It's like, Thales looked at these fences, and through them, he could vaguely see the space behind them. It's like, Thales thought anxiously, it's like a prison cell. Ricky held his torch and approached one of the metal fences, illuminating the scene behind the railing. Thales shuddered and took a step back. Bones. More accurately, they're skeletons. Human skeletons. Ricky held his torch and spun around, illuminating the 8 wide prison cells. The ground behind each prison cell was covered with a thick layer of dried human skeletons. There were ribs, arms, legs, skulls, and many of the skeletons were covered with faded clothes that were also covered in dust. No one knew how long it had been. Samuel stood in front of Thales. He looked at the ancient skeletons, and his emotions surged. He subconsciously clenched his fists. It seems that there are no longer any living people in the first level. Ricky shook his head in resignation. Unfortunately, we still have to go down. LaSalle and Stake followed closely behind him, and they arrived at the prison cell of the first level. LaSalle saw his surroundings clearly, and his eyes widened. This is the prison of bones? Stake frowned. He did not seem to be able to say a word. Ricky snorted softly and waved his torch at his companions, who were equally surprised. Of course. Welcome to Black Prison, the true master of the prison of bones. Ricky walked to the pillar in the middle of the room, raised his torch, and illuminated the pattern on the pillar. It was another fight. It was the same emblem as the room on the ground. There was also a sentence in the language of the ancient empire under the eye. Towards omniscience. 1,000 years ago, this place had another name. The leader of the disaster swords looked at the emblem and sighed. The 4th Division of the Alchemy Tower, Confinement Research Institute. At that moment, Thales subconsciously gritted his teeth. Ricky turned around and looked at the skeletons in the 8 prison cells with a solemn expression. It is also in an unknown history. His next sentence made Thales widen his eyes. The first batch of anti-mystic equipment. Chapter 413. Alchemy Tower. The prince muttered the name silently. Staring at the ancient and mysterious building in front of him, looking at the dilapidated but vaguely distinguishable I emblem on the stone pillar, feeling the ever-present gloomy coldness, Thales was in a daze. It was as if he had returned to that icy and snowy night 6 years ago. In the murderous military camp of the Archduke of Black Sand region, that neurotic big-nosed doctor drew those 3 unfamiliar patterns by the bonfire. The 3 great magic towers. Thales stared blankly at the emblem representing the alchemy tower and sighed softly. Memories of the past slowly surged into his mind. Since the night of Dragon's Blood 6 years ago, the former Brotherhood's unscrupulous doctor, Ramon, died tragically in the hands of the blood mystic. When he thought of this, Thales could not help but recall the carefree expression of the seamstress, Kurtz Ramon, when she mentioned her long-lost father. Thales lost an important channel to investigate the legendary magic and wizards. Asda might be another source of information, but whether it was his long-term uncertain whereabouts or his reservations when he taught, they could not satisfy the knowledgeable prince. Over the past 6 years, Thales could only spend as much time as possible in Raikru's library. With Saroma's help, he searched for the long-lost taboos from books. At the same time, he had to do everything he could to avoid Nicholas, Leespan, and the others spying and surveillance to avoid attracting trouble. According to what Ramon said when he was alive, since magic and calamities were taboos that the world tried its best to forget for centuries, It was better for news such as the Prince of Constellation is obsessed with mysterious knowledge, and Prince Thales is obsessed with the legend of calamities to not appear on the tables of the major intelligence agencies. Alchemy Tower? Just as Thales was immersed in his own memories in a daze, LaSalle could not help but ask, "Alchemy? What is that? What does it have to do with the alchemy ball?" No one paid attention to him. Of course, it might be because no one knew the answer. Samuel kicked a pile of gravel under his feet and frowned. "You're saying that this is the legendary alchemy tower? The source of those alchemy balls, anti-mystic equipment, and various gadgets from the Secret Intelligence Department?" Ricky shook his head. "Of course it's not the headquarters." Ricky raised his torch and looked around. Looking at the barren floor, he seemed to sigh. Legend has it that there are more than 100 magic towers in the headquarters of the Alchemy Tower. They occupy a vast area and are incomparably magnificent. How can this simple and crude underground building compare? More than 100 towers. Thales looked around, deep in thought. Simple. Samuel snorted softly. He used the torch to illuminate the stone stairs behind them and looked at the bottomless path ahead. "You call this simple?" Ricky smiled strangely and didn't reply. He turned around and walked down the spiral staircase. "Let's go to the next floor." The mercenaries who were still in shock came back to their senses. It's true. When he passed by Stake, Thales noticed that the assassin from Shadow Shield could not hide his surprise as he sized up his surroundings. He gently stroked the stone pillar that had been sealed for a long time and mumbled to himself. Wizards, magic, those legends and stories. Stake lowered his head and looked at Ricky. "So it's all true." Stake's eyes moved. "Maybe we can find more valuable things. Alchemy balls, anti-mystic equipment, even." Stop daydreaming. Samuel walked past him and interrupted him. "I don't know how long ago, but Constellation turned this place into the Black Prison of the Prison of Bones, dedicated to detaining their felons," the former flag-bearer of the Royal Guard said coldly. "Whether it's reconstruction or demolition, do you think the kingdom's secret intelligence department will leave anything valuable for someone like you?" Stake fell silent. The group of people continued to move down. In the face of the unfamiliar unknown, the group's whispers rose quietly in the darkness. "I remember now, wizard." LaSalle's voice came from behind the narrow passage. "It was mentioned in some random books, but I always thought, do you think that's just nonsense?" Stake chuckled and answered. LaSalle stopped talking. Thales listened to their conversation, but his mind was elsewhere. Even though he was a hostage, the prince did not come up empty-handed after 6 years of searching. However, magic and wizards left Thales with more and more questions. Obviously, all the books that existed before the Battle of Eradication would more or less mention magic and wizards. For example, the biography of Knight Joseph Needham from the Age of Kings mentioned that the wise wizard Laven blocked the path of 6 knights and prevented them from robbing the execution field. He gave them advice in a barn. The Martyrs of Northland mentioned that, in the face of a grim situation, the wizard's consultants suggested that they retreat, but King Anzac sternly refused. He decided to lead his troops to stay at the 6th outpost and use the terrain to stop the main force of the Ashbone clan. The Union of Kings mentioned that the temple guards, the priests of the Bright God, and the wizards' representatives tried their best to mediate so that the irascible King Nalji and the arrogant King Peren, who had feuded with each other for generations, could sit in the seats furthest away from each other. The long bardic poem mentioned that even the wizards in the court were helpless when faced with the princess' illness. In fact, in the heroic biographies and bardic poems from the Age of Kings, regardless of whether it was fighting against the orcs or the elves, wizards were often seen as wise men in the background of battles against other races. Many of them were even important strategists by the nobles' side. However, during the Age of the Empire, the records about wizards and magic began to decrease, and their image became more mysterious, evil, and terrifying. Many books related to religion mentioned some faithless people, but they were usually described in a negative light. The Travels of Saint Lothona, from the ancient empire era mentioned that Saint Lothona was treated horribly in the land of wizards. His eyes lost their light, and his limbs trembled, making it difficult for him to walk. Even though these faithless people betrayed the bright god's teachings and mocked his faith, the determined Lothona remained as pious as ever. The extermination of bandits in the Northland province mentioned an illegal expedition. Duke Arun sent a letter to the people behind the wizards' expedition, sternly reprimanding them for trespassing into the Forbidden Land as violating the convention, and that it would bring disaster to mankind. As one of the ancient books of the Temple of Knights, the Encyclopedia of the Temple of Knights described a great battle between the knights and the cultists. One of the knights once lamented that their enemy was even stranger and more evil than the wizards. The general historical narration mentioned that the Northern Temple Division had no choice but to lower themselves to seek help from the Empire in order to curb the wizards' insatiable greed. The record of the plague of Sword Lake City even wrote, "The terrifying witches warned the Castellan, claiming that he would pay the price for underestimating magic." However, the powerful Castellan laughed it off. That night, the Castellan's daughter had a high fever. Even more recently, after the fall of the ancient empire, wizards only appeared in a very small number of records in the books of the final empire. The results of Thales's hard work came to an end. There were only a few bits and pieces of information about wizards' magic. Logically speaking, these few words should prove that wizards existed as a group. However, even after the Battle of Eradication, King Raikuru of Extet gathered the resources of the entire kingdom to search for a large number of ancient books in order to win the favor of the Queen of the Sky. Thales could not find any positive records about magic and wizards. From the changes in the descriptions of wizards, to the gradual reduction of their figures, to their complete disappearance, and then to their complete disappearance. This feeling is just like, Thales sighed. He stroked the dusty wall and followed the person in front of him down the stone staircase. It's like having a person everywhere in your life. His footprints, the things he used, the records he wrote, the information he saved, and the pictures he took. However, when you really want to go back and look for this person, everyone around you will tell you in unison that there was never such a person. He did not exist. Even in a group photo, there was only a blank image of a person. This is a wizard. Thales could not help but feel a strange sense of fear. Even when he sat alone in the library, he could not help but feel a chill run down his spine. And today, Thales could not help but raise his head. He looked past the shoulders of the people in front of him and at Ricky's figure. Today, he really stepped into the legendary magic tower, even though it was just a branch. According to him, it might even be the birthplace of anti-mystic equipment. At this moment, Stake spoke again and interrupted Thales' thoughts. "How did you find that key, Crassus? I don't think the Constellations would keep a lock that can be opened with 2 keys and use it as a prison for felons." This question piqued Thales' interest. Ricky, who was walking in front, paused. The Constellations thought that they controlled this place, just like how they thought that they covered up history and sent magic and wizards to their graves. Ricky's laughter rose slowly. A grave that only gravediggers know about. The problem is, they are not the only gravediggers. The records in the Tower of Eradication are no less than theirs. Stake's voice suddenly rose in the darkness. "So, you used to be a member of the Tower of Eradication?" Ricky did not speak, as if he had suddenly realized that he had said something wrong. Thales' expression froze. That explains it." Stake's laughter traveled into his ears. Thales could imagine the way his lips curled up in the darkness. "Why you were able to break into the Tower of Eradication with an unstoppable force not long ago." As time passed, the cold around them became more and more unbearable. Through the torch's illumination, there were still only stairs. Thales' feet touched flat ground again. They arrived at the next floor. Ricky kicked away a piece of wood that blocked their way and raised his torch. What appeared in front of them was still the central stone pillar with the emblem of the Alchemy Tower, the familiar architectural layout, and the 9 pitiful skeletons of the prison cells. Wait, 9? But Thales realized that this room was bigger than the one on the previous floor. Still no one. Ricky put away his torch and shook his head in disappointment. Let's continue down. Thales put away his curious gaze and his desire to scrutinize this place in detail. Behind him, Marina pushed him forward once again. The third floor was still empty. There were only skeletons left. The fourth floor, the fifth floor, the sixth floor. With each floor they went down, the number of corresponding prison cells increased, and the rooms became larger. Black prison, Thales said to himself. This is like a cone buried underground. As they failed again and again, they were disappointed again and again, as well as the same dark scenes. Just like when Thales was trudging through the desert, he realized that the people in the team were gradually affected. In the boundless darkness, the group's voices slowly became fewer. Only the sound of footsteps could be heard. The atmosphere became more and more oppressive. They arrived at the next floor of the prison cell. This is the 10th floor. Klein exhaled, and there was impatience on his face. Ricky, if we still can't find him, maybe we should consider our retreat. When he said this, the disaster sword's expressions darkened. LaSalle looked at Stake, who was beside him. Makes sense. Stake did not answer. He only glanced at Ricky. Ricky frowned slightly. He first shone the light around him, and was disappointed to find that there were still skeletons. He then turned to Samuel and said, maybe he's further down, maybe? Are you sure he's still alive? Samuel walked to the prison cells, held a torch, bent down, and carefully examined the skeletons in front of him. I'm sure. His voice was slightly stiff. He must be alive. Thales saw Klein shrug and cast a disapproving glance at Joseph. Joseph understood what he meant. You may believe that he's still alive, but do you know how much damage imprisonment can do to a person? Joseph crossed his arms, and his voice rang out in everyone's ears. Especially in the black prison, you can only pass your days in solitude, muddle-headed, and die miserably. From the moment you are locked up to the moment you die, you will be cut off from all contact with the outside world. No one will be able to hear your cries. Believe me, I've been in a lot of prison cells. Few people can last that long. Samuel paused for a moment and stood up. But after a few seconds, the former royal guard only shook his head firmly. If it's him, he will definitely be able to get through it, no matter what kind of damage he suffers. Thales' heart skipped a beat. Joseph smiled. Do you know what is the most terrifying punishment for a person? It's not death, injury, or torture. Joseph sighed softly. He seemed to be sentimental. It's isolation. Samuel stood motionless on the ground. Thales could only see his back trembling slightly. Joseph paced slowly. When you lose all means of communication with the outside world and are completely isolated in the eternal darkness, no one listens to you or talks to you, no one reacts to you or waits for you to react, no one interacts with you or brings you to interact. You can't see new things, hear new voices, or feel new things. Everything around you, including yourself, is the same. Day after day, this cycle repeats endlessly until eternity. Joseph's voice grew louder in the darkness. There was a hint of hatred and gloominess in his voice, which made people feel uncomfortable. Thales saw Samuel slowly clench his fists. On the first day, it's still all right. You can still handle it. On the third day, you feel uncomfortable all over. You're extremely agitated. You jump up and down, hit the wall, and hit the ground. On the fifth day, you start to recall your past memories continuously. The good ones, the bad ones, the painful ones, and the good ones. These images are there, flashing back and forth, whether you want them to or not. A week later, you start to talk to yourself. You have a dull expression on your face, and you act on your own like a lunatic. But those memories, those past, they start to fade. You feel less of them as if they're no longer yours. As Joseph spoke, he seemed to be gradually lost in thought. 2 weeks later, you welcome your final despair and madness. You do all the things you wouldn't even think about after you were born, because you can't even tell what is the present, what is the past, what is you, and what is the you in your memories. Joseph chuckled softly. His gaze wavered as if he had remembered something. And when a month has passed, most people will become inarticulate, and their senses will be in a mess. They usually lack emotions, their intelligence will degenerate, and they will break down into beasts. Even if you release them at this time, it's useless. Joseph's voice was gloomy, as if he was telling a story with a bad ending. They are forever lost in a lonely void, and they can never return. This is what imprisonment can do to a person, especially solitary confinement, no matter who you are, no matter how strong you are. Once you exceed a certain time, you will not be able to return. Joseph's voice slowly faded away. The atmosphere among the group also reached its peak. Samuel was silent for a long time. Ricky did not rush him. He just watched quietly. A few seconds later, Samuel took a deep breath. He must still be there. Samuel turned around abruptly. He is the most valiant warrior, the noblest knight, and the noblest role model. He taught me how to fight, how to persevere, he can definitely do it. Samuel's knuckles cracked, and his eyes burst into flames. Moreover, only he knows what it is. Only he. Ricky nodded slowly and did not speak. Josh shrugged at Clay and made an expression that said, "I can't do anything about it." The prince frowned. Who is the person they are looking for? What does that person know? He was not the only one who had this question. Who are you looking for? LaSalle heard their conversation and asked in displeasure, "You know, we are in a hurry." Is that so? Samuel pointed at the stairs and snorted coldly. If you want to go first, no one will stop you. LaSalle was speechless for a moment. Ricky looked at the group and sighed. Let's continue. And so, they began the cycle of moving downwards. Darkness. Serene. Underground. Past. Mysterious. A few words flashed in Thale's mind, one after another. Step by step, floor by floor. Finally, after passing through an unknown number of empty cells, they arrived at a room with more than 10 cells on the first floor. No, this room was so big that it could already be called a hall. Ricky stood still in the hall. What's wrong? Klein walked forward in disgust. He raised his torch and shone it around. It also illuminated many cells and a land of skeletons. It's still the same. There's nothing but dead people. But Thales noticed something different. Among the dozen or so cells separated by metal bars, there was one cell that was particularly strange. It was completely black. He could not see the bars, the skeletons, or anything behind it. There was only darkness. It's like a black curtain has been drawn over the outside of it. Soon, the others noticed this as well. Ricky narrowed his eyes. The other cells only have bars. He walked forward slowly and stepped on the rubble. He raised his torch and slowly approached the room covered by the curtain. But this, be careful. Samuel approached from the other side. He frowned and said, "You don't know how many things the Constellations inherited from the alchemy tower." Ricky nodded. He stood in front of the strange cell, extended his torch, and carefully knocked on the thick curtain. Asterisk bang. Asterisk a dull and heavy sound echoed in the narrow black prison. Everyone subconsciously pressed down on their weapons, vigilant of any possible accidents. But a few seconds passed. Nothing happened. The cell was still silent. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief. It's made of iron. It rises or falls from the crack in the ground outside the bars. Ricky squatted down and carefully observed the point of contact between the iron curtain and the ground. It's at least some kind of metal. I think this thing separates this cell from the hall outside. He raised his head and asked Samuel, who was on the other side. Is it this one? Samuel was standing next to the iron curtain, looking at an iron plate made of an unknown material hanging on the wall. No. Samuel scrutinized the words on it and said calmly, "It's written on this plate. The person locked here is a lone bandit who roamed the south of the kingdom more than 20 years ago." LaSalle narrowed his eyes. Bandit? However, the iron curtains suddenly trembled. Asterisk thud. 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 Asterisk everyone jolted and took a step back at the same time. In the incomparably oppressive darkness, a frightening, dull sound suddenly came. Asterisk thud. 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 Asterisk, calm down. Ricky instantly drew his sword and watched the iron curtain, which trembled continuously along with the dull sound. Klein's face turned pale. This is... The fearful group looked at each other. At this moment, asterisk, a faint, miserable cry seemed to come from a place dozens of meters away. You're tuning in to the Wandering Hero YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.